So my name is Lindie. I know most of you, but some of you that I've only met today, welcome to Sales Accelerator. I've got Lindie. Okay, great. So you all heard and spoke to Ansie quite a lot. So Ansie is literally my wife. I joked this morning, Ansie het 7 kilos verloor in stres en rondhol, maar wat vir Ansie baie dankie sê Ansie. Ansie, ja, even if it's only for 2 people or 10 people, it's always stressful. And then we had Barry and then wanting to link up on Teams, and there goes Ansie's stress, because now we've got to do virtual and we've got to do real, which is also, how amazing is life? There's always a learning curve, right? It's just incredible. Just as soon as you think you've waxed, guess what happens? Yo, can you join virtual? And they go, yeah, so we can unsmack that happen. Right, so I tried, so let's get going. Right, so today, I'm going to ask just now, what is it that you want from today? But I thought about today and I thought, you know what, Dominique, how long have you been in sales? Shouts about 13 years plus. 23, you're going to give away your age. Okay.
Not more than 30.
Mark, 30 years, huh? So myself has been in business for 30 odd years as well. And this thing, what do I teach you about sales? You know, what can I possibly teach you about sales that you don't know? So for that reason, I decided to take a little bit of a different approach. I am going to spend the first part of today talking about me, the person, because I am the sales accelerator. Everything starts with me. So we're going to do a lot of work on self, which is probably not exactly what you expected, but I do think it's the most important part. So we are going to talk about self as the accelerator. And so I call that transformational work. It's like transforming myself from the state where I am in now towards where I want to go. So it's transform, okay? So it's a transformation in the, and then later on in the day, we're going to do transactional sales training, where I hopefully, you guys again are very experienced. Nadine has been doing this for 3 years full on. But transactional is about technique. It's about tools. It's about possibly things that I can teach you that can assist you and support you in driving sales. Is that okay? Everyone excited? Yay. Barry, Yolandi, everyone excited? Awesome. Right. To get started, I want to teach you this acronym VFO. It stands for Blinding Flash of the Obvious. Now, all of you has got a workbook. Okay. Now, all the slides that I am going to go through with you today. Hi, Kobus. Great to see you as well online. Yoo-hoo. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning,
Guys, I
everyone.
wasn't going to say this, but it's actually my son. So, Kobus happy. This is mom. So, Kobus
Very
joins
proud of
all the
you,
way
Mom.
from. Lovely, lovely. Thank you. Thanks for being online. Right, so you've got a workbook for you guys online. You've got your workbook. And I did that so that you guys, you need to fuse these slides. All the slides there, you can make your notes. The other pass-outs we'll get to later on as well. Right, are we ready? Yeah. Normally I start with a little bit of a yoga session, but I can't get a spot. Right, so BFO, blinding flash of the obvious. This is an interactive workshop. Okay. I'm not going to do all the talking. I would want to encourage you guys to please relax. Take scarf, spuit jou skoene as jy moet. Maak jou belt los as dit 'n bietjie drukkie. So whatever. This is going to be an interactive it's like a collect, it's not meeting, it's a collective learning, because can you imagine, we've got 9 people here, myself 10, can you imagine the collective knowledge, expertise, insight we have in terms of sales? Can you imagine? So let's do this in terms of collective learning. Can we do that? I'm going to teach you a whole lot of stuff, but there's things that you guys can teach one another, and that always excites me about these type of workshops, where you look one another in the eye and we get to share amazing things that we've learned over the years. Is that okay? That's a BFO. So when Ilka say something, or I say something, or Nadine says something, and you go, that's amazing, that's a BFO. A Eureka moment, put up your hand and shout, I've just had a BFO. It's that grinding flash of the oil. So make notes that you've got colored pens on your tables. Pick a pen color and make notes around BFOs. And then from time to time, I'm going to ask, what has been your biggest BFOs up to this moment? So, and I am going to ask you to share that. Is that okay? Hello? Yeah, right. So, first question, guys, and online as well. What is your biggest challenge in sales today? What is your biggest challenge in sales today? So I don't see it now. Okay, so what is your biggest challenge in sales today? As you sit here, and I'm also, as soon as we're going to start sharing, I am going to ask you to just say who you are, which company you're from, and what is your biggest challenge in terms of sales as you sit here. So take a couple of minutes and write that down. We're going to start sharing that. Just want to check, Kobus and you guys, can you let the PowerPoint see?
Yes, we can. We can see it clearly.
Okay.
I think you can
Thanks.
just answer. You can just put it obviously on presenting mode, and then it's fine.
Hoe sê jy?
You can just put it on presentation mode, and then it's fine. You can see it quite clearly.
Kan jy dit sien?
Ja.
Ja, want hulle sien nou jou okay.
Ja, jy sien, ek weet nie hoe, want dit is hoekom ek daai
You can just on the left
From
of the
current
Zoom
slide.
button, there's a presentation button. You can just press that
Like that?
at the bottom. Yeah, at the bottom right, next to the Zoom button, there's a presentation icon. You can just press that. Left to the Zoom button at the bottom right.
next to the Zoom button.
Okay. I'm out. Right, so
Oh, word.
So, just tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do. What you
Ek staan
Okay, so I'm the sales manager.
bottom right
for
corner
Magnet
of the screen.
So we have our events company with Magnet Events Conferences, and then manager run Open State where we are now, and then also Fort Simon that's next door. So my biggest challenge is to get in-person client meetings.
Ja, ek sien nou.
Also to possibly speak to a client and then they say, oh yes, gosh, you can help me. So stay top of mind in your time. So that's
Right, so the challenge to get past the gatekeeper in terms of getting to the decision maker.
yeah, to get to the right person,
Right.
who makes decisions, and then to have them to be open for client meetings. So you can in person introduce your company and what you have to offer.
Yeah,
And
100%.
Yeah.
And then say what's the challenge as well?
to stay basically shortly top of mind for the clients.
Okay,
Yeah.
to say,
Yeah, so if they have
up to date in their needs and
them to always I'm gonna play the same. Loop altyd aan ons dit dink van ons
like a preferred supplier.
ja.
As hulle event beleef, het hulle dink immaculate event.
Was ek het net geen yourself and what's the plan is your go-to. Jy weet baie.
Right, who relates to Elzay? Absolutely right. Okay, lovely Elzay, thank you so much. Nadine, a little bit about who you are, what you do, and what's your biggest challenge in terms of sales.
the donor sales person at PGS. I think at the moment, my biggest challenge is structure and boundaries. Boundaries in terms of when is it it's internal and external. When is it my job, when it's not my job, and then how to communicate that. And with clients. Love all my clients so much, so thankful for them, but I've probably got anything to play the ball, I need to convey it perfectly to and structure. It is, but it affects my ability to have a capacity to work out with people.
So where's the cutoff? You don't want to affect, want to be available, but how do you manage that relation?
So it's just capacity. It's
Capacity.
lovely problem to have again. Structure my days, but because I have more and still maintain what I have.
Okay, lovely. As we go through everyone, I wish today that you will find enough out of this. If not the answer, at least just some little notch of later on or something that can take you towards finding some good answers. Right, okay.
I've been at for the US for about 3 months. I'm not technically in the sales department as we yet. I'm a case assistant. I'm also doing this leading with me. I'll say a challenge that comes up a lot is a price point. When
Price
price point, yeah. When people come in and they say, I want this.
The first question is how much?
Yeah. Then, wasn't it's too expensive, then they're renewing, and it's after sale, people to kind of not convince them, but more like just give them that comfortability that what their own living is going to be the way best out at the end of the day, but it's only that the price is cheap.
And who relates with Ilka? 100%.
So is that real?
So in sales, how can I manage the conversation? So for once, I don't just talk about price the whole time. Can we talk about all the other amazing things that I get to offer? So I am going to talk about the sales process and how we position in the market. So hopefully there'll be some pointers for you in that. Okay. Dominique, lovely to have you.
Director for KDB Art, and we basically have 2 brands, and the one is called Teddy and Darla. So Teddy, if you have kids or you have family that have kids, you may have seen a lot of products like check-ins and items and so on. Usually, it's really good. TV.
We got only local manufacturing. Oh, yeah, stuff like that.
Incredible.
And then Gala, my explanation is slightly more advanced. So Teddy's our junior range, and Gala would be anybody that has any creative flair, from a housewife to a top artist. So if you look behind you, those paintings on the walls, the hanging ones, that would be Gala paint.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Paints, crayons, everything, hobby, you said hobbies and art and hobbies.
Yeah, hobbies, educational.
Wow. What's your biggest challenge though?
My boss.
Let's see if I can do something about it.
I think achieving targets. We work together, so I'm going to try and limit some of our answers so that we both have something to share. Economy in rand dollar exchange as well.
Yeah, exposed to the macro environment, things that you can't always control.
Yeah, so
Of course.
competitive imports versus local.
And that's true for business in general, right? Okay. I coach Tiger Wheel and Tire nationally, and I always hear, oh, China and Rand dollar and people that's got cars and tires. So you just get to find them and they get to find you. And they look at you as Tiger being the preferred brand. So the work that we need to do in order to make that happen. Yeah. Okay, lovely. Quibbles.
It basically got just on it. But with dog growth and targets, and then obviously, like you just said, now the Chinese imports. And it's not that the Chinese imports is taking the market over, it's that people, they convince people to buy stuff, crazy store, that's not actually good for the kids, and it's not non-toxic.
Not great quality. I
No,
can
it's
vouch for
horrible.
that.
It's horrible. It will last you like a day. You buy
Yeah.
a Play-Doh from grocery store, where our Play-Doh, you'll have it for 2-3 months. And as a simple example, it's got salt. So if your kid plays the our Play-Doh, it cleans their hands. So there's no, that's a cookie. It's very cheap.
So what is your challenge, Quibbles?
I can just Chinese imports. Trying to-
Competition against,
I wouldn't say competition. It's just getting the stuff out of the market that's not really feasible for the kids in our.
in the bottom line, educating my client.
Exactly.
Making my
Yeah.
client, building a discerning taste, so my client gonna go past crazy stores and the temptation to go in there
Yeah.
towards Checkers, which is normally very close to crazy
Yeah,
store.
right.
So literally, I've got to do a couple more steps and then I'll get to your product.
Yeah, look, the easy way to explain it is they want something to keep a kid busy while you're at a vacation spot. Like, for example, if you live in this castle now for the weekend and want something to buy crazy stuff there. But if you're going to be at home, you're going to buy dollar pen or the dollar pen. That's going to last you forever. You keep them digested and you can sleep safe at night and not brain.
Blind education, right? So you see, you get to learn something every day. It's incredible. Murray, welcome to you as well. Who
Thank
are you and what are some of your candidates? What do you do?
So I'm the sales director at Vinbag. At Vinbag basically is manufacture your bagging box for the wine industry. So it's basically wine on tap, as you know. As a lot of people used to refer to it as the
Boss.
pops up. That's also like the swear word. Yeah. It's now because that was when it didn't have an outer bottom. So now it has an outer bottom. So we refer to it as BID, being bagging box. Our biggest challenges at the moment are obviously the war. Everything plastic is 75% oil based. So we have to adjust our prices monthly at the moment. So we work from month to month because of Sassel's increases and
volatile.
material. So we're in a crazy time at the moment. So we've referred to it as a war surcharge. We bill it as a separate line item.
Interesting.
So we have a base point and then month to month, we have to reassess. So right now,
That's your point, right?
well, hopefully it drops away. So your
Yeah.
base price is always your base price, which we can refer back to.
Yeah,
but-
that's great
and then-
strategy, Bob.
So we just worded it surcharge until it was over. So we just, and then hopefully when it's over, it drops away. So our base price is say April, and then May's got a new surcharge, and then obviously June will be another surcharge
That's a brain.
as the war continues. And then obviously the dwindling wine market, the wine sales are down 35%. South Africa basically the younger generation is not drinking as much wine and that as us elder people did.
It's even worse, isn't it?
More into your side of the
So you've got.
dwindling wine market.
Well, again, not strange to business is the fact that we've always got to be out there looking for other markets. And
You've got to be diverse.
diversifying.
What we've done is, we've always been 8% wine, 20% food. And we want to shift that mindset to 60-40.
Yeah.
So we've got to be
Olive oils.
for edible oils, big contract with KFC oil, which does it, and it's a bigger bag, it's a bigger margin and stuff. So you've got to be more diverse.
Welcome, hey.
Thank you.
Sales director, Vinbag, many years now. Well done.
Thank you.
I'm just checking, guys, online. Quibbers, Barry, can you guys hear when somebody's talking? Can you hear clearly?
I do catch most of it. Thank you, Lindie. I appreciate it. Or mum. But the transcript also helps a bit.
Oh, transcribing. We can pause the microphone, but if you guys can hear the gist of it, I'm happy. Right. Hello, welcome. Hello. So just a short, who are you, what you do, and what is your biggest challenge in terms of sales as you sit here today?
So is a health coach in I think my cash is saying that you're gonna be a pre-sale. So dan net om die marketing te doen en daai sales talk regtig te my baie belangrik om net as jy sê vat. So ja, so ek is daar om van te voel.
Yeah, and it's just getting across that first hurdle, finding your first client, getting momentum going. Guys, the big thing about sales, and I'll say it often today, it is the effort we've got to put in to launch and create altitude, which I call sales momentum. Because sales for me is about 3 M's. Can you write that down? Sales, and it's not in your notes. So I'm going to shut stuff to you, it's not necessarily in your notes. As far as I'm concerned, sales success, as you sit here, depends on 3 M's: mindset, momentum, and finally, can the money hit your bank account? So can you convert? Can you finalize? Can you make sure that you get your client to finally say yes and then happy to part with their money? But mindset crucial, creating momentum crucial. So when does an airplane burn the most fuel? On takeoff. So the same with sales. When are you burning the most energy is building towards momentum so that you can create a customer base. And now the hard work starts in terms of keeping the customer, nurturing those clients, making sure I'm always at the top of their mind when they think, health coach, when they think, arts and crafts, or they think I want to buy a big stone. So getting clients, keeping clients is the work of sales. So mindset, momentum, and then make sure that you are selling at the right price point so that money hits the bank. And then you'll never go to bed. Okay? Right, so yes, Ada, I'm with you there. It is about overcoming that first obstacle and getting that first client, and then building critical mass in terms of momentum. Right, Magda, who are you? What do you do? And what's your biggest challenge in terms of sales?
Ek is Magda van Worcester en ek is by Compass Wealth Management, ons doen finansiële beplanning vir kliënte om hulle te help om te beplan vir die onvoorsiene wat lewensdekking en opskiktheidsdekking en kritieke siekte en daardie betref. So op hierdie stadium is my grootste challenge om al die werk wat mens insit wat die beplanningsdeel ons is, te convert in actual, ek vat die fotos. En ek het nie 'n tangible produk wat ek verkoop nie. So ek verkoop gemoedsrus, ek verkoop myself en die hele ervaring. Want baie keer is kliënte angstig oor bietjie begroot. Oor die finansies, hulle net ek met hulle budget werk nie, maar budget werk in die sin van kan ek 'n koste van hierdie goed uit te neem om voorsiening te maak vir die onvoorsiene. So dit is daai deel en dan nuwe kliënte, ek is baie besigheid waar daar reeds bestaande kliënte is, so dit is baie nice want jy kan werk om daai kliënte te behou en jy daar's nou upsell daar. Maar ek het nog nie in hierdie tyd baie gefokus op soos 'n strategie om elke week 500 kliënte te kry. En wel ek sê vir my net as en dan is maar net die in ons industrie word stop government baie ek gesê uit compliance en so dis net beskikbaar baie papierwerk, waar in 'n paperless world eintlik dit moet minder raak. Maar ons is nou, as ek nou CRM begin, dat wonderlik is vir ons hoop. Ek hoop die papierwerk sal minder raak, maar dit is vir kliënte afsit. As jy iets kan doen met aansoekvorms en copy actions wat beteken word, en so ek wil nog baie rondom dit kry.
You've got to make it a lot more frictionless.
Ja. So.
Okay, so what the word is always finding those new clients, building the pipeline. Also, a highly regulated industry that from time to time makes it difficult. What you did mention was, guys, getting clients to trust me. Okay, so I've been in business for the last 30 plus years. Trust me, business and specifically sales, you are in the business of people. You happen to sell art, you happen to offer solutions, you are in the business of, because ultimately it's about building those relationships, building trust, and again, getting them to acknowledge you as the expert, the go-to person. You are in the business of people. And trust is a currency of that business, not just money.
Yeah.
You get to the money once you build the trust. Does that make sense? So as far as I'm concerned, the most important currency in sales and business is trust. Build the trust and the money will come. Do you agree with me, Dominic? 100%.
Ek wil net sê op dit is juist nou in die industrie, maar dit is soos 'n produk is dat jy kan dit gebruik en dit werk jou so ek net ook net gedrink word. In hierdie industrie, dit is baie time consuming. So dis nie van
How long did your husband date you before you said yes? Couple of months, a year, 2 years?
Here a month.
Exactly. It takes time. Even them selling retail, it takes time because relationships and building trust takes time. So right next to trust, it takes the time it will take until you've reached the stage of trust. So trust, time, relationship, money follows. Okay.
Dis nou eintlik baie interessant om jou van trust. Ek wil net speel dit deel. So ek dink ek het 'n probleem met my kliënte met trust. Want gister kry ek 'n oproep of 'n boodskap, maar ek gaan nou net die cliënt wil basies, sy soek 'n plekjie om weg te gaan, maar baie privaat is, en sy en waar en nie so partner nie, maar sy het nie dan ander en dit is basies 'n diagnose right, in geval en sy begin die boodskap met as hy weet ek kan jou trust, kan jy my help om te kry. So en dan sê dit lachwekkend geweest, maar ik heb nou echt gelijk gekregen aan trust.
It is fast, secluded.
Voorstellen, ik vind het van secluded kwetsbaar.
Interesting. Nadine, go for it.
Morning, everyone. Nadine, I'm from Core Office Furniture. I've just basically started with Core Office. Sales was never my thing, to be honest. I know that. My biggest challenge at the moment is closing the deal. Sourcing clients. It's an absolute, it can finish you up. For all when you are cold calling.
Oh, yeah.
Getting that appointment with saying that.
The worst.
It's the worst.
The worst. Cold calling is the worst. Hands up anyone that loves cold calling.
My biggest fear is like calling people in general. Now you have to work like all the it makes the whole exercise difficult. You want to go into it, so you go in negative. So we changed it to prospecting.
What's a prospect call?
It takes all the negative away from it. Now it's an opportunity to, it's difficult. It's difficult sourcing the people. I'm not taking anything away from that. But if you change your mindset going into it, the calling is easier.
Yeah.
The no is easier because you're going to get 10 no's and then make your one. Yes, it gets easier if you change the mindset.
I've got to just throw this in there. In coaching the other day, someone says it's a Mufasa moment. I said, what? So who's seen Lion King? And when they want to see off the hyenas, they go Mufasa. And so when you say cold calling, it's and they say, time I go to bed, like I can't breathe. So great idea is just change the mindset from it's not cold call, it's prospecting. So write this down for me, Nadine. Yes lives in the land of no. Yes lives in the land. No, no.
And I want to reach around someone's.
No, it's not yet. It is maybe. Yes, lives the land. No. So guess how many no's do you have to stomach? Do you have to, another no, it's fine. I in the process of getting to yes. Does that help?
Yes.
100%. Because what do we do when we're in sales? I'm chasing yes. We are chasing yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right. Yeah.
Exactly. But goodness, if I change my mindset to I'm chasing no's, I'm not so focused on the yeses because I know I need to do 5 prospect calls a day. That is the aim. I'm going to do 5 prospect calls. Whether it's yes or no, I'm doing 5 prospect calls. That is the objective. I am setting myself up to get 5 no's, so that's okay. Just another normal day at the office, 5 prospect calls, 5 no's. Get your amazing amazement, excitement when someone says, yeah, tell me more about that. Oh, yeah, I hit the yes. The yes was in no man's land. No. Okay, so chase the yes in the no land. Get comfortable with no. Because it's not yet. You don't know when your customer is going to be ready. This last week, I'm seeing my witness. I signed a new client into one-on-one coaching. She's been circling me like a vulture for 4 years. I kid you not. She's met me 4 years ago. Always saying, oh, you're exciting. What you do is so exciting. I must coach with you. And then I go, yeah. Whenever. We've had these conversations, I don't know how many times. Sitting, watching, binging a TV show over the long weekend, beep, beep, my phone. Here's this lady. Hey, I now need to see you desperately. Okay. And we had a conversation. She's agreed to coaching. She's been circling me for 4 years. It's been no all along. So right now, I need to be consistently available for when they eventually decide they are ready for me. My job in terms of sales, Hayla, is to keep on being consistent, authentic. I'm going to share with that again on a slide. Your job is to be there the whole time because you don't know when no is turning to yes. If you've done your job, they would have remembered. Okay, so your job is to constantly be consistent out there shining your light. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
So a whole lot, okay, done. We can go and what is today? You've learned a lot, right? Joking. Jess Marie.
I'm Jason Marie. I'm a core office manager. I've been in sales for 7 years, so I'm used to it already. But I think the biggest thing for me is closing the deal, getting the final yes from the client. And then also, I think everyone is still, for some reason, after COVID, they're still on the online buzz. So they don't want to see you in person. They'll take a Zoom call or on the phone or whatever, but you can't do a deal over a phone. That's what I believe in. So getting in front of the client. And then also when it comes to the product itself, explaining to them the quality of the product and for what the amount that they pay and why they should take that and not a cheaper version of game or whatever. Yeah.
Right. I think someone said, who was the name? Ilka also said, can we have conversations about a lot of other things except price? Again, and client education. Great. So our online buddies, Barry, tell us who you are. We can't see you at the moment, Barry, but we can hear you. Barry, so what do you do and what is your biggest challenge in terms of sales? Barry? Is it still on? Right, so let's skip to Quibus. Quibus, son, What do you do, and why are you on the call today watching your mom? So what's the link between what you do and challenges in terms of sales?
First of all, good morning, everyone. I'm going to put my camera on for a moment. Just excuse my look. I just went for a jog. I am an industrial engineer, currently working for a forestry company that is based out of the UK. They have 2 ply mills in Sierra Leone and Ghana. I am the operational planner, so I am responsible for planning everything that sales has ordered and making sure that all raw materials are available for production to produce these set orders on time. So my main objective is to make sure that it's planned, executed, and reaches its on-time delivery in full. So I speak a bit, I'm actually a bit of a devil's advocate, and I am also a supporting factor and a tool for the sales team. So I sit right in the middle. So I do think I have a different perspective, or not perspective, rather an angle of sales and production and how they should speak to each other. And I think from my experience, what I've seen in my past jobs and also my current job, the biggest challenge or hurdle now, currently, as we all know, is the Middle East conflicts. That also causes a lot of price increases and volatility in the market. But then also to get your market, first of all, and to understand what your production is capable of doing. Because a lot of the times that I find is sales overpromise, under-delivers, rather than under-promise, over-deliver. So the one thing that I did for my sales team is 2 things. One is full transparency in terms of their orders. So what I'm trying to execute is a type of a McDonald's view. You've placed your order, it's now currently in production, or it's in packaging, or it's been dispatched, and you can expect this delivery. The second thing is to make them understand what are we achieving based on our markets. Are we a produce to stock, or are we a produce to order? And that also changes the way the production works. Is it a pull production or a push production? And that's very important. I had the chance to actually redesign the sales process together with my financial team, and also put in triggering and flagging systems to help them better communicate to their clients, because we found a client that is well informed doesn't get angry if his order is late. But if it is not informed, his order is late, it's a bigger problem. And that, adding to the volatility of the market, can cause clients to, close business, walk away. So I would just in short say, biggest challenge, understand what is your production capabilities, understand your market, and how that all fits together, the full supply chain. Sorry, that's a mouthful, but thank you for the opportunity to say my piece.
100% purpose. And I think, when you look at bigger companies, and there are some big companies in the manufacturing, KVR, Winbag, big companies, jewelry manufacturing, to get the synchronicity between the departments right, where on the one hand, sales pushes product and confirms and get the product and the customers across the line. Now integrate that into our ability to deliver. I'm coaching a elevator company, and that's their biggest nightmare, because on the one hand, they pressure on sales to get the sales through the door, but then die pap val op die grond in terms of production. And now I've got to go back to my client, egg in the face and say, oh, I promised you all these amazing things, and now I've got to come and eat humble pie, and we aren't able to deliver. So that dance between integrating between the various functions, critically important. So in the end, that is an internal challenge that most companies need to solve. But Kobus also said something very important. In sales, we've got to understand that we've got to move very close to our clients. I call it leaning into the boardroom, because especially your bigger clients, you want to have a seat around the table, and that's the ideal position, because then you are first-hand knowledge, experience, you listen to the conversations, And you can be proactive in terms of going back and say, listen, this is coming my way. So in sales, guys, you want to position to be proactive. You want to be building the surfboard before the tsunami strike. And the only way you can do that is to move closer to your clients, to move close to your market, to lean in and find a way into their world. Because if you are part of their world, you'll understand more about their needs and what they want. And you are positioning not, please write that down. You are not positioning your product, you are positioning the solution. So they look at Corvus or they look at Dominique or they look at Nadine as, I'm not thinking product, I'm thinking here's a person that can help me solve a problem. Okay, so immediately the moment you up your ante in terms of what they see when they look at you, Dominique, and they don't think Play-Doh and paints, they think Dominique is a problem solver. I need Dominique here. I need to chat to him. This is something that keeps me awake. So start getting used to the fact that you should not be always talking about your product. That's not what they're worrying about. You want to position as being the problem, that the person that can help them find a solution. Because that is, again, the interpersonal contact where trust sits. Does that make sense? So, jy verkoop nie groepsvis nie. Jy verkoop iets anders. Jy verkoop 'n potentiële solution maker. And your job is to stay ahead of the curve so that you are ready when they come with a question. But the more you lean into your client, they will tell you, they'll give you the hints. They will give you the problems. They'll start voicing stuff that you should be thinking about so that you can position the solution. When I approach big companies, my answer is always yes, of course I can do it. And then I go back and I go and design the surfboard. Because I know I'll use whatever resource. I will be ready with the solution when they come with a problem. Okay? Great. So I've been in business just quickly for 30 odd years. Been involved with my dad. I went to varsity briefly, a corporate, 6 years, couldn't stand a boss telling me who I am and what I should do. Phoned my dad, I'm here, joined the family business, involved in marketing, welding machines and equipment, selling welding wire and tungsten machines and importing stuff. Grew the business. When I started there years ago, we were doing $1 million a year. And I said to my dad, how about we can do $1 million a month? And within about 11, 12 years, we were doing around about 15, 16 million a year, which is well over $1 million a month. Why is that important? I did sales and marketing where there wasn't just a sales buddy, there wasn't just a website. And maybe that gave me the confidence to do what I'm doing today, because in the years when I did sales, there were no digital support of any kind. The only resources I had was a telephone and my car. I had to drive from place. If I saw a plane, I knew they're welding. And if they're welding, they might need something to sell. And it's hello, my name is Lindie. I'm just here to say hi. I happen to see that you're manufacturing. Who can I have work with to understand what is that you do? That's all the tools I have, is my car and my books. So it has changed a lot, and I think it's to our detriment. Unfortunately, and I'll share a lot about marketing and prospecting as well. I've been doing that for the last 3 years. I do think I understand the space quite a lot, because digital has come and it's messed with us. Because I see salespeople hiding behind websites. I've seen salespeople hiding behind emails. I've seen salespeople hiding behind WhatsApps. Be careful, because you don't want to be faceless in a society where we want contact. And now you choose to be faceless, and your clients say, I don't know who you are, I haven't put you in the face. Okay. So long story short, went to the Cape, long story short, started a guest house in Kempton Park, 24 rooms, 20 years ago, moved to the Cape. And yeah, since being in business myself forever, selling businesses, and for the last 10 years, a dedicated business coach. So a dedicated business coach sells an intangible service. What is coaching here? So I relate Martha with selling the invisible. Again, the concept of coaching being foreign. But yeah, 10 years later, I understand the industry. It's about me, the brand. So what I'm going to teach you today, and we're going to move on to that now, is the importance of you sitting there building a personal brand. So question I want you all to quickly think about, what do I stand for in terms of a personal brand? Even if you are selling into corporates, Dominique, you have got a personal brand because you build your brand. Your brand is is what they think when they think of you. What do you stand for? What do you guarantee? What are the things that you will make sure will happen to make sure that you've got a long relationship with your clients? So you are building a personal brand. Like Coca-Cola, like Apple. So the moment you see an Apple computer, what do you think?
Expensive.
Expensive. 100%. What else do you think?
Quality. Yeah.
Quality, absolutely. Barry, what do you think? Backup? Yeah. Dependable? Yeah. It just works. So can you imagine the millions and millions and millions of dollars?
Apple's not what they say it is. If it works in the UK, but no.
100%. But yet, they've managed to fool a whole lot of people.
That's exactly what I just spoke about with the Chinese product as well. Apple puts off on the phone, you literally pay for everything on it. Every app, any music, anything. Android, everything's free. Everything. You don't pay for any app, you don't pay for music, it's free, movies is free, everything is free. And the phone is double the price of Android. Android lasts longer, looks better.
Keep secret. I didn't know.
No, I'm just saying. And even the Apple Mac, you buy an Apple Mac, okay, cool, because it's Apple. But you can't transfer your files from a Word document to a normal PC because it's a different format. You need to spend a program to do it. So it's not feasible for
So
it's just, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just, that doesn't make sense. No. Yeah.
Challenges around technology that
And
convince
women
millions of people to trust the brand. So my question I'm asking you, how much time and energy and money are you spending in building your personal brand? Have you ever thought about it? No? No, you haven't. Or maybe a little bit. So the time, the effort that needs to go into building your personal brand, critical. What do you stand for? So in building a personal brand, I want to share this tip with you. If you want to know what people think of you, ask them. Take your top 3, 4 clients, invite them for coffee, Martha, and then you ask them, why did you choose me? What was the reason you decided to buy from? Why? So I did that a couple of years ago. I should actually do that again. But astonishing, I asked 3 of my biggest clients at that stage, why did you choose me as a coach? Guess what? All 3 of them said almost exactly the same thing. I was astonished. It's like, what? So what they said made me think, oh, but then that's the image that I portray. So if that's the image, that's my brand. That's what I stand. Does it make sense? So awesome. It's awesome. Why did they buy from you, Nadine? What did you say or do on that specific day that made them go, I want to spend 30,000 at Nadine buying a beautiful jewelry? Why? They could have gone anywhere. So all three of my clients said, I had lots of energy and it sounded like I don't give up. Yeah, I don't give up. I'm relentless. We'll get the job done no matter what. Two comrades, that's the testimony. I don't give up. All of them said, when we had the conversation, I believed more in them than they believed in themselves. And then I thought, gosh, there's something there. Why is she seeing something more in me than I see in myself? And they were intrigued and curious. And then third reason was they all said, in speaking to me, they got a sense that I'm prepared to be 100% honest. I said, you're 100%. I don't believe in sugarcoating. I'll tell you what it is. Because coaching is showing you blind spots. You've got to fix things that you don't see. So, interesting. If you want to know what is your personal brand out there, ask. Okay? Is that a BFO? Hello? See that? Yeah, why is that a BFO? You'll go. Great question.
And you got to go there and a certain excellence at the regular system. So it's just
Well, there you go. So maybe your brand is positioned in terms of being remarkable, being exceptional in whatever you do, how you carry yourself. So the moment you know that, what do you need to do about it? Use it 100%, because that is a tool in your quiver. Okay, the moment you know why people choose to do business with you, you start using it. You start building that persona with even more attention. Because if that is what they see in you, then that's where you're going to go. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Next step. At the back of your books, quickly go to the last page or close to the last page. We've given you an assessment. Let's have some fun. And the question is, are you born to sell? Right at the back, you'll see it looks like this. A Barry, you Lindie, go to the back of your book, and it looks something like this. Now, don't crook. So cover the scale down below. Moenie crook nie. In the toekomst moet ons die scale afsit. No. So otherwise, the point is be as honest as you possibly can. Cover the scale and answer those 21 questions. Read the question and it just asks you, I have my goals in writing, yes or no. So quickly run through them and answer the assessment. This is where you are 100% honest with yourself.
Yeah, maybe.
Possibly, yeah. No babies, it's yes or no. So if you are sort of maybe, decide whether you want to be tough on yourself. I'll say maybe, decide what is the grade of maybe. The point is we've got to identify blind spots or areas of our mindset and positive person that we need to fix. Let's just have some fun.
Wat beteken perceptief nou weer? Is nou nie van perceive, maar as jy sê I am perceptive.
So met ander woorde, I'm perceptive, I see things, I notice things, I've got an eye for detail, I recognize
Stuff.
stuff. Yeah.
Is a sinner.
Yeah. You've got a crystal ball.
Can't do that.
Ek het net een wat meer. Ja. Dit is goed weer gesê.
Oh well, then at least there's something you can improve on.
Wat dan?
Maybe Dominic, you should have scored Cobus. Okay. I guess then if I tell you this, mark your persistent. Well, you're persistent in wanting to learn, Anna. Right, so write down what is your number? Write down your number. Count your yeses. So
No.
let's have some fun. What is you've got 20 out of 20?
If the other people, that's the main question I asked, I just said yes. Maybe I do.
So Fridays you all count yourself. There we go. Life is tough enough.
I love myself. Right.
I love that. If you don't like yourself.
Exactly, I'll get someone else done.
Devastating. You're screwed.
It's not, so if I don't want to go with that. Exactly.
That's the big thing in sales because you've got to be carry yourself with confidence. Confidence means that I'm okay with myself. There's nothing specifically that I don't like. There's a difference, guys, in my eyes, Privacy. I don't take you as an arrogant person, but I can tell that you are confident. So there's a difference, right, between an arrogant ex, you know, someone that just always knows everything, you know, they sit, you'll know somehow. So someone that's arrogant is someone that has got blind spots in terms of chinks in their armor. That's really not that great, a little bit off-putting. So arrogance is one thing, but confidence. So how does confidence help you in your game, Lewis?
Well, you get to back yourself. So
Why is that important?
because if you can't believe yourself and back yourself, ask the customer to that. Okay, what are you saying to them?
100%. So think about what Cobus is saying. He backs himself. Because he backs himself in terms of his belief, what he knows. He backs the product. Because he backs the product, the customer is going to follow suit. That's critically important, Hayla. The moment your prospect sitting across you notices a worth of self-doubt, they go, what else is that person done for us? 100%. 100%. So the biggest obstacle in terms of us becoming really, really great at sales is self-doubt, is limiting self-beliefs, is the negativity around fear, what if. So what I want to teach you here, the moment you go into that mindset market, you have positioned yourself into yourself and your focus is no longer on your client or on the prospect. Is that right? Because you're now so busy with everything that's going on in your mind, you've lost the contact with the prospect. So that's the biggest thing that you would have to overcome, Nadine, is new in sales, is find your confidence, find your point of strength, and tell yourself it will be okay. No matter what, it will be okay.
Dis 'n verskil.
It takes time to get. So the biggest thing, Magda and Nadine, those of you that's new in sales, Hayla, is get out of your own way.
Yeah.
It's not about you. Please write that down big. Jy kan dit moet jy wil eintlik in kleur skryf nie by. You gotta get out of your own way, Magda, because it's not about you, it's about client and the client's needs. And the moment you go into fear, the moment you go into, I don't know, I'm not good enough, oh my God, they're going to see I'm inexperienced. What am I going to do? They ask me, how long have you done this? Can I just share something with you? When I started as a coach, and I remember by that time I've been in business for 20 years, I've just pivoted into a different role Mopped up. I laid awake. There's Auntie, she wasn't with me at that stage, she joined a year later. I laid awake, I lost sleep out of fear. And if someone's gonna ask me, how long have you been a coach? And I go, oh my God, what I'm gonna say, I don't wanna lie, I don't wanna say indeed. What I want to say. And then I decided I will position myself with so much confidence because it's not about the new role that I'm playing. It's about who I am as a person and what I know about life. So I've been experienced coach for 20 years. I'm just now writing business coach on my tongue. How many questions did I ever face that asked me how long have you been coach? Zero. Nobody's ever asked me that. Never. Now, never. They never asked me because I decided that I need to get out of my own way. It's not about who I am. It's about their need and how I'm now showing up and positioning them to be the solution in terms of helping them grow an amazing business. So don't go to fear. Go towards who you are as a person and just tap into Nadine who you are. I am here. I want to know what you need. I'm here to help you. It's not about you, it's about them. Can you remember that for me?
I'll say, dus iets wat ek ongelooflijk bang is voor. Ik denk dat ik weet je angst met jou, maar als willen voor dat dan.
That's what you started
It's
I remember that.
you need to be honest about yourself. Ik nog belangrijker met jou collega's. Als jij niet kan sê luister, I don't have basically the full list to hou my hand vast en ek gaan doen wat my tel met omdat ek so bietjie sit op 'n konferensie. Ek het myself so gekloe op knowledge dat ek het op baie werk met die ding. Baie. Maar as jy in jou posisie in jou omgewing environment die slimste persoon op daai tafel is wat elke vraag kan antwoord. Kan jy conference bullshit? So if I told me, jy kan nie ons heeltemal. It's like an Oscar interview, you all clued up.
Yeah.
And my conference kon ek nie invitasie met my best customer. That's what I want to do.
Absolutely. Okay, so fabulous for that. And in the end, you've got to go to what you need in order to pull it off and then around. So no, there's no failure, there's just learning. Okay, there's no failure, it's just learning. So every no that you get teaches you something about something you need to go and fix, either in yourself or in the process or in the knowledge. Now, I'm not going to ask you to declare and shout your number. We just wanted to have some fun. But just in doing the assessment, who's learned something about themselves except Willis? Who's learned something about yourself in doing the assessment? Yeah, go for it, Jess Marie. What have you learned about yourself?
I need to be more observant. So I am observant and I see stuff like this, but I can work on that. I can be better when it comes to observant.
There we go. Again, in order to be more observant, I've got to get out of my own head and I've got to be self-aware around, okay, Jess Marie, focus. Jess Marie, pay attention. Okay,
Yeah.
lovely. Who else learned something about this? Wendy?
Say no. But I've learned a lot from all of the other opposites of yourself and all of the other something about the chair.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know. Honestly, it doesn't work.
And then I'll something about themselves? Yeah.
I think everyone, well, just personally, it's something I have that, I've learned, you need to, like I'm listening to you, you need to listen.
Write that down, pick a color, write that down. It sounds I've got to listen. God gave us 2 ears. Use it in that proportion.
Tend to interrupt the client and you're not listening to it, going beyond the sale. So my biggest thing here, when it's asked me, am I a good listener, I would know. Because I've trained myself every time, listen. And when the client is in a full stop with a comma, he hasn't finished talking. So listen, and you'll know when to then react.
You know what? I think not just in sales, I think it's one of the things that us humans struggle the most. We're not listening. At work, I'm not listening. I've seen, but I'm not paying attention. I'm not fully present. Big one. Big one. I'll tell you a story. Years ago, I saw a husband and wife. They came to me, it's an electrical wholesaler, yeah. And they just come through a difficult patch where they caught a whole lot of their senior staff stealing, and they had to dismiss them. And they came to see me, and it was about them wanting to do some team building to just solidify the sense of pride and, to sort of a little bit of trauma handling. And I go, but I'm a business coach. And I go, and I wasn't listening, Murray. And I kept on thinking, they would be a fantastic client. I'd love to coach them in terms of blah, blah, blah. I was, and I kept on putting solutions in front of them. And eventually, I think they were so fed up with me, they just wanted to get out of it. And of course, I didn't close them. And afterwards, in thinking about the purpose, I realized I was so hung up on wanting to sell them something that I thought that would be wonderful. What? Business coach. I mean, really. All these conversations in my head, I was listening. I never signed them. That was a very important lesson for me to learn.
And I think that goes with that is that a lot of people, when they do sales, I think it's about you. It's not about you, it's about the customer. So whatever you have to say, it doesn't matter. That you need to find out what they need first.
The moment someone sits in front of me, and all I can hear is their wonderful product and what they are coming and how they're going to save me today, and I go, you don't know anything about me. So how can you even be so arrogant to think you can propose something that I don't even want? So a big one. I love that. Well done, Murray. Anything else?
Thank you, Martin.
Thanks.
So I thought this goes hand in hand. Not listening, but not taking it. So it may hear the first two sentences of the word. And half an hour later, damn, you should take it.
So one thing, a little tip, on listening and forcing yourself to listen is take notes. Because the moment I sit with a pen in my hand and I'm having a conversation with Martha, and I'm forcing myself to take notes, I'm forcing myself to hear what she said, I've got to make a note. Those notes have saved my ass plenty of times. Because then I can go back and say, listen, I heard you say, I made a note. So just, can we talk a little bit more about that? What's that about? What else do you need? So the moment I make notes, I am saving myself in terms of I need to remember, and I'm forcing myself to listen to write something down. So that helps. Right, we are moving on. Okay, I quickly wanted to share this with you. Going off script, but that's what I normally do. This is called an identity iceberg. So 90% of who we are as a person is below the surface, not visible for anyone except myself. And I go into my subconscious. So underneath lies your skill, your knowledge, your experience, your CV lives in the unconscious, because unless you print it out and give it to someone, I don't know who you are, I don't know what you're exposed to. So skill, belief, my beliefs I hold in terms of life, my belief I hold in terms of myself. The values that I believe in, values there's guiding principles, very important, is to know what are the values that I stand for. It's part of your personal brand. And all of this makes up your identity. All of that is submerged below the surface. And work floats in the sea. So I am constantly surrounded by an environment. Your environment is your colleagues, your environment is your clients, your environment is your friends, your environment is the stuff you watch, the things you read. It is life in general that surrounds you, that's your environment. Okay. 10% of who you are as a person is noticeable to the world. So what can I see of Magda? What can I, if I watch Magda, what will I see of Magda? That's the question. 10%. See how she makes decisions. What does she weigh up? What is her, so what's her process for getting to a yes or a no? So I can watch it because I can literally see her actions or her behavior, right? Body language. So behavior, what she says, all of that. The reality is 90% of this is influenced by the subconscious. Now, back to you, Nadine. Brand new in sales, you're still getting accustomed to the fact that you're writing sales on your business card. And probably a lot of self-doubt. I don't know if I can do this. Am I right? Yeah. 100%. So a lot of self-doubt. Guess what? The word above belief is skill. So to explain this, so for instance, I've got an aunt and she dies and she leaves for me a sushi restaurant. And I go, sushi, I'm going to flog this restaurant. I'm going to take my 500,000 or whatever I can get for this. No way in hell I'm going to manage a sushi restaurant. I can't do it. This is impossible. And now I start thinking about it and go, well, wait a minute. It's in a great location. It seems to have a great fact, got lots of customers. I'm going, well, maybe that's not a great decision. Maybe I should think about this. Maybe I should go to a sushi chef. Maybe I should learn the trade. Maybe I need to go to a couple of courses. Maybe I need to understand what it means to run a restaurant. And as soon as I start investing in my skill and understanding, what happens with my belief? It changes from I can't do this to guess what? I am Lindie Malan, the owner of a sushi restaurant. Yay! What happened? I invested in my skill and understanding. It changed my belief. So if you're sitting here fearing and living in self-doubt, what do you need to do?
Or scary.
You need to be here today. You need to get the skills. You need to get the evidence that I'm going to be okay. Does that make sense? Right, BFO, I hope. Right, so let's move on. Of course, mindset. Willis, Barry, any feedback from you guys at this point? Something that you've learned about yourself?
Barry, you can go ahead. No, I'm sorry, Lindie. Mom, I want to say one thing. I did this quickly, and I was almost like Cobus getting 100%, but then I started to be truthful to myself, and I realized 2 points. The one is I accept rejection with positive attitude, and the other one is I can handle details. Now, the first one, accepting rejection and positive attitude. Obviously, at the face, when someone gives me comments or rejection, I am positive and you can see that I'm calm, but at the back of my head, I obviously break down my walls. I lie also awake and think, oh, what did I do wrong? How can I do it better? And at that point, my wife actually came in and said, you know what, Cobus, you now have a choice. You either learn from this in sense of what can you learn from this mistake, or this mistake will keep on repeating up to the point where you will learn what you need to learn, and then this won't happen again. So my brain changed, or my mindset changed from, oh no, you know what, I screwed up, to, okay, what can I learn from this and how can I better my situation going forward? The second part is handling the details. I'm someone that takes on a lot more than I am capable of executing. That I learned in the past. That today, as I am where I am today, I don't do that anymore because it was the devil in the details that caught up to me. To actually know exactly what are the ETAs, what are the ETDs that I need to focus on, what do I need to execute, and instead of having 20 objectives executing at 95%, I now have 10 objectives executing at 120%. And that extra 20% is what gets me across the line. I'm still struggling with this step, but it's something that I'm aiming for. So those are the two things that I learned.
Brilliant. So the importance of being realistic in terms of what I am actually capable of. And the second one, again, rejection, critique, negative feedback. Where does that live in your subconscious? What do you do with that? So you've got two choices. You can either say, yeah, hulle was reg all along, I suck at this, I can't do this. Or I can go, guess what? You just need to get better. Back to the skill, the things that you need to work on in order to improve so that next time I'm more ready for whatever comes. Does that sense? So if you can change a mindset from I don't know, I'm not ready, all of those things towards I'm excited, I'm going to learn, a year from now I'm going to be a different Nadine, that should get you excited, right? Lovely. So all that purpose. Right. So of course, what's your why? Now, when do we even start talking about purpose in life? So I told you the three things that will define success in terms of what you do is mindset, momentum, and money. Mindset, momentum, and money is determined by how badly you want this. And now you've got to ask yourself, want what? So a couple of moments, introspection is come up with a reason why you chose to do what you do. What is your ultimate gain? What is your purpose? What you do, Dominique, deep down in yourself, tick your boxes. Because purpose ultimately is finding the link between what you do and who you are as a person. I'm going to say that again. Purpose is finding the link between what you do and who you are as a person. What you do and who you are as a person, that's your purpose. Because if you are clear around why you do what you do, you'll never run out of motivation to get out of bed and go and do the hard thing. Find the link between who you are as a person and what you do. And it's not that easy. Not that easy. It took me probably the best of about 3-4 years to come up with something that I remotely believe in terms of my purpose. It took me 3 to 4 years to figure it out. It's not that obvious. If you are doing it.
Ja, maar jy het dit uitgefigure en dit maak that you come across even with more confidence because you believe in who you are and what you're doing.
Exactly.
Jy moet daai antwoord hê, jy moet daai why hê.
The moment you are real purpose, it becomes meaningful. The moment you find your why, the moment you find your purpose, life starts to matter. What you do starts to matter. So you start moving into the space of doing work that matters for those that care. The moment you find out your purpose, you move towards the world of doing work that matters for you, for those that care. Yeah. So my purpose, so think about it before I declare my purpose. I'm proud of it. It took me freaking 4 years to figure that out. I was exhausted, Mo. Exhausted, frustrated. Are you having fun? Yeah, I am. Are you loving this? Very enlightening. Enlightening, yeah. Yay. Right? Skype this might be a 5-star review than me. I'm joking. Except no less.
It isn't.
Yeah, it's not 5 stars. I'm working for a 5-star review. Okay, who wants to share? Anyone that has heard a purpose or a reason for why you're doing what you're doing? Let's go for it.
I think it's for helping people. When you do it on their own and give you satisfaction when you can have a customer or,
What is that about?
I don't know. Because at the factory as well, I'm just not a salesperson. So I've got my fingers in all the pie. So I'm the fleet manager, I'm the salesperson, the head of sales, do all kinds of stuff.
What is the emotion that you feel when you're helping others?
I don't know. You're not satisfaction, not satisfaction.
Okay.
Yeah, like a, I don't know, almost like being content. You
Well,
know?
there's your purpose.
Yeah,
So you could be selling, I don't know, fruit lollies on Florida Beach.
yeah, I see it, no.
100%, because as long as there's that connection with I'm helping someone and I find that joy in terms of the difference I'm making,
Yeah,
I'm happy to do what I'm
yeah,
doing.
yeah, that's why I don't have an issue with my work, because it's not really good. It's just,
So exactly, so it should be more than the paycheck. Because listen, please don't tell me I'm doing what I'm doing because I need to feed my family. Blah. I mean, that's an obligation. That's not a purpose. Great, I love that. Okay. I'm doing what I'm doing because I love. What's the Elsa?
Ek word in werk met my en ek maak 'n ander side hustle tot my sportsales.
dit is met the process.
Bosse, word genoem stokkelhuis.
Okay.
Anyway, maar dit nou is nog maar alles by eintlik werk en dit wil so om te help en om 'n positiewe outcome te sien daaruit. Wat 'n baie doel is ook om as jy 'n studie het of jy 'n kliënt het van optel om iets te lewer, weet om ook 'n personal connection te maak met die persoon en gesels weer en om te sien hoe daai verhouding develop. En ja, so ek is baie lief vir mense en ek hou daarvan na die tafel toe te bring en om ek hou daarvan I like to feel needed. En ja, ek love daai feeling van ek daarin I'm needed.
There's the outdoor. I love the feeling I'm needed. I love the feeling I'm needed. Aan die einde van jou dag, as jy terugdink aan jou dag, en dan vir wie was daar vandag?
Ja.
Wie is dankbaar dat ek vandag met hulle chat?
Nou, dis nie net 'n werk van het lewe.
I love feeling of being needed. Ubuntu. Ubuntu is die beginsel van I am Ubuntu. Dit is 'n jare terug. Eerlikheid. 1986, hoeveel jare terug is dit?
Ek gebore.
Haal ek al uit.
Dis die eerste opgereis.
So jare terug, 40 jaar terug, het ek my meesters reising in op personeel bestuur gedoen. My titel was Ubuntu in the place of work. Wat het ek verstaan vir dit? Net mooi mens. Maar die jare het ek dit begin waardeer wat Ubuntu verstaan. Ek is deur jou. Met ander woorde, my menswees kry significance deur jou. As ek nie daai koneksie met jou het, is ek nie 'n mens. Dit is mooi nie. Van lees op oor Ubuntu. Dis waarskynlik center to your purpose. Lovely, né?
Yeah.
Be above?
Yes.
Yes.
Mindful.
Yes. Iemand anders wants to share? Right, you've got work to do, right? So figure out what's your purpose, because once you get your purpose waxed, you'll never run out of fuel and motivation to do what you do, because that fuels you. Your purpose becomes more important than you. And you will seek those things in life and in business because it connects you to who you are and what you do. Took me 4 years to figure out my purpose. My purpose is 3 things I've written big on my wall. I want to lead with courage. I want to coach with impact. And I want to live with joy. Period. That's my purpose. So I'll see challenges out there that challenge me in terms of courage. I'll see those clients where I want to feel that I make an impact. And I want to remind myself that life's not that serious. I want to have joy. Hallelujah. Be clear about it. Right. So, the success of life. I warned you that we're going to do a lot of work on self. Because self propels success in life and in sales. My success formula is B times 2 equals PAM. Right. So, let's take for a moment a sales goal. Nadine wants to sell 200,000 worth of jewelry in the month of May. That is what it? Okay. So her sales target is 390,000 worth in terms of sales in the month of May. Ons is jammer. Mindset, moment. So Nadine needs the 118 wants. He wants to go up. So let's write it down. B times 2 equals 390,000. So what this slide is teaching us, can you let me see? What this slide is teaching us that our outcomes in terms of sales is determined by 2 things. Is who we are as a person, mindset, identity, belief that lives in my being. And then the second part of today is spending a lot of training and time around. So now that I've waxed who I need to be as a person, now I've got to figure out what do I need to do. Because we can't just focus on do, because then we get these inconsistencies. So figure out what is the work that I need to do in terms of me as a person, because me as a person is the driver, is the accelerator, is the dynamo behind the activity. So it's the combination of the effort I put into growing myself, my being, together with investing in what I'm supposed to do consistently that will guarantee me the success. So we're going to do a lot of training on do, but take a moment, couple of minutes, and write down typical behavior. Now, don't look at the notes, because the answers are there. But some of the traits of successful salespeople, or maybe just successful people in life. Maybe I must just start there. But it doesn't have to be a sales rep. You can be anything. You can be a CEO, you can be a chef, you can be a kindergarten teacher, you can be an industrial engineer like my son. So in order to be successful in life, how do we need to show up as a person? So what do you guys think? Come on. Let's have a conversation. How do I need to show up as a person in order to be successful in life? Authentic. Authentic. Why is, no, I love that. Why is that, Martha? What does authenticity mean?
Vir my beteken dit om op te daag as jy true self, want as jy nie is nie, mense gaan dit sien. Ek wil sê mos my groot en
Falsheid.
ja,
Aangepak.
Ja, daai. So,
It's just, no,
Ja,
knowledge.
ja, want hier is die ding, authenticity, it's created by consistency. Again, it takes you back to your brand. Want as ek nie authentic is, dan van wat ek doen en hoekom ek dit doen nie, dan kan mense dit uitsnip. O, jy was al, jy was terug en jy was al, en dan waar is jy nou? Nou is jy weer off somewhere else. Yeah. So if you truly believe you need transparency, that word, who is means transparent with words? Ek love that.
Hulle moet net weet wat hulle kry. Jy kan nie die woord sê, dis maar basically die bullshit.
ja.
Be completely
Ja.
transparent.
Ja.
So Kobus, my seun, jy het gepraat van sales constantly over promising. Now I'm going to go back to my client. I've got to say, so by the way, the lift that I promised you on site 2 weeks from now is actually not even manufactured yet. So I'm not being fully transparent. So the moment I am authentic, I am transparent, and I will be truthful with the truth. I'll honor the truth. Do you think we should be honest as a person? Well, in life anyway, right? To not be selective around the truth. The truth, when you are truthful and authentic, Magda, dan plaas jy jou prospect in die beste posisie om jou te trust. Want hulle weet, jy gaan truthful and honest and transparent wees rondom die goed en die sleg. En ek is klaar wil die sleg weet, want ek wil vroegtydig aan 'n besluit of saam met jou werk om 'n ander oplossing te soek. Because we know lots, ja, jy kan sien net daar sit en die beste promise, iemand lewe werk nie so nie. Wat gebeur wanneer 'n fout gaan?
As jy dink met jou beste vriend, jy is jou beste vriend die ou wat net die woordplaas van jou tyd of die ou wat jy sê met die coupon.
Steeds, the honest one.
Ja, dis jy wat hy kom van skool. Hy is daar, maak se wat hy sê nie. Ek
trust hom.
dit alles is transparant.
Is dit nou wat ware vriendskap is?
Ja,
Ja.
ja.
Ja,
As jy weet hoe dat jy sê, jy in 'n huis.
dis veel mense is.
Ja, terug het 'n vriende van my so op die gashuis gekoop het, dis en ek vat hulle en ek wys hulle en my vriend sê vir my, wat rook jy? Wie wil 'n gastehuis in Kempton? Wie gaan in Kempton Park in 'n gastehuis slaap? En ek dink, wat's fout met jou? Enigiemand gaan wil. En 'n paar maande later bou ek toe na die gastehuis, 24 kamers, werk al af. En oor 'n braaivleisvuur sê sy vrou, jy weet, ek sal so gat vol vir jou en jou gastehuis en dis al wat jy vra. Ouch.
Ja.
En op dat oomblik het ek besef, I've become so assuming in terms of who I am and what I'm building. I've lost with my friend. Eina. Maar wanneer dit was baie vol, so nou het ek besef, trek op daai blind, ek kan nie net altyd wees daar vir ander. Right, so wat nou? Maak ons suksesvol as mens. Ek glo dit. Wat beteken dit?
Om relatief vir inself, vir consistency, vir opstaan, opdaag, oefening, mooi lyf, jezelf represent. Dan iedere keer wat jy in my brein, as ek opstaan en op staan, ek weet ek het moeilik om te doen. Maar ek was my soort van ding, is toch goed. En dan was ik in voorbereid. Ik heb mezelf aan, voor de creativiteit, voor antwoord.
Je dress the bar.
Die dress te wat. Ik enige vast.
Love,
Ja.
my woord, dit is intentional.
Ja.
Ek dink ook wat saam met daarvan is, as jy mense, ek weet nie, they say in English, they say people feed off your energy. So as jy gaan instap en jy dink, ek het nie lus vir vandag, ek wil nie dit vandag doen nie, maar kom ek gaan sien maar die kliënt, dan gaan daai kliënt ook wees, ek het nie lus om jou te sien vandag, ek wil met jou praat hê. So dit, jy moet altyd exciting wees en
Met daai, dis dan jy weer meer gemoeid met jouself, as om daar op te daag, jy hierdie moeite gedoen, nou pay attention, be present, and be there for the client. Ja, dis daai positive energy. Ja. Yeah, the confidence. I've got to say, Marie, fake it not until you make it.
Well, I've always said, like, my last stories.
I go, fake it until you believe it. It's like, you have a silly smile up your face, happy today, blah, 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 no. No, I am, no, I'm not yet. And then eventually, yay. So fake it until you believe it, because again, it's being intentional, being focused, big thing, being proactive, getting, I can roughly what to say, mindset, mindset, mindset. Big thing around being intentional, being proactive. Waar anders moet ons wees om succesvol te wees?
Ek goed, en nie so al die goed is goed en wel, maar as jy nie, besit met jouself en invest in jouself, wat jouself kyk nie, gaan dit moeilik wees om van die goed te doen.
En hoe lyk dit?
Dit alles, net, saam, die stupid goed, die klein goed, staan vroeër op, wees meer, berei self voor, gaan stap so nou in 'n blok, fisies kyk na jouself. Selfs as die gewone goed wat ons almal hoef vir tyd het of afjaag nie. Ek weet in my persoonlike lewe moet ek dit definitief meer doen. Want ek voel as jy na jouself kyk en slaai hormone wat afgeskei word, en dan, ja, so dan, ja, dan goed jy voel soos jy is eerlik. Jy gaan nie wil, jy gaan nie extra maak vir mense. Jy weet, daai tipe van goed, stel belang in mense, stel belang wat hulle sê, jy is ook vir opinie, so ek dink net dit alles vir vandag speel 'n rol, want het begin by jouself.
So, Jim Rowan sê, Elsie, Jim Rowan, jy kan maar gaan volg, Jim Rowan, Rowan spel jy R-O-H-N, Jim Rowan, he says, never wish your life was easier, wish you were better. Because if I am better, life becomes easier. If I'm more disciplined, if I'm more proactive, if I'm more focused, if I'm more authentic, if I work towards being more honest, if I work towards having more positive energy, all those things can you see comes back to exactly what you said, Elsa. If I am more, I can do more. Guess what? And I will have more.
En dan mooi. Want jij nog zei, klaar, tot we punt, hier heel veel van zeggen. Zij dat zeggen, waarin ik ben. Zij dat zeggen. Ja.
Ora,
Zij staat op, je vrouw is nu meestal dat je wordt wakker, je staat op vroeg, je trekt aan je mouw, zelf mooi bij je voorbij, als het op goed te voelen jezelf. Want dat is je beeld. Maar jij kunt zeggen om vroeg op te staan. Ik haat vroeg. Ik heb al gedraaid, ik is lang 40, ik kan niet vroeg opstaan, ik word niet vroeg op mijn school, ik kan niet vroeg op werk. Dus, maar dat is vaak. Maar jij moet eerlijk niet. Jij moet eerlijk, als hij tevreden is van jezelf, die beste jij kunt met jezelf. Jij kan niet nog wel kijken, dat weet ik, je kan niet nog wel kijken en zeggen, zij is van 5 kilo, dat zijn 4 kilo, ze komt terug, ze was niet voor of ze trekt aan, ze mooi neertje, ze klaar. Ik ben ook als een wakker, dan denk ik dat ik 3 dagen als geslapen. Van je kan niet. Ik heb just net geslapen. Ik heb een weekly wat ziek is en was toch wel blij om te kijken.
Wow, op mijn recht waarop ik vind ik hier op school, mijn kind moest sport op school wees, en ek moes ook met hier gekool uit. So, ek het fan, sinds people sit on.
Dit moet sindsdien jy moet jouself bereik, maar van baie mense sien dit is aan maniere. So, byvoorbeeld ek is waar ek sê maar gebruik. Ek is op die wakker raak, ek sal nie maar hare kan mee, ek sal uitstap ek sien dieselfde confidence hê as wat mense maar net geshower en 4 uur. En dis net jou mindset, dis jy hier is en wat jy wil vernoem. Jy weet by mense kan sien. Dan dink ek is 'n beter vir jouself. Daai is maar die wie.
Self-awareness. It's just become aware of self, understand yourself without comparing to everyone else. Find your own rhythm. So the come with self-awareness. And again, it's about, who should you be most honest? Self.
Yeah.
So start by being most honest about yourself, who you are, find your rhythm, self-aware. Right, so be you have. Do you remember that? Yes. So I made a list, it's in your notes. So definitely curious. Do we need to be curious to be successful?
Yes.
How does curious help? Expand your knowledge, ask questions, never assume. Ons gaan nou koffie drink. All daai ene. So guys, when I look for someone to join my team, I'm looking for someone that's curious. I don't want the person that's got all the answers waxed because I know I'm going to struggle with that person. That person is always going to say, ja, maar. Ja, maar, ja, maar, ja, maar, tot ek wil naar word. I'm going, ja, and what else? So questions, listening has got to do with curiosity. So really get good at being curious. Creative. What has creativity got to do with being a salesperson?
Ja, that's a box, alternative.
Because I said it's not you and your product, it's about the solutions you put on the table. So the longer you are in your game, the more you understand the industry and the more you can come back to your client and say, let me think about this, I'm going to get back to you. And then get creative in terms of possible solutions that would fit their need. So we've got to become creative. You can't sell off a price list.
Ja, ek
Client- Ja.
Ek even in my industrie wat
Ja,
jy kan kreatief raak.
jy kan natuurlijk kan jy creatief raak.
Maar dit wys jy 'n bietjie hulle situasie gaan dink aan waar jy net soos 'n sakpas pakket.
And also, creativity also is about how you present
Yeah.
solutions. Creativity is about the tools you give your client in terms of whatever. So you can become really creative in terms of the whole package, not just in terms of the solution. 100%. Yeah, so get creative around what I offer, what other things I can do. Right? So then, of course, discipline. Get really good at being this, because I'll share that everyone that's here today, I'll share with you a YouTube video, actually two that I'll share with you. But Seth Godin talks about the importance of doing the boring reps. So, the real amazing high performance in life, they train when everybody is sleeping. That's discipline. Because in order to be successful when the light was shining, I had to do the training when everyone was sleeping or whenever. So it's about becoming really good in terms of discipline. Because if you keep on breaking promises to yourself, Magda, you probably will break promises towards your customers, because that's being authentic. Get really good at keeping promises you make with yourself, because that builds authenticity and brand.
Ja, ek dink nou want dit in my lewe waar ek nou is, dit is baie makliker vir my om te disiplineer te wees. Ek kinders nie huis toe. Nou dit is net ek.
So wie gaan nou worry of jy nou opstaan of nie opstaan nie?
Ja.
Consistent. We talked about it, got to become consistent, equals brand. Risk taker. Again, you're taking the risk, saying yes, daring to go where nobody's going, asking questions that you didn't think you'd be at the courage to even ask. Again, growth lies where risk is. If you just stick to comfort zone, always just talking to the same customers, never venturing out of your normal space, that is where growth lies. So again, when we feel the constraints of business, Mary, we've got to ask ourselves, what are the risks that we need to now start taking? And when you are in business, I coach business owners because we want to look at growth together with risk. But there is something to say for being a little bit more open towards risk, because that's where possibility lies. Okay, so we've got to become a little bit more, less risk and a little bit more of a risk taker. Of course, commitment. That's why I asked about purpose and why, because in the end, you've got to commit to something. Commit to yourself, commit to success, commit to outcomes, commit to something. Right, so commitment, what do I stand for? What do I want to do? What do I want to achieve? Irregardless of how difficult it is. Driven to win. Ha! Who likes to win? Hands up. Who likes to lose? Nobody. So we don't like losing. Right. So fall in love with winning. What does winning for you look like? Fall in love with the concept of winning, the desire to win. Even if it's just winning the consent of your customer, winning at making your customer feel it was a fantastic day. They're so glad you came. Right. Basically, learning, I've talked about skill, investing in yourself, authenticity, we talked about it, a consistent one. And then, of course, energy, 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 energy. Energy, energy, energy. Always looking for positive. Right. I want to break for tea. We've got some lovely coffee and eats there. For a moment, quickly look through your notes and read or mark one BFO that you've had up to. Come on. BFO. BFO is a blinding flash of the obvious, something you've learned that you didn't know before. Stand. Barry, you're lucky. Anything from your side that would also be fantastic. Anything that stands out, something that you've learned.
Just a comment made about me. Yeah.
Oh, the war surcharge. Brilliant. Big BFO. So thanks to Vinback.
Just that.
Yeah.
And it's,
Being transparent about policy.
A month it's gonna vary, so, because of, gonna have literature proving that, so.
So, Mario, what's been another BFO for you?
BFO for me just, purpose.
Purpose. Having a reason to do what I do.
Yeah.
Lovely. Ilka, yours as well. My wife, invest in finding out for earnings. Anyone else? Come on. Please.
Mine is when you're asking the client what they think of you.
Getting understanding your brand, what you stand for, asking your client what they see in you, what they appreciate. Big BFO. Maybe.
The conversation about purpose. Like something I've struggled with for years, and I think I finally found my purpose.
Others finding the joy.
No, like mine is to solve. Whatever the case is, I need to solve something. I'm happiest, I'm driven when I can solve. My film.
Okay, guys, fabulous. Everybody up. Come on. We're gonna grab. You're gonna look at me first. You're gonna let go of what you need to let go of. But not that. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3. Whoop. We're locking the learning. Okay, so grab learning, let go of whatever, and count with me. 1, 2, 3. Whoop. Back here at 11 o'clock, there's some tea, there's some coffee, there's some lunch. It's enjoy the sun, 11 o'clock, and we get going. Okay, guys? Yeah. Good. Help yourself. Go to the ladies. Do what crazy.
Hi, Barry, Yolanda, are you just as upset as me that we can't get some coffee and snacks?
You know, I would love to be there in person.
Definitely. But I'm going to make myself a cup of coffee now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, guys. So go into your pantry, go and find something to eat, and we'll see one another back at 11 o'clock. Barry, I've just
Awesome.
got you on the screen now. Can you guys still see the presentation on your side? Is it still in presentation mode or not?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to see you for a moment. Okay, we'll fiddle
No,
back.
that's great.
BFOs from your side, Barry.
Sure. So the one about asking your clients what they think of your brand, I think there's a lot of value in that, and I think we should engage with our alumni and ask ask people who have been into the process and through the process actually.
100%, big one. So who are we? What do you appreciate of us? What do we stand for? Because again, know your brand, and then you can build on that in terms of connection.
Absolutely.
Big one. Yay. Kobus en jy, terwyl hulle gou-gou tee drink hierdie kant. Enige BFO's van jou kant af?
I think it's important to, from my side, in terms of supporting my sales team, to understand their challenges as well. Hearing from the guys there in person what they face and their challenges, it's good to have that perspective. Sometimes you forget that each salesperson has their own challenge with their own client, and it's important to have the empathy and sympathy to understand their challenge and how can I, as their supporting tool, be supportive to them and to achieve their goals. Is it maybe a better view in terms of where your products are, or communicating any changes, or advising them on some of the product decisions, anything like that? I think that's a big thing that I've now learned.
100%. Okay, so go and have some tea and coffee. 100%, Kobus. If we want to manage people in outset, we need to have an understanding of who they are and what they struggle with. Yay. Bly om jou people te sien, Lee.
Maar ek gaan net gou, ek het nou vir Ansie my skedule aangestuur. Ek het net gou 2 meetings, maar ek sal so aan en af kom. Sy het my skedule so sy sal weet wanneer ek online is en offline is.
Okay, awesome. The same with you, Barry. And Barry, you still on the call till what time about?
Yes, my training is starting at 1 o'clock, so I'll be probably until just before 1.
Okay, awesome. Okay, guys, lovely. Super excited to have you here.
Dankie.
All righty, go and have a break.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wat kan ik hier aan doen?
Ja. No, viene anche fare solo. Ja, non vedi, forse. Ah. I can just see a lot of people. Ja, neem foto's, maar ek doen goeie foto's.
Jy kan nou, as jy op jou die foto van ActionCOACH wil sit, volg met ons video.
Dan kyk my foto's stuur. Ja,
Lindie is back with her awesomeness.
wat sê jy?
Ek sê Lindie is back with her awesomeness.
Dankie.
So baie dankie, jy weet hoe baie ek dit nodig het gedoen.
Ja, en maar die regte ding kom ons wanneer jy dit op daai oomblik nodig het.
Ek glo, as ek net gaan te balkon en dis ek so lekker en los bel nie.
Plaas bel jy my net. Oh,
So ja, maar as sê jy sien
ja.
maar jy
Ek is nooit so besig nie. Jy kan my altyd bel en WhatsApp stuur, dan sal ek altyd respond.
dis letterlik dieselfde, dis presies wat ek nou doen, dat ek nie self doen, dis nog kleiner. Dit bestaan nog nie. So is ek kan wel nie sien, presies, persisse, want dit is so wyd.
Ja,
So, ek moet weet wat om eers te bou. Dit is
jy kan net.
ja.
Ja.
Dis wat nou met die Engels
Ek swaal nou. Ek dink dat jy die mense in die lokaal wat stokbous ek sien dat die algemene mense van hulle is ja, dankie. Ek kan nie uitpraat oor hierdie ding. Ja, ek is nie gespanne oor die plek, ek is net gespanne om dit was. En dit is dit is gewoon vast. Dit daar. Ek breek seker maar van Kobus en Barry laat sien en dat Maar ek is bly ons rekord, so ek kan van die dinge kan dit maar. Ons is daar staan ons die projek plan. Dan moet gaan ons kry sy op. Ek wil net vir jou moet jy sê praat. Sommige dankie my. Dan van my is goeie. Mooi. Is that thing? And I will be there working. Something by very perfect. Which one I like? Everything so exuberant. I'm gonna buy those for you. Make it on legal purchase. That looks because as I always so this project went that side of the street when you get the invitation. And then I went really hard for like bus. Now we didn't let the side. What my version of so what and I still have the rest. What's beautiful in dress. Dit was vir jou aan klippen afgewerkt. Ek weet wat om te gee van dit. Nee, very expensive, but it was great shop. I was never worth it, but
Okay.
yeah.
We can revitalize.
Almost like the feast sitting around. I think it's fresh up.
Yeah, you're gonna have a little break there. You know, just to, make sure what's in your head is still the right thing.
Back, but it's so much, it's a different speaker.
Well, the more that you see this, you know, we fucking say we all screw right? It's important to be everyone's on the same, well, you know, obviously it's with all the internets and webs, the layers and stuff, everyone's still on the same page. Not really, no, very close to factory, so he's more production and factory, so I know anything. And that's been through a lot of very, yeah, he moans, not no stuff, and he moans when he's crossed my legs.
Sorry.
Hey, sorry. He's a twin, so. No, he's a twin.
Together.
It's just the two of us. We own the rest.
There's some cereals.
He's got my range got two girls, I've got two boys, so what's that?
Are they all?
No, my youngest boss, but he's in surgery on the yachts now in America. He's making lots of money. I don't know if he'll come home.
That's it, so I make such.
Well, he wants to make money so he can buy himself something. Yeah, great.
I'd like to see your plans been back.
Yeah, it's just been that. Yeah, for sure. Anytime. Just right next to, you know, second, live a lot more. There you go.
Yeah.
No, that's just see the manufacturing. Manufacturing is, it's a sheet of plastic and then you have the finished product.
It's always for me amazing what.
The machinery.
No. I am, yeah.
Where those people coming out, we get this, so we have unscheduled orders, so we always ready. Always ready.
I'd love to see. I'd love to see you guys as well.
Maybe more on steps.
See, chaos.
We do a month.
How many?
1,000.
4,000 SKUs.
Yes.
That's a lot. We got,
I don't see that chaos.
I think we got,
Yeah, a lot of
max 25.
Sure. That's a management stock. It's quite content.
So you're, what is your, Kevin,
Kevin Anger.
okay, got the bike, so if you do, I used to do also injection mold. Maybe you will, the little touch on the ones.
That's trying because we have so many.
Yeah, you,
Kevin. So,
I know them both for.
it's very
Fine.
unfortunate.
You were still in, Kalani.
Yeah.
Yes, no, it's still.
You saw that? Right. I remember. We have the one that. That was still, that was stuff. I've been remembering up about so 12 years ago.
Yeah, so, yeah.
It's close to it, just before that, so.
Guys, everyone watered up. So, just quickly, I don't want to say too much about this because I do believe the slide explains itself. If you listen here, with the feeling that perhaps I need to change something. I need to maybe look at a certain aspect of my life. I don't know. I just need to change because what I'm seeing, what I am receiving, what I'm ticking off is not in line with my expectation. You'll need to change. So the formula of change I want to teach you lives in that formula. So how do we explain this is dissatisfaction times vision. So if you're sitting here and you think, gosh, I need to change, what are the things that you are dissatisfied about? Dissatisfied about my income, dissatisfied about dissatisfied about inconsistency in my sales, dissatisfied, God forbid, around my life, around my marriage, my relationships, dissatisfied about my health, how I live. What are you dissatisfied against? Now, that's one thing, but if we just live in dissatisfaction, it has got a way of pulling us down. People we know be negative, right? So the antidote to negativity, I'll say, is to go towards what do I dream about? So if I can make a list of all the things that I need to change and work on, that aside, and then I'll go into becoming a kid again. So what I love is when you go into a class of 5-year-olds and you ask them, so what do you want to become when you're big? And you'll see them sparkling with dreams. Oh, I'm going to become a firefighter. Or my youngster, Danica, when she was asked in kindergarten, what do you want to become? And at that stage, my husband had a Celtics garage. And she excited everyone by saying, because for her, that was just the most amazing thing to pull up tanks and wash windscreens. She wants to. But then to dream again. So, Martha, when we find ourselves not motivated, not switched on, not really in high performance mode, maybe you lack a dream. What is that one thing that you still want to achieve? Where's your bucket list? Lately, I remember that I always wanted to learn to surf. I live on the ocean, forgot about that dream altogether, and I polished that off and thought, well, I'm too old to surf. Oh, surely there's been hippie gigs older than me. I'm sure I can surf. So what are the things that you still dream about? So go to dreaming. How do you do that? You do it, make it visible. Do a dream chart. Take a whole stack of magazines, cut out pictures, get your excitement going. Maybe you lack some fun. Maybe you lack some adventure. Life's not over until you get that last breath. So what are the things that you still dream about? So dissatisfaction, vision. What that formula says is if the combination between what you're dissatisfied about together with what you dream about, if that pull is strong enough, you will overcome all resistance that you might have in taking the first step towards change. The first step towards progress, the first step towards more. So give me quickly some examples of what does resistance look like. So I'm saying dissatisfaction times vision needs to be more than resistance. And then if that is more than resistance, we will overcome by doing something about it. So give me examples of similar words than resistance.
Excuses.
Excuses, 100%. So how's excuses a reality resistance? It's too hard.
Ja,
Economy.
ja.
I love that excuse. Oh, economy's down. That's why I can't get the results. Yeah. So yeah, excuses is resistance. Procrastinating, of course, a big resistance because I've got all the plans, I've got the action plan, I'm just not doing. So, what keeps us in procrastination? What do you think, Elsa?
As ek die lus is vir iets nie, dan stel ek dit uit tot ek nou oor 99 is ek nie met gesê het. As ek dit nie misbegryp nie. So
You wake up for the very last.
ja, en ek doen dit net. Ek soms ek jou werk as ek my besluit het. Stuur vir my kind op en maandag is Vrydag en dis donderdag aan 7:30 soms sal ek van na bos.
Maar twee keer te doen.
Ja,
Mijn middelste dochter was goed. Ik twee maanden wat ik 2 weken kan.
maar dit is nie twee weer as jy
Procrastination, and often there's a lot of reasons for it. Again, it's self-awareness. How can your life be better if you were to overcome that one thing called procrastination? Big one that I often see depending on personality types. I'm not going to look at basics perfect. I want to paint the perfect picture. And if I've got my business cards printed, I've got my story sorted, I'm prepared to death, I've done all of the above, then I will make a move. And perfection often keeps us from doing something. So what I want to teach you is don't get started before you're perfect. Start to become perfect. Because you've got to decide what is the minimum requirement, the minimum qualifying standard. And if you've reached that point, that is where you stop negotiating with self, just launch. So again, procrastination is a big one. It keeps us from doing. So ask yourself, what is it that you fear? What have you become comfortable with? Maybe I'll say you become comfortable with your ability to operate in chaos. I often hear that I do best under pressure. That's it. 100%. All good. But stream a whole lot of those urgent deadlines in 1 week. Done. And sometimes to the detriment of ourselves and people. And that's where we do the real damage. Where you shout at your kid, where you scorpion. Yeah. So let's again, folks. You start expecting more. If you start expecting more from yourself, well, you tolerate that behavior. Start putting up your standard of what you expect of yourself, and then never negotiate yourself.
I think the procrastination as well, I think we do it, this is the beginning.
But just start.
Yeah, the big like as well at the beginning.
Just start. Just start.
Procrastination is
So-
choosing the tasks that you enjoy to do first.
Well, the things that's
You
easy.
know, I don't know why it's first. I do it as well. A lot of backing on paper. Loading.
And it's horrible.
Yeah. I wouldn't even tell the like really off.
So it's choosing the fun stuff
Yes.
or avoiding the hard stuff.
I don't think I should start 3 years ago, so I had to teach myself, thinking of my way, but I had to teach myself how to rewire my brain. So a big part of NSP is the part where you can get the most out of yourself, so when you can do that is to join the mission. It's fun, it's like great, it's not really that's like there's no expectation from it, because the expectation is to be with NSP that's the most yourself.
It's what you feed yourself.
Yeah, so I do with hospitals, the person in voice. So it's a great, I know that from that, but it's also a good way to start with destiny. Look at things you hate the most.
But it's all eat the frog.
Yeah.
There's a book about that. Brian Tracy wrote the book, Eat the Frog. So you make a list of everything, what is priority in terms of urgent, and then just get it done. First thing. And often, once you've done the hard thing, there's relief. Oh, thank God. And until you've not done it, oh, there's that nagging feeling, that and it's a clip in your skin. There you go, you can't eat. And then you don't, and then you be it, I said, and calling a difficult customer. We all procrastinate around. So I teach my kids, the answer is the answer. Phone the customer. Because the yes, the yes, the no is the no. The sooner you know the result, the sooner you can get on with life. The answer is the answer. Kan jy dit onthou in die skryf? So stop procrastinating. Dit is what it is. And the sooner you know, the sooner you can move on. Does that help? A big resistance, guys, is comfort zone.
Yeah.
Comfort zone keeps us fat and happy. Comfort zone makes that we don't want to venture out. Comfort zone is the known. And I'm maybe, just maybe doubtful in terms of the unknown. Again, fearing the no, fearing the rejection, fearing the, I don't know if they're going to like me. I don't know if there's even someone willing to pay for my product. You won't know until you've done it. Right, so formula change, was that helpful?
Yes.
Of course, and the moment you overcome resistance, Jess Marie, you need to have your action plan ready. Because the worst is to overcome the whatever is holding you back, and now what I haven't thought, what's the first step? What's the second step? What's the third step? So have the action plan ready, have the detailed plan ready. Because as soon as you're ready to move, then move. Just start. Just for the step. Just start. Right, this is a favorite slide of mine. It's called below and above the point of power. So we've got immense power as human beings. You've got immense power as a salesperson. The power you have is you get to choose your response. So we have no control over the war, okay? So I'd like to teach you the difference between a situation and a problem. A situation is something that I don't have control of. The war in the Middle East is a situation. I can't control it. There's no way that I can affect the outcome of it. It is what it is. But what I do have is how I respond. Because we all are in the same world, there's people responding better to the war than I am responding, and they're seeing the results. So that point is things that happen to us, and now we choose, there's that pause, and you get to choose, how am I responding? Responding, finding excuses, blaming the situation, maybe being in denial. I'm coaching a company and there's 4 directors, managers, directors, owners, shareholders, 4. And they are in denial land like you cannot believe. The business is technically, I won't say insolvent, but I mean they've got 0 cash flow. They are pumping the orders, but in between designing, production, and manufacturing and installation, big holes in the whole process flow. They are hemorrhaging money like this. Do you think for one moment they want to fix that? No, because they are in denial. We've always done it this way. We are comfortable to do this. We understand business is hard, so they're in complete denial in terms of what business should really look like. So to get them from denial towards responsibility, accountability, and ownership, that's the coach's work. Because as long as they're in denial, they're going to play there. Right? So in your personal life, what are the things that you find excuses about? What are you in denial about? I've become comfortable. That's the notion. I am in denial in terms of the impact of that in terms of my person, my well-being. And for that reason, I'm not going towards responsibility, accountability, or ownership. I'm living in powerlessness. The fact that I believe and I tell myself I don't have a say. In reality, in terms of being a really kick-ass salesperson, what's asked of you is to now have in blaming and excuses, but you can fix your 10 there, but for a second, then ask yourself, how do I respond? I respond by asking myself, what is my responsibility after all? How do I want to keep myself accountable in terms of getting on with stuff? And finally, what do I own? I own the outcome. I own the results in my life. I own the success in sales. I own my income. I own my life. Okay? BFOs for anyone? Big time? Do you see we are still busy with the one subject matter, which is me? Right. Comments about this? Good to see the difference between powerless and powerful. Know this, Nadine, you always have a choice. The choice is your decision that you make. How do you choose to respond? Right. So now that we spend a lot of time around B, I want to stand still a little bit around do in the sales reality. So once you've sorted your B, your you, the person, around consistency, discipline, creativity, energy, all of that, in the end, it does matter what we now get to do. But let's look at some of the B's. Important, what is the difference? What would be the difference, guys, in something that's important? Listen. Okay.
Alles is urgent.
Alles voel vir jou soos urgent. En hoekom is dit vir jou 'n probleem dan, Amy?
Ek dink wanneer jy werk vir woord het, dan raak alles urgent. Maar dit is nie noodwendig die keuse nie. Kan dit al goed met jy net.
So alles op jou urgent. Sit hierdie pressing druk op jou die hele tyd. Bring dalk 'n bietjie angstigheid, bring 'n bietjie negativiteit, bring 'n bietjie lae energie, want alles, dit is net 'n te groot taak.
Like structure, daar is dit structure en dan staan dit aan as alles
Urgent is, dan is alles urgent. En nou, waar begin ek, waar los ek, wat is eerste, wat is tweede, wat is laaste? Ek my limited resource in terme van tyd en energie die beste aanwend om die meeste gedoen te kry. Right. Okay. So wie? Okay. Precies 6 sekondes daarmee. Enige iemand what do you think is the difference between urgent and important? In Afrikaans, dringend en belangrik. Staan in 'n verskil. So wat is die verskil?
Weer geformuleer.
Ek kan nou kyk na normale dag-to-dag sales en ek kan soms doen. Belangrik sou wees as ek die byvoorbeeld die pryse teen wat dan hier in die kom. Baie belangrik. Ek wou mens stats en alles reg en voor die pryse teen nog. Maar vir urgent en baie kan is dit vir 'n kliënt wat iets nodig het, dis sy kliënt wat instaan. So hy het urgent môre nodig, maar ek weet die pryse moet voor die 1 Julie insit word, want dit vat vir hulle byvoorbeeld 3 weke moet hulle aan stel. Daai pryse is nie different. Maar jy kan nie kies volgens my nie. Jy moet hulle net doen. Dit is moeilik om te sê, maar
Dit is net.
doen dit net. Soos
Juist,
ja,
ons net trap.
ja.
Maar nou, alles is nou.
Ja, en nou het ek 'n lys van 12 goed.
Yes.
Maar alles is in. So kom ek leer dit vir julle. Dit kom van die, as jy meer daaroor wil lees, skryf neer Eisenhower Time Matrix. Eisenhower Matrix. So wat dit beteken is, daar is 'n verskil tussen urgent en important. Urgent is, ek moet dit absoluut, dis tydsensitief. Ek moet dit absoluut doen. As ek na daai task kyk, dan hoor ek actually hoe die horlosie tik, 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 tik. So urgent is absolutely time sensitive. Ek gee julle 'n voorbeeld. Gistermiddag, letterlik 4:05, gereed om 'n voldag coaching gehad en ek maak van my e-mails oop en daar is 2 referrals van 'n kliënt wat sê moet die kontak hierdie 2 companies, hulle stel belang met jou te meet. Is dit tydsensitief?
Van beter belang. Ja, ek sê ja.
Dat was ek nou baie van.
Maar dit gister. Ja, definitief.
Ja, so ek hoef nie hulle te bel nie, ek hoef nie hulle te sien nie, want dit is 4:05. Maar in my oë was dit super urgent om net te respond en te sê, baie dankie vir die introduction. My kantoor sal met julle in kontak wees, excited to meet you, want ek het, so it is very subjective, but in my mind it was time sensitive, because ek wil net vir dit sê en ek was van, as, sê nou maar jy is nou die persoon wat my introduce en die ook die 2 persone ingesees. So daai persoon, dit is eintlik die tel belangrik. So sê nou maar, die persoon het jou na my toe refer. So sy het nou 'n sang en 'n dans gemaak oor hierdie coach en hoor jy moet met haar moet, dit sal belangrijk wees. Ja, en nou, die introduction was sê nou maar 3 uur gistermiddag. Nou reageer ek nie gister nie. Ek is vandag voldag besig. Ek vergeet, Saterdagmiddag onthou ek nie, so ek kan nou niks aantree doen nie. Nou doen ek dit eers maandag. Donderdag 3 uur maandag. Sien wat sê? So, very specific, maar in my one, responding to a client is super urgent. Even if it's just like,
Jy is reg om die dan e-mails. So as jy nou daai e-mails kry, maar jy is in die middel van nog so 'n conference op die conference vir jou. Wat doen jy? Ja, maar sê net daar skryf. Ek sê met my kliënt. Goed, sê dit met kliënt, dan was die conference wat sy met wil vir naweek. Wat is belangrik met conference wat moet deel vir die naweek, wat dan urgent raak en dan raak jy ander important wat vir die conference werk, dan raak jy weer e-mails urgent.
In my, dis net toe ek daaroor dat ek het julle in die begin gesê, wanneer jy ernstig is oor wat jy doen, is jy in die besigheid van relationship. And ultimately, in a relationship, the person on the receiving end wants to be acknowledged and wants to know that they are important enough, that I will make an effort.
Dan kan jy hi.
En ek sê, WhatsApp, ja, so even as ek nie kan bel, moet jy dan terug op WhatsApp, hoor jy, ek sien jou boodskap, ek is in 'n vol dag, kom terug aan jou huis uit. Okay, kijk, nou gaan my lewe aan, Lindie het respond, so ek is belangrik. So urgent is things where the clock is ticking and you might stand a chance to win, to lose money, or you might stand, there's risk involved, like, I had a customer, but why is if a keer gegaan in die sekere design, urgent or important?
Dat is moeilijk. Ik denk, ik word spannend hier. Ik zie net, wat de uitdaging is bij ons werk. Is kaart, een performa en een presentatie is al drie zoveel op die kan afspelen.
Een kaart, performa
En een presentatie. Dus in de consultation, ik ga de kaart, een technical drawing, dus dat is met mij extra zelf, een keepsake, zo een foto.
je hebt altijd dezelfde lijn.
Clients at the same time, because that's what happens. Okay. So you need to keep all three satisfied in the two outline from the journal.
So that's where, in jouw geval is het moeilijk, want jy het nie 'n assistent nie. Dus jy, ek sou gesê het, die ding om het al drie net ingelig te hou is urgent. Because you're buying there, okay, happy to wait while you get on with what's important and urgent. If you sit down at consultation, maar als performer wat wat okay. The urgent then is just keep them informed in terms of when can they expect to hear from you. Okay? Verstaan jy daai konsep? So important thing, if urgent is the clock ticking and I might stand to lose out, important is if I don't spend enough time on doing chunks of that important is going to become urgent. So, hierdie training vandag, is that urgent or important? Important. Exactly. Because you didn't have to be here today. You really didn't have to be here today, but somebody decided you should be, or you decided you should be. You could still be as successful as you've always been, regardless whether you've been here or not. But keep up not learning, keep up not coming to training, keep up not investing in your own learning, and then the lack of results is going to become. You see what I'm saying? So important is when the D-Day or the urgency of that specific thing is not immediate. But I can plan towards it. So see how jou updating at the back end of paper. It's really not urgent until it's really urgent. So because it's a brainless task, Dominique, so I've got to do the back end updates and paper again. Depending on how long it takes, scheduling important, so it doesn't become urgent means just piecemeal it. Like if it takes you 2 hours, half an hour aside, 4 days in a row, and it's done and dusted. You did it without even feeling. So while I teach you when you are in sales and you're a sales professional, I want to teach you this, and then he knows this. I've taught it to her. Hayla knows it. I've taught it to her. Your day is not done until your next day is planned. Your day is not done until your next day is planned. Your week is not done until your next week is planned. Now, by planning, I don't mean just a washing list of stuff that needs to happen. Get yourself some color cookies or some. And before you go leave for home, at the end of your day, make a list of everything around what needs to happen the next day. So put together your washing list, but then mark it in terms of what is urgent, what is important. The important stuff, allocate time to that. So that you first fix the urgent, you get that done, it's marked in red, and then you drop over to the important list in terms of the time you've allocated towards that. So in that way, you're always going to be in that ahead of yourself. The same with a week. Plan next week before the week is done. So you've got a grand framework now. Yeah, but my life doesn't work like that. I hear that. We live in a world of chaos and unexpected. Does that still mean you don't have to plan? You've got to plan. Because even though one day of your week is chaos, you always can go back to the planning and then reset back to the default, get the chaos behind you for that day and a day, and then bounce back into what you plan for the rest of the week. Does that make sense? Because in that way, you're balancing between chaos and plan. Where do you say, Kayla? So procrastination, not getting on with it, lack of planning and organizing, keeping yourself accountable to get going. So now, the longer you wait, the more urgent it's going to become, and you start feeling the pressure. Okay, is that market of to start? Urgent and important? Right. So in order to be successful, start getting really, really good at planning, organizing between what's urgent, what's important. Okay? Was that helpful? Right. Protect your time. What do I even mean with protect your time? What do I mean by that? Until you go.
It wasn't.
Eh?
It wasn't.
Okay, why?
Because sometimes you're going to waste your time on irrelevant stuff or sales, whatever. Manage your time.
Manage your time. So I always hear the word time management, and it's exactly that. I think it's protect your time, but protect your energy. It's for me the same thing, because we get sidetracked with stuff that gobble up our energy, gobbles up our time, the good old inbox, big one. If I didn't think around what is urgent, what is important, sometimes I get stuck in important stuff because that's the lovely stuff I love doing. And now I'm not protecting my time and focus in terms of urgency, and I run out of time. So protect your time and energy, write that down. It is a limited resource. I only have so much time, I only have so much energy. Dominique, being a coach is hard, but it is challenging in terms of having enough emotional energy. Because I need to be here today 100% present, right? That's what you expect. So prior to today, I had to make sure I go to bed early enough last night. I didn't get to exercising because I wanted to be here early enough, but normally I would exercise. I did have one glass of wine because my husband took me out for dinner. Normally I would have said yes for glass 2 and 3, but never, no. Got to be present today, so 1 glass of wine. So it's about preserving energy, preserving time, making sure that when you shoot a wide paying attention, you are pumped. Is a wrap. So preserve your energy. Do what you need to do. If you're not a morning person, that's fine. But then you probably put your most important appointments later in the day. And you probably work for life.
My boss and I were to get everything sorted.
So is er al gebeurd om iemand van Purpose voor helpen?
Yes, sir. The game book for the visit dog. So this extended that saam met daai management time. Dis onmoontlik. Ja, dit is onmoontlik. Ek het te veel goed met julle daag gepas en ek kan ook nie beplan wat môre is meer. So my ja, as ek nou pryse moet doen, as ek luister vir mense dat hulle produkte op te laai, ja, dan kan ek nou sê dit moet stap en ek opkry. Maar normale dag het ek gespoor deur e-mails van random dinge. Hier op die vraag, wat is die nuwe produkte? Laai vir dit vir my, gee my die pryse aan die orde op daai. So jy kry nie môre nie, jy moet dit nou. En dis hoekom ek gewoonlik ek sal werk tot 10:00, dan kry ek my klein kind, dan by die huis en hulle gaan slaap 7:00 en begin ek weer dan werk ek tot by die aand. Wat is ek 'n bietjie management onmaklik op môre, maar jy weet nooit hoe môre gebeur. Môre dink jy van wakker op, hoe ek gaan nou 9 tot 10 tot dit doen. Dan kom maar iets urgent weer. En gooi daai op daar waar ons tot môre middag.
Jy sien dat my ek weet nie of julle hoor wat hy sê. It's quite organized.
Dis te veel. Dit is te veel. Ja, dit raak nie daar.
The one thing that just a little tip out of courtesy for my clients is I remember that our book has got a schedule scheduled facility. So instead of emailing clients, put it to 11 at night, I just schedule the email and then it goes and I schedule it for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I can write 20 emails and I'll schedule all of them tomorrow morning.
Ja, maar nee, ik stil ja,
Nee, dat is slaap, wanneer ik ben. Ik wacht met de slaap. Ik kan het daar doen, want ik mes nou. Ik stuur allemaal, ik heb verschillende categorieën. So andersom kijk je naar wat 3.500 keer, terwijl ik iemand op slaap. Je krijgt 500 op slaap niet.
Wat maakt mijn prijslijn?
Price increase is niet meer dat
Dependent client.
ja, independent.
You guys have got a CRM system.
No.
There you go.
Ja.
So the CRM system is
There's a lifestyle.
it is a lifestyle. Which one do you guys use?
Ik is weer.
Okay.
Specifiek is gebruik.
What's the MailChimp? MailChimp is a very basic CRM system. MailChimp, it describes or 500 contacts, up to 500 email addresses. MailChimp is, yeah.
Oké, maar vrij voor de mailtje, dat is.
Nee, ja, je kan het steeds gebruiken zelf.
Mailtje is baie expensive.
Ja, oké. Ik mag het denken nou.
So rather get something like we use Accelerator. She pays about 1,500 rand a month for the two of us. And for one person, cost it. So between the two of us, there's 10,000 contacts.
Ja.
So say O-H-O.
And apart from that, it's a CRM system, it's got zillions, about 40 other apps. Individual apps that you are allowed. Ja, je kan niet zonder een CRM.
So it's also that your emails is not spam. Often you send out 500 emails, 30% lands in spam, never reaches to leave it 10 for. So in today's world, honestly, all serious businesses honestly got to invest in a CRM. So guys, and that I'll touch base with that again later this afternoon. A CRM is called a client relation manager. And you can schedule emails, you can schedule digital posting, you can schedule leads, we can even mail out of your CRM so that you've got a tracking, you build up a sequence around conversations. When did I send it? When did they respond? What is still outstanding? In your CRM, you've got a client file, so you start building history around that specific client. So if you are away on leave in Botswana, Murray, and that client phones, whoever takes the call, they'll say, and that client's go, I actually spend $1 million with you every month. You ask me who I am. So a CRM protects that because whoever takes the call can go on to that file. The important time, I'll better pay attention to start building a client file. So I think this een aspect van Ansie kan nog later vir julle nog meer vertel.
Ja, maar so ja, want die hele op een program is weer maar eigen. Hulle wil ook 500 miles per uur.
Maar dit is nou die probleem wat jy het om
ek wil praat met die TCR in gaan daai. Maar dit is lekker om wat gedrag.
So Chorus, a CRM is 'n aparte software en dit het niks te doen met jou server.
Maar niet van die server. Dan moet jy die server koop.
Dat moet internet.
Ja, dis apart.
Cloud-based.
Ja, maar hoe stuur jy dit? Ek moet van my server, ek moet van my mail af weer gaan.
Technical terms. As jy byvoorbeeld WordPress as jou site. Ek kan ons baie normale outbox e-mail deur my WordPress nie.
Ja.
So is dit nie. Maar die slim is nie Afrikaans van hoe start met ons is.
Yes.
It's a back end view that they remove. So your cloud-based, they remove that folder. So that you can use it on your CRM.
Wat was het zeker?
Ja, so dat jy met jou. It's not going to use it very
Ik heb 6 jaar dat bij adverteerders gewerkt als gehad en ik is bij die nieuwe maatschappij in een vlak dit tegen, dus my beskikbaar geweest. En dan kom jy nie daar en ook nie nou dadelik soos nuwe goed implementeer nie. Ja, dit was vir my baie erg. Dis alles is Google Drive en dis folders, ek versoek ek weet nie dit is baie erg man. En ons nou
Theory. Salesforce is a world-renowned theory. It's called Salesforce. Very expensive though. Another one that I know of is Pipe Drive. So there's probably a list as long as my arm in terms of CRM solutions. This is just find a solution and go digital because it does take a lot of time away from communicating. The other thing, yeah, 100%, track, manage and report. So that's my next one. Alles there. So what you can do is Hansie put together a newsletter and she scheduled it piecemeals, scheduled it wherever, whenever, to whoever. Through Zoho, we can see what was our open rate. We can see what was our bounce rate. We can see who unsubscribed. So initially I cried over unsubscribed. No, well, that's on you. If you don't want news from me, that's up to you. But so unsubscribed, who's opened it, where did it bounce, did the traffic grow from the newsletter to my website? Yes, no. So you build in the automatic landing pages so that if you go onto my website, pop-ups that irritating name, surname, company name, email address. Why? Because that thing feeds into my database. Guys, we're going to talk about that later, but you should have a database that you manage. Your database is your information. That is your gold for tomorrow. So you use your CRM to manage your database. Okay, so up to my next point. Remember that when you are in sales, you are in business. So what's important when you are in business? You want to track, you want to manage, you want to report, you want the detail of results. So how do you track? I am going to teach you tracking sheets. I'll spend some time just after lunch around that. But if you know exactly what was the success rate, what was the reaction, what was the response rate, you know where you should focus your energy next. Does that make sense? Yes. So yeah, jy kan nie vir my sê, I think we were successful with our last product launch. Okay, why do you think so? Man, weet jy, daar was 'n bietjie verkope. Okay, but how much? When? What did they buy? 4,000 SKUs. You guys should absolutely micromanage the detail of which SKUs are moving, how are they moving, who's buying what is popular, what is not that popular, what is my profit margins per SKU, all of that. So in the end, if you know your business, you track your numbers, you track your sales, you track the uptake of sales, so that you know where best to spend your next energy and time. So get really, really good at tracking, measuring, and reporting. Okay? Kobus, you that's now a manager, production manager, that is a key to pushing performance in terms of sales, is make sure that there's some really, really good tracking, reporting, and managing of results in terms of transparency from the sales team, because now we've got information and detail that we have a conversation about. Okay, so what do you need to do? Track the management. Okay, great. The avoid distractions. What can be distractions when we are in sales? Things should be very sound. On the pricing system. It's my favorite. Is I think my favorite energy waar wat is, ek sal 'n baie lang sê en jy gebruik maar maar insurances, building relationship. In relationship was about and you should in my demonstrate. But you go on and you go on. It's like that. See, like you go pretty bad.
En dan ons het vind te gebruik om effektiever met tyd te spaar, dat ek gewoon dadelik werk doen. As jy vasgekom word in die conversation, word jy bepaal nie in geval nie, want jy fokus nie, so visueel.
Get the distracted by the conversation and focusing on the detail around.
And that's 10-15 minutes after the consultation spent doing that.
So there's a lot of distractions. Best is just become self-aware in terms of maybe what's distracting you from getting on with it. If you are constantly missing deadlines in terms of clients, why is that? What is a distraction? What is a challenge? What is an interference that's keeping you from picking off those boxes? Do you think of things? What are some of the distractions that you need to figure out?
Ja, voor je moet daar bij iemand antwoorden.
Yeah.
If you're sitting with on a phone, it's big audience, like on email.
Just chase my email.
What is it?
Ek dink my baas is myne. Ja. Sy sê so besig is met 'n kliënt en dan sal ek kom maar jy gaan nou die kliënt. maar Ek is besig met my kliënt en dan sal ek jou kliënt help. Natuurlik met my kliënt, maar dis ja. Ek is nou daar van gaan ek weg. Los my net uit en gaan ek weg.
Ek is nou besig.
Ja.
And the thing with emails, Dominique, what I've tried to do is it's just that little bit of discipline. I've tried, and it does work, but what I try to do is not jump into my inbox every now and then.
Yes.
I sort of schedule it in my time. I'm gonna like 2 or 3 times a day check my email, and I literally leave it alone until that time. It's the discipline. Yeah. So again, just checking inbox is something that I can plan in terms of my day. Because we can get lost. I mean, how quickly does an hour and a half go by and you're still scrolling through the inbox?
But it's also, it doesn't even reflect that in our,
Yeah. So the banking.
Yeah.
That's great.
So your clients, you receive your orders through your inbox.
Yeah.
all we download mobile,
Or-
But.
because we massively manufacture. So we are email 24/7 in terms of the career is at the back door, the beast, and yeah, they can't do this, you have to contact this person, and so on and so on.
So
So,
you guys don't have assistants for people helping you?
no.
Until we crack the die. But there's clear cut. So.
We've had this discussion, which is obviously, it's a discussion, but between the two of us, yes, we should be, but no, I think this would be can't. Because you would have, today we've sent out 200 orders to checklists. So now you have basically sitting and saying, you have an email from a career company to say, I'm at the door of checklist.
They're not open or.
Yeah, and then you've got to get on with it. So we are very much interactive.
Look,
That's also great.
Well, yes, the big tracks, though.
So, yeah, so for me, divert my, see if I can answer or educate my clients that, leave me a message, I will get back to you if that's possible. What I suggest for you guys is a book called Buy Back Your Time, Dan Martel. And it's just like, if you don't change the reality of your situation, you're always going to get stuck. So buy back your time is you just calculate what your time is worth per hour, then work out what would be the cost of a good sales administrator. Get some kick-ass person for between 15 and 20,000. So if you work out the amount of time that you spend doing the job that somebody else definitely could do, then what it means is you buy back your time. So you spend money, but you buy back capacity in terms of time. Yeah. So to give you an example, I'm coaching a company, and the lady really struggles to delegate. And eventually, I got her to at least agree that she'll start looking at some things that she could delegate. And I saw her yesterday, and she started to delegate. So just the one task that she delegated to a team member, I asked her, so how many hours would it take you to normally do that? And she said 90 hours, which is 2 weeks. So by delegating that to a staff member or someone else, she's clawed back 90 hours where she could now use that time on building a business, making contact with some other person or prospects or see. So often not wanting to delegate keeps me in my comfort zone with the thinking that I only can do this. Not true. Someone with a brain, someone with intelligence, someone with just a half a whatever can do the work. So, and you know what, Dominique, the thing she said to me was, I always thought that only I can do it. But then she delegated to Maggie. Maggie now does it 100%. And she's realizing Maggie is doing it better than she did because she was multitasking. So Maggie's 100% now equals her actual 80%. So she's actually improved processes by delegating where she was caught up in that.
Yeah, we have that. It's about delegating, doesn't want to delegate and feel they don't have the power and that.
Yeah, so that is something that I coach people through because often it's ego, there's a lot of things there. But yeah, in the end, it's always ego. Always ego. And you know, another client of mine said the other day, yeah, but if I delegate 30% of what I do to someone else, what am I going to do? Simple figure that out once you delegate, right? Yeah. And then he started delegating. Now, the other day, he came to coach and he said, oh my God, I now have got so much more to do than I ever thought possible. And I go, so the moment you claw back on your time, you open up the possibility of doing more meaningful work. Because now you are elevating to where you are supposed to play. So if you are here in sales, ask yourself, what will it cost to get someone as an assistant, Ilke as assistant to Anneke? So by getting Ilke on board, Anneke is pulling back on her time so that she can get to design and all the other things she needs to do. Okay. Right, so avoid distractions, be honest about what it is, and I have spoken about managing your energy. And then finally, very important, the concept of leverage. We'll talk about this later today again, but a big do around sales success is using tools, using templates, using systems, using checklists. A system means you save yourself time, energy, and money. Because every time you use a tool, you don't have to do the thinking. If you use a checklist, you don't have to do the thinking. If you use a template, you won't make as many mistakes. Do you think Ansi has got a template or checklist in terms of putting an event together? Absolutely. So all she now needs to do is just go through the checklist, check everything's in the crate, everything is packed. I still drive her crazy, but yeah, imagine how crazy she would have been if she had that. Okay, so very important, sales productivity. Did you learn something?
Yes.
So B times 2 equals have. Right. So this is just a lovely little. Most people are not prepared to do the hard work it takes to make sales easy. The catchword there is prepare. Because if I spend enough time to prepare, the actual work gets easy. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right. We've done that. Okay, so this is my definition. My definition. Oh my God.
Don't say out, that's what I'm saying.
Oh. The dumpy in.
Never leave it in the good way.
Ons moet heel te laat staan. Okay, nou wel.
Ja, te win. Dit is moeilik vir my en dit is moeilik vir julle, maar dit is recorded, so ek het nie. You decide. Hierdie sessie is recorded.
Baie mense sit lekker by die huis op 'n komputer en rook die hele dag.
What is sales really? Sales is a profession. And I want to teach you the importance of feeling proud about what you get to do. It is a professie, Boris. It is a calling. A profession, it's a calling, is what you do professionally. So my definition of sales is professionally helping people to buy. Professionally helping people, Magda, to make a decision around how do they want to secure wealth in terms of the future. You are professional in serving them with information so that they've got all the options they get to decide. This is very important that you understand that science is not professionally selling. Nobody likes to be sold at. Because if you coming, I am selling this to you, I'm selling this to you, I'm selling that, I don't ask for that. So science is not professionally selling, it's professionally helping people to make a decision around what they want to buy.
Or if I said, what do you
Lightbulb. Wat is die lightbulb? Wat was ek nou?
Ja, it's professionally helping. So.
Wat is die verskil?
Ja, julle afslag is anders, want dit is nie, jy sien nie net seil nie, ek dink aan jou. Ja.
Jy sien nie net die seil nie, jy sien die proses van maatjies maak. Jy sien die proses van kontak.
Ja.
Jy sien die proses van bou 'n verhouding. Jy sien die proses van raak en breek, mooi aantrek. Ja, jy sien die proses van raak oor wat die kliënt vir jou kan vra. Jy sien die proses van as ek myself beskikbaar maak en ek is I'm paying attention and I can ask questions and I can listen. Nee, dalk sê hulle ja. Want dit gaan oor die proses om hulle te help om te koop en jy bedien hulle met die inligting, jy bedien hulle met die opsies hy. Professionally helping them to buy. Vir wie was dit nog op even? Vir Arifa. Big one. So I want you to look at yourself as being a professional. Yes, nie. Jy is 'n professional.
Ja,
it is. You know, when you see a boy state person something well and forcing things on me that I don't want. I mean, it's got a bit of a stigma. It doesn't really.
Yes. The word Richard.
Yeah, I think it is.
Ja.
Business developer or
Maar die
information.
Ja. Dra hulle hoor weg, dan vir ons nee, ek wil jou nie sien.
I like the idea to think of a client executive. You're a client executive. So what are you exec? Clients, relationships, whatever they want. So call yourself anything, but please don't call yourself a professional. Those of you that's in management and business owner positions like Murray in the end, live the status of the rep. I mean, there's your area, I mean, just, for once, think of yourself as professional. And for God, I am a specialist I am a specialist in plastic, whatever it is you do. And plastic packaging, I am a technical specialist. So the gatekeeper dare not say no to the technical specialist, but she will say no to the rep. And you see the difference, because the gatekeeper keeps the person away from the rep because the rep wants to force the sale. She dare not keep you away from the technical specialist because maybe you've got information that they need to know. Love that. But for me, that's a BFO. technical product specialist. Not a Okay, does that help? Big time. So regard yourself as being a professional. Right, so now we get into the nuts and bolts. You should have a sales process. What's important around the sales process? Well, the sales process makes us consistent. The sales process makes us predictable. In the eyes of the client, the sales process makes us consistent. In the eyes of my client, having a sales process, so by the way, right next to that, that is documented, makes me professional. Because it's not hit and miss or no and done or up and off. A written standard operating procedure like standard sales process is what you do when you are serious about developing your business along sales. So it's a process. Right, so let's unpack this. Prospecting, what does prospecting mean?
Gaining information, getting friends, calling them. Everybody comes up to prospecting.
Skyping, class prospecting, farming, or hunting. That's what you do. You're looking for the next person that you're going to do business with. So I'd like to call it farming or hunting. In terms of marketing, I'm not teaching marketing, but I am teaching marketing as well today. It's called lead generation. All right. So what do we do to attract enough interest? Okay, so prospecting, write down, Jess Marie, prospecting equals hunting, farming, but it's creating your next client. That's what lead generation is. Creating my next client. How do I create a client? So the metaphor that I want to teach you in terms of marketing or lead generation is think of me as being a lighthouse. So a lighthouse gets built on the shore. And what is the purpose van 'n lighthouse, Jess Marie?
Vir die mense wat kan sien. Ver.
Van verre.
There's ships away.
You see ships around danger, but you notify ships, hey, here's land. So what does a lighthouse do? Ding, ding, ding. I'm throwing the signals. Throwing the signal. Hey, ships, stay clear, there's land. Hey, ships, there's a harbor, should you be interested? Ding, ding, ding. So lead generation is being as consistent as a lighthouse. It is finding the best possible signal, the loudest, the clearest signal, and you keep on throwing the signal whether there's ships or not, because that's the catch. Does a lighthouse stop when there's no ships? Yeah. Ding, ding. Lead generation, digital marketing, Facebook, LinkedIn, emailers, showing up at network events, going on radio, sending out sales blasts. You should be doing that in a consistent manner. Ding, ding. Not caring whether anyone is seeing or anyone is reading it, because you don't know who's listening, you don't know who's watching, you don't know who's hunting. You don't know who's looking for a solution. So prospecting is where we often fall short because, we've tried it, it doesn't work. Nee wat, ons het geld daar spandeer, dit werk nie. Dit is soos om 50,000 te vat en dit in toe ons nog koerant gelees het, 50,000 te spandeer in the middle spread of the Sunday Times. That specific Sunday, I don't read the newspaper. It's my grandson's christening. I miss your 50,000 ad. But if I had to take 10,000, budgeted over a period of time, and I can consistently appear consecutively every Sunday in a part of the Sunday Times, chances that you'll catch my attention are so much better. So that's exactly how lead generation works. You never know who's looking. You never know who's hunting. I want to teach you just quickly around prospecting is these three numbers, 11, 7, and 4. 11, 7, and 4. Being consistent around prospecting and lead generation means that you must have 11 hours of content that people can read or scroll through or watch in terms of you and your product. 11 hours. Don't ask me why, it's been tested. 11 hours. So I spend a lot of time recording videos. I spend a lot of time doing blogs. I spend a lot of time updating my website. Why? Because anyone that's interested, they should have enough to read and listen and see about what I am and what I'm about. So 11 hours of content. I should appear on 7 platforms. YouTube, website, all over the show. And there should have been at least 4 attempts to make contact with you or me. So that means I'm sending you a direct email or giving you a phone call. If you are an ideal prospect or someone that fits my criteria in terms of someone that I want to do business with, you should have at least attempted minimum 4 times to attract my attention on 7 platforms with 11 hours of content before you even have a chance of attracting my attention. Because that's how overpopulated and overcrowded the world is out there. We are competing against thousands and thousands of images and whatever else is out there. All right. So prospecting is critically important to today's content. This is not about prospecting and lead gen, but it is a course all on its own. What are you doing to throw your signal loud and clear enough? I recently signed a client into one-to-one coaching, and when I took his call, he said, you know what? I've actually read everything that you have on your website. I've watched a lot of your videos, and I think it's time we sit down and have a cup of coffee. So I'm going about life doing my thing. I was not aware that he was watching and reading everything that I'm doing. So after a while, I've established enough personal credibility with this person for him to put everything aside, Belma, in hospital. And he said yes to coaching. So you don't know who's watching. Okay. So you should always be prospecting. You should always be throwing your life out there because you just never know who you're going to meet next. Is dat moeilijk, Leila?
Is dat gestres, Lindie? Dis al.
Ja.
Overwhelmed. Okay, so prospecting leads to a pipeline. You've heard the word pipeline. What is a pipeline? Pipeline is a list of prospective people that I could possibly do business with. Right? So that is what prospecting means. The outcome is a list of prospective clients that I can potentially do business with. Now, the next step is to qualify those. What does that mean, Nathan? To do what?
So for me, a qualifying customer would be someone who's upcoming anniversary. Anniversary is upcoming. And having a conversation with you.
Yeah. So yeah. So anyone could potentially want a piece of clothing, right? But not anyone is at that specific time ready to buy or can afford, or they'll be specifically interested in qualifying a person in terms of sounds classist, but it is what it is. She's probably not going to sell a 1 carat diamond to a specific person in a specific demographic sector. She's looking for high-powered, high-income people that's looking to spend or invest. So lead qualification means you've got to decide what is the criteria or typical client avatar. So what is a typical client avatar that could be interested in doing business with you? So give me an example of disqualifying stuff or qualifying stuff that you would give it.
If not, this would be on the market to set time, depends.
So their business, so who's the people looking to buy from them?
Yes.
And by selling your product into that chain, yes, exactly, you're actually helping them to do more business because the clients are looking for a specific product, and if they offer the product, you are assisting them to build their business. So you want to make sure that your product appeals to their clients. 100%. That's a perfect example of lead qualification. Mary, what do you think then?
No, it's just, there's various things like, obviously most of the retail outlets, the wine farms supply them. And just within the wine farms, these days, the packaging, has changed a lot. Gone from a 5 litre to a 3 litre to a 2 litre. That's just basically because in certain markets, it's, how much can my 100 rand buy?
Yeah, affordability.
Affordability. It couldn't be a 5 litre anymore. It's a 3 litre. Reason for the 3 litre, I'm sure I don't know if anyone knows, but it fits in the fridge door.
Well, a 3 litre.
Yeah.
Oh.
But the box, yeah. Can you read the bottle? That's the big reason. Yeah. It's the same width that fits in the door, whereas the 5 litre was a bit cumbersome.
Right, so a lead qualification in their case would be who are the wineries or potential clients in a specific market sector that's still stuck on 5 litres and haven't pivoted to 3 litres or 1 litre. So that could be a great lead qualification. Now put together a data list, a pipeline, a file of potential clients that Murray could go and start making contact with, start feeding them information, start creating curiosity and interest. Without them knowing, they're starting to ask the question, why aren't we selling 5 litres anymore? Oh my gosh, the world's pivoted. We're not selling 3 litres now. They start looking for someone that can supply 3 litre bag. Murray appears.
It's the same as the 2 litre, same sort of size box, but
smaller.
But if you think about it, you refer to the Popstock, which back in the day, the person thought it was cheap wine. Okay, but it's the same wine, whether it's in a bottle or a bag. People, I'm not sure. Some people don't know that. But then that was pushed through by Woolworths. But they now start selling the 2 litre wine. And their philosophy on the sales was, we'll pack a 2 litre under the brands of Spear, Dimmersdal, Hardcock, and the big shots. But the 2 litre is obviously 2 750ml bottles, which is 1.5 litre. And the other half litre we'll give away for free. So you buy 2 glass bottles, cost you 140 rand. Let's just say, well, actually 280 rand. But the 2 litre box wine in Woolworths will cost you 140 rand. So they're giving you a half a litre for free. Yeah. And that's what picks up the market, and Woolworths drove that, and now the bag and box so-called perception has picked up within the industry, in the market.
So, Murray, so again, say for instance you were to do a ChatGPT search and you come up with 200 names of potential prospects that you guys can target in terms of 2 and 1 litre or even smaller solutions. What type of client would you be excited about in terms of that list? So if you were to say, look, time is of the essence, we've got to get through this list quickly, how would you categorize? What would you be looking for?
Say the correct wine farm
What is the correct one? Like what?
Let's say like a Arabella,
And why would that be the correct one for you?
because it's regarded as upmarket wine versus, you know,
But
back in the day, I remember what was it, the one wine that called,
Yeah, but-
Chateau.
But in a way, Arabella, you could look at Arabella in their industry. Arabella can be regarded as an industry leader. So we want, so an avatar client is, I'm going to focus on industry leaders first, because they probably have got an appetite to look at alternative solutions. You see what I'm saying? So that's what lead qualification is. You do the thinking around what are the qualities that I'm looking for, because in sales, you've got limited time, you've got limited energy. You want to focus on where you stand to make the home runs. So that makes sense. So I've done the work. A client avatar for me is someone that's got courage, someone that's got a appetite for growth, someone that, a business owner that understands the importance of investing in learning and development. I love working with clients that's challenging, and I love working with clients that's got an inspirational story. Because all of that ticks my boxes in terms of, I'd love to work with you. Because you seem to be a challenge, you've got an inspirational story, you've got courage, which means you'll make decisions. You won't get stuck in no man's land forever. You are interested in growing first. So for me, lead generation is critically important, because technically every business can do with a coach. Do you agree with me? But trust me, not all of them want. So I'm looking for those seen the light, to invest in themselves and their team growing. Does that make sense? So you've got to think around qualifying your lead. What would be a great client, especially the two of you as well, because all businesses need office furniture. All businesses from time to time move premises and move stuff around. So again, go into the industry and go and look for which of those potential businesses are the ones that have got high frequency in terms of that often looks for office furniture, that often moves. Again, looking at some of those clients that's willing to take a risk, willing to spend money, not get a backside crew to do the moving, but interested to work with a professional company. Not that sinless money. Right. So a sales process is documenting the criteria that selects or deselects an item. Then that leads us on to company research. Once you've got your A list of 10 potential customers, now you do the Google search, you do the ChatGPT, you do the Claude, you do LinkedIn, you do Google, you do Facebook, everything that you can around doing research. Why? Because I want to know as much as I can know about who you are, what your potential needs are, what you could potentially be looking for. Because again, remember, I am a professional. And because I'm a professional, I don't get to you, Cobus, and say, I did that to you this morning, so I'm shooting myself in the foot a little bit. But the worst is to get to someone, that person is looking forward to seeing you, and you ask them a dumb question. What's a dumb question? So tell me, what is your business about? Yeah. It's up there in the internet. So tell me, do you have one more premises? Yeah, it's on the website. So tell me, do you have a big sales team? Duh, it's on LinkedIn. Okay, so again, if I am professional, I am prepared. Okay, so I think it's just paying respect towards someone. Does that make sense for us? So don't ask me dumb questions because you're wasting my time. It shows that I wasn't that important. And how often do we not prepare? I'm just gonna know. We run out of time. It's been a hectic week. I'm running, bashing So I know I spoke with Martha before she booked. So I did ask Martha, who are you? What do you? Why would you want to attend? So I was preparing in my mind for Martha coming today. I spoke with you guys as boss, love him, hate him, but maybe just say thank you. Because
We love him sometimes.
I'll tell John.
100%.
It's really exciting, but you do like it.
Yeah. I think he knows it.
So I did speak to Joe, and Joe did ask me, so what is this about? What are you guys trying to learn? Why would it be beneficial for you to come? So again, you guys would not have been here if I didn't phone Joe.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm saying, that we run to market today. 4 campaigns, how many emails? How many Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, many? Is all the story of yeah. That's the amount of marketing and promoting here. There's 10 of you. There's 10 of you, just shows you the hard work that lies behind the email campaigns, that lies behind the Facebook, that lies behind the email list. I had to physically phone Marley and say, don't you want to send something? It's been out there for the last 5 months. So, in the end, you've got to do the work. There's just no way around it.
Maar ek wil net vir sê, dit is jou oproep wat gemaak is, want toe kon ek vir my, ek wil nie sê baas nie, want dit is nie regtig 'n baas nie, maar dit gewerk, ek sê, ek het my gebel. Dus hy sê, okay. Die vrou het gebel.
Ek het 'n WhatsApp gestuur. Hoeveel van hulle het jy gesien? En toe stuur ek 'n WhatsApp en ek sê, "Hey guys, there's some seats available." En toe sê hy, "Oh, I need this, I'm coming."
Ja, so dit is nie, maar jy sal daar.
Ja, that's the lighthouse. That's the lighthouse. Ek is so bly jy het gesê die vrou het my gebel.
Ja.
Sy het gesê ek moet kom. I did not answer. Right, so company research is baie belangrik, want hoe meer jy van jou kliënt weet, hoe beter is jy prepared. Right. Pitching solutions. Guys, we can't jump to pitching a solution unless we've asked all the relevant questions. Now that comes back to what Murray said earlier this morning. I tend to not listen, maybe not ask enough questions, and therefore I often myself pitching solutions way ahead of time. Now, before we dare pitching a solution, I want to teach you the importance of a question sequence. So, first of all, before you pitch a solution, as you enter into the sit down with your client, before that, as part of preparation, please write down, you need to have a whole list of questions that you want to remember that you should ask. Of course, you're not always going to ask all the questions. And being a seasoned salesperson like yourself, Kobus, it comes almost like naturally. Huh?
You know what the guns.
Yeah, you know, sort of know. And yet there's still here and there a question which, that's an interesting one, I never thought of. So add that to your list. But for those of you that's not that seasoned, Martha, put together a list of questions that you should remember to ask. Why? Because we sit in front of the person, we get flustered, all of a sudden I've got brain fog, I've got stage fright, I've got whatever block you have, and I can't for a life of me remember what I'm supposed to ask next. Okay, so have a set of questions ready. So I'll say the way it works, and I've tried this, it works. You ask a question, right? Now listen, take notes, as I said, they answer. Oh, interesting, thank you so much. So here's the thing, I'm going to teach you the importance of having a purpose statement or permission statement, which means you would have told your customer, I'm going to ask you a whole lot of questions. So they are prepared. There's a barrage of questions coming. Okay, so by the way, park that, I'll teach you that. So next question. They answer. Oh, yeah, thank you. That's fantastic. Thanks for saying now I know. Next question. Answer. You continue with this process, playing dumb, showing interest. Guess what? Up to the point when what happens? Up to the point when they ask the question. You keep on with that process, guys, until the client asks you a question. The moment they ask a question, what happens?
Good.
Interest.
That's the word.
Hulle ingekoop, there's interest, the power shifted. Because as long as I'm asking the questions, I am in control of the conversation. Now, in asking a whole lot of questions, what? Demonstrate to my client.
Stel belang.
Stel belang. What else? Can you say that louder? If I ask you a whole lot of questions, I'm demonstrating the fact that I am a specialist at my field. Because I can't come up with half those questions if I don't know my shit. So I'm indirectly, I'm showcasing the fact that I know what I'm talking. Because I'm asking you things that you didn't even think about. Remember what is the definition of sales? Come on. What's the definition of professionally helping people? So by asking question, I'm demonstrating I am a professional in terms of what you should consider when buying. I'm helping you with that process. Does that make sense? Is that a BFO? Of 'n orakel?
Yeah.
Infora is basically infra.
So one day, blinding person said this bloody F obvious. So before you get to picture solution, you go through your question sequence. And of course, in order to do that, you've got to be prepared in terms of any and all possible questions I can ask. Okay? Great. And once you're satisfied and the client shows interest and they ask you, so by the way, Lindie, how would this work? Or so by the way, Murray, where would we start? Martha, now that I've listened to everything, gosh, we've got to do this now. What do I do? So now you know it's shifted from logic to emotion, there's interest, and the person is ready to hear the solution. Okay, so we never pitch the solution unless we all ask all the questions. And then the dear old objections. What is the type of objections we get? No, it's too expensive.
Let's say budget.
So what do we do with objections, guys? What do we do?
Well, most of the time, ask a question, but that's a yes.
Alternative.
Alternatives, yeah. So absolutely, objections is the one thing that we all fear. When are they going to say, oh, well, that was now good and well, Nadine, but. That was now good and well, but. So objections is part of the process. Again, you've got to come up with a list of all the objections that you've had to face and come up with prepared answers in terms of how could I possibly respond. There we go. So my standard, when somebody says, yes, like I said, be a coach, said your fear compared to who? Oh. It's not more expensive than your pal. Gives you free advice around the Wi-Fi there, where 4 brandwyn en that kind of yours is more successful than you, right? No. So be careful. So my question, when people say, gosh, you're expensive. Yes, I know. Compared to who? Compared to what? And then not in a parliament. So I'm interested to hear what you say. So, have you considered other options? I look at this and that. Interesting that you say, let's have a conversation about that. Did you know that? Blah, 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 blah. Or, you could go that route. If I were you, I would go that route if, blah, 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 blah. So again, the biggest thing with objections, acknowledge. Ja, ek hoor wat jy sê. Jy's reg. Of course is jy reg. Maar kom ons dink gou oor met daaroor. Okay, so always acknowledge, always listen. Dis nie nou die regte tyd nie. Dis nooit die regte tyd om 30,000 te spandeer nie. Natuurlik nie. Maar wanneer is dit 'n goeie tyd? Of
Wat word maybe some fun.
ja, so acknowledge state, acknowledge fail, acknowledge the other ding rondom objections, guys. And this is critically important that I say this. Before you move into any position where you expect commitment from someone, make sure you've got all the decision makers around the table. The worst you can do is get the objection. Dit was nou alles fantasties, Magda, maar ek kan niks teken sonder met my man daaroor gepraat het. So, wat jy sou gedoen het eerder, is om voordat ons sit, sê, hoorie, jy het 'n partner, reg? Ja, ek het 'n man. Ek is al getroud, 25 jaar, so sê my sapa. En dit is my net belangrik om te weet, hoe neem julle besluite? Wat jy bedoel jy? Nee, maar weet jy, neem hulle saam, is jy al, nee. Nee, ek neem nooit geen besluit met my man. Dan weet jy.
Bring hom maar saam.
Bring hom saam.
Ja, dit kan nie gehad met 'n kappel, dat hulle die tweede keer moet kom, toe kan hy dit nie maak. Verseker, vrou, nee, stel uit by wees.
Ja,
As ek aan die eerste afspraak al sien.
So, maak seker dat jy verstaan wie is die besluitnemer and who's the influencer. Okay, often I do make the decisions, but my husband influences my opinion. Because you've got to make sure, you've got to have both decision makers or whoever when you face, and especially when you expect an answer. Mary, in your case, dealing with big companies, there's often a board of directors. In that case, even with you guys, Dominique, dealing with big retail guys, what are your normal process of decision making? Now, you guys get proposals, then it's get circulated through to the board. How often does the board meet now? Once a year? When does that happen? Okay. So if they only meet in November to consider, I know I can send you stuff. I've got to keep the relationship going, but there only come a decision my way or not beginning of next year. Yeah. So understand what are the cycles, how do they make decisions, what's important in considering, if it's budget, if it's time sensitive. You've got to know all those things before you pitch a solution, because you've got to face the objection if you didn't do that. And then you wonder, like, should have known. Ek het al die tyd spandeer, ek het al die moeite gedoen, but I get better with that. Right. Finally, get ready to close the deal. Now, if I say sometimes we talk ourselves into a deal and out of a deal, does that sound familiar? It does, hey? Why do we do that, hey? It's annoying. You want to kick yourself. They were ready to buy, and then we talk them out of the deal. So it often happens. So when you're ready to close, always assume the deal. So listen, we've checked everything. Am I right in assuming you're ready to sign? Yes. And I coached you guys a lot on that. So assume the deal, close the deal, move on. So this is what happens next. we need to just sign up on a design for the jewelry piece. Then you just need to pay us a deposit of 40%, as easy as an EFT. You can have your CAD drawing done within a week, and in 10 days you can have your whatever. Okay, so always assume this deal, close the deal, and move. And then finally, nurture and follow up. When we do business, remember that it's important to always build a pipeline of prospects, but business is about getting clients, keeping clients, and making sure the money hits the bank. So let's talk about what are you doing to keep your clients? What do I even mean by that? I was like, what does it mean to keep your client? Nurture them and follow up. What does that mean? What does that look like?
And you can bring a personal touch into that. For example, I have a calendar of my client's birthday.
No, so you personalize.
Yeah, I know someone I know when it's their anniversary. I know last year they did the beginning in the first quarter of the year, Toyota did a workshop. So I know to follow up on it. If I email this year, follow up when they will have a
and people repeat
so those things.
Yeah, so that's why the CRM helps a lot. Because what Ansi is brilliant with that. She keeps log of all my clients back the last 10 years, Wednesday birthday. So Ansi sends them a virtual birthday card. Okay, okay. So every year, Nadine gets a virtual birthday card from me on her birthday. That looks probably impressive. It's automated. Ansi does it. Druk 'n knoppie and it happens.
It also pertains to ongoing business.
Exactly, because again, and I'll show you the importance of mining clients for business, the importance of follow-up business with clients. In your case, as financial solutions develop over time, you want to matrix your clients to see who can you still approach for A, B, and C. So it's getting clients, keeping clients, because it's easier to do business with an existing client because they know you, there's trust, the speed of the transaction is probably quicker. You do business at a higher profitability because they're probably not going to ask as much discount because they know who you are, they know what's the quality of service. So nurture and follow up. Plus, I want to teach you this. If you don't, it's perceived indifference. So what does perceived indifference mean? So I've done business with Kobus. I've given him $500,000 of business. Kobus raak besig. He doesn't follow up. In my mind, Kobus is perceived to be indifferent. He doesn't care. He's moved on. He's got bigger fishes to fry, more important things to do. I'm waiting to do business with him again, but it's on him to make contact with me and say, hi, when you're ready to reorder, you've got something beautiful and wonderful I'd like to show you. So it's your responsibility, Hayla, to always diarize, to keep up making contact with your clients. If you did it, somebody else did. If you didn't make contact, somebody else did. I'm going to check this is not in there. Okay, so perceiving difference is critically important, Martha. So in the end, remember, business is about relationships. Therefore, I need to be investing in building that relationships throughout. Okay, what is relationships? It's contact, it's touches, it's a reminder, it's a birthday card, it is an invitation to something fun. When you are in sales, important to consider not people. This is a reality. The ladder of loyalty when dealing with the market in terms of you, the sales professional. So the ladder of loyalty works like that. We can assume that anyone could need a venue from Alzheimer's at any given time. Okay. So out there, anyone that's looking to host a venue could want to look for a venue. So you can Google and there's a whole world out there of suspects that could potentially want or look for a venue at any given time, be that corporate or birthday, special occasion. Right, through marketing lead generation, you start attracting interest, and I told you, you build a pipeline. Pipeline is a list of prospects. It's people that could potentially do business with you, could potentially be interested in what you've got to offer. And in your case, the business has been in existence for many years. So there's a big database of people, many of whom Compass Wealth hasn't made contact with forever. So there's a whole list. Look at it as a dam where you can go and fish. The first time any one of them, it's just a stupid word, but it's all a shopper. The first time someone buys from you, they elevate in your mind their status from being a prospect that's looking around to someone that said yes and bought from you. So they become a shopper. Right, so we have to drink champagne. This is exactly what I told you just now. Your job now stops. Because what you now need to do is to get to work the relationship to get them to repeat. So your repeat business is where the real money lies. So it's really looking at urgent and important as you want to see who are the people that's got potential to do repeat business with you. Because that's easy business in a way. You know, I wasn't relaxed. Yeah, no, it becomes familiar. It's a done deal almost. Okay. I've got a little Yorkie. Her name is Lily. And I'm a busy person. I don't necessarily look at Lily and think, gosh, you need to be groomed. So, right to know, Nani Lakari, I'm like, I need to phone the doggy parlor. But here's the thing. I've got this amazing doggy parlor, Marie, you can't use doing like clockwork. Every third week and every month, I get it. What's up? We are in your area tomorrow morning. Can we pick up Lily? And I go, fire. Kom vat aan nie. Dit kos my al 390 rand. Dis flippend baie geld. Vir my is dit die convenience. Oor ek kan dink om rond te shop vir 'n doggy parlor, guess what happens? Oh, doggy's having fun. Ready to come and pick up Lily. Happiness. And I go, yes. Get minute. Yeah. So you see, they understood the importance of nurturing repeat business. They take it on them to remove the stones out of my life in terms of repeat Lily. As stupid as that. But every time they pick up Lily, there's a van full of dogs. So they are building their business, nurturing their business. They're not giving me a chance to even shop around, asking whether 390 is too much or too little. It's not even a consideration. I'm falling in love with the fact that they're making my life easier. That purpose? It's the convenience. So repeat business. The better I am at repeating business, I am building a database of advocates. What does an advocate do? Exactly. They become my clients, Dominique becomes my sales. They don't want my payroll, but they make it their business to tell others about how amazing I am. So I'm not spending budget. I'm not doing anything except just being remarkable in terms of what I do so that other people will remark about me. Exactly. I'm just going to yeah. And you all go, gosh, my doggy parlor is not that great. I better start looking for another one. And it tells other people about you And the most amazing person that you need to get excited about is your list of raving fans. So a raving fan goes above and beyond. They can't talk enough about it. Raving fans. So I call this, Dominique, a ladder of loyalty. So this is where repeat business and nurturing business plays a big role because it makes business easier. Okay? Because you're not doing this hard work. This is a lot of budget. This is a lot of effort. Of course, as we go up the ladder of loyalty, it's less effort and the sales come. So homework for all of you is to go home and make a list of everyone that's done business with you somewhere in the past. Hell of a list. You've completely forgotten about them. They've forgotten about you. It's not to say that you need to contact all of them, but somewhere there has been businesses that's grown, that's evolved.
Well, technically, they still need my contact because I continuously email everyone. And my list doesn't get smaller, it just gets bigger. So I never take everyone home. It's like 20, but otherwise, it's okay.
Yeah.
Maar daai is hetzelfde, daai is toe ek begin het met die sale jare terug, het my baas vir my gesê hy praat baie, maar niks ek luister nie gewoonlik wat hy sê nie. Maar die een keer vasgesit. 90% van jou tyd is 10% van jou turnover, so 10% van jou tyd en 90% van jou turnover. En dit is presies wat daai veel wys.
Ja, my effort bring 10% van die sales.
Ja.
Pareto principle says 20% of effort can bring potentially 80% of revenue. So this flips it around. And he was 100% right. So the more I start investing in building this club, it's a club of followers. Mag dan is hulle wat jy rugby kaartjies verkoop en sê baie baie dankie vir 3 jaar se loyale paying your monthly dividend.
Maar ek kon nie rugby kaartjies
Dis 'n rugby kaart. Find it for yourself. It helps someone really say thank you for business. Nobody's ever thanked me really.
Dis net
Okay.
Dis good.
Maar weet jy, dit word baie waardeer. Dis net 'n token of appreciation. If you really get clever with this, from time to time, invite your raving fans to a closed promotion, invite them to a sneak preview of what's coming. Phil-Eunice going to get really sexy with that. They're going to start designing season pieces, and I've taught this to them forever. So they put together a VIP list. Those people will get a special invitation to a sneak preview of all the beautiful pieces up for sale prior to season. They can get first in the queue to buy whatever when still available, because they've got to understand the importance of raving fans and repeat customers.
Raving fan can be the difference between love and raving dog again.
Yeah.
I know.
5 raving fans in this. Because you can be honest with it. So like actually so, I would almost have vanaf the eten and you 5 of your best friends and friends. Yeah, the dinner, pay for dinner, it's the mind. I don't care. I'll do it for them to live. It's up to you for the day. I'll do it.
Maar so sê gou vir my, is moeilik om dit te doen. Het jy dit al gedoen en was dit vir jou moeite werd?
My grootste trend basis is Potchefstroom, want ek het 3 raving fans. En ek stuur vir hulle gedrag. Ek vir die een en vir my man geswat, so dit was 'n maatjie van hom. Maatjie van my 5 en tot 5 kan ook in die bank en die so ek vir 'n maatjie van my en was en maar nie best. But it's as the cost of the loyalty for me.
So,
Let's give it by
It depends, it's just a it's for me to do. Maar het is
so business is Phil-Eunice situated in Worcester, very far from Potchefstroom. Exactly, but now, oh, so those people would rather buy from nice because she shows that she She loves them. She respects them. She admires them. So you get the point? Okay? So this is start building a tribe. Start building a family. En weet jy wat doen jy met 'n fanclub? Moeite. Yes, no? Yes. Raving fans, this is your loyalty ladder. As you go up the loyalty ladder, the speed of transactions is quicker, profit is higher, trust is there. Okay, so this is beautiful business. How do you know it when you've made it in terms of lead gen and all the rest? You start living off. The first thing Nadine said when she came this morning, she said, I'm in such a great space. I said, Nadine, why? You said? I'm making target from referrals. Hoe lekker is dit? Hoe lang het dit jou gevat? 3 jaar. 3 jaar. Please write that down. To build a rating fan is going to cost you north of 1,000 days. Hoe lang is 1,000 days? 3 jaar.
Je bent de eerste keer erin, maar dat is de heel erg gesprek over het meer. Als je al, dan zit je zo de prijs zo hard.
Seriously, als je 3 jaar komt, blijf je dan voor.
Ik ga de werk met ze lekker, dan ga ik weten.
Ja, en toe ek die herkenning was al target vir 100,000, nou is al target. Exactly, but she's getting that from loyal customers. Okay. What is the moral of the story? Consistency. Was it?
Right, keep going.
Yeah. And what else? What's the moral of the story? If you don't do it, somebody else is doing it. Somebody that wants it more. He's already he's doing that for us. What else is the moral of the story? Have a process, be consistent, be disciplined. The word form that there's no use in crying in your porridge about the results you didn't get. Because it's because of the work you've been doing.
We created a customer journey based off this. The amount of it's ever changing because our industry is ever changing, so it's always never going to be the same, no client is the same. But it's a basis for us to pull back when time feels like this. You've got benefits for everything, but email will just change the name of the
Maar het julle soos as julle se kopieer, het julle soos 'n dag julle uitsit vir dit outside of working hours, moet dit maar op dag wees.
It's the outside of looking at this is get back.
It's planned. So here's the thing, if it's important enough, schedule it. Martha said, this is something really important I want to teach you. It's around discipline and consistency. Your schedule becomes your most important system. So because we forget. Okay, so if you want to remind yourself that I've got to do something for my raving fans, write it in your diary. Yeah. Because braai jy op maandag die 1 Junie. Something for my raving fans. Great. Let me put the time and the planning behind. So you've got to have a calendar. They've got a serious calendar. So this teaches us. So look there. Let's read that. 48% of salespeople never follow up with 48%. This is this fighter. 48% of salespeople never follow up. I send the quote and then I forget. I make the contact and I forget. I promise to come and see them, I forget. 25% of people make a second contact attempt. Only 25% make a second contact. 12% of people only make 3 contacts and stop. Only 10% of salespeople make more than 3 contacts. 10% makes more than 3. I told you should at least do 2% of sales are made in the first contact. So 48% never follow up on a prospect. 2% are made on first contact. 3% of sales, second contact. 5% of sales, third contact. 10% of sales, fourth contact. And there is the kicker. 80% of sales are made on the 5th to the 12th contact. What happened in between? Building trust, building a relationship, in the effort. Lighthouse. Ding, ding, ding. No, Magda, sometimes I'll just say yes to get rid of it. And then you blow it out of the park with our amazing. Ach, Vader, kom toch, laat ek nou net maar hoor waar is dit nou.
Last one was thanks to the kind of saying, Gary Player. The harder I practice, the luckier I get.
Isn't that amazing? The harder I practice, the luckier I get. The more effort I put in, the more results I'm going to see. Dit is net wat dit is. Daar's Hansie die 10 jaar wat jy saam met my werk, het ons al ooit, have we ever taken our foot off the pedal in terms of generating leads?
No, it's just increasing the.
It's just what we do. We just keep on. All right. So guys, in the end, if you just give yourself half a chance to succeed, just do the basics. Right? We nearly do. So, effective sales communication, critically important in order to, so we're going to break at 1 o'clock. I want to get through this. So when you are a sales professional, you've learned and understood that you need to become really, really good at communication. So after lunch, I'll talk a little bit about profiling your prospects. But in the end, it does pull for emotional intelligence. What is emotional intelligence? It is the ability to read the room. It's the insight into people to know what is whoever's possibly thinking right now. Is he interested? Is he not interested? He's leading in, which means he's irritated with me. He wants to smoke, but he's still listening. But you've got to learn to read the room, okay? Because the better you can get in terms of reading people, remember it's about relationships, okay? And it's got nothing to do with I'm a shy person. Because if you are a shy person, you'd probably be okay with one-on-one. If you're not that shy, you'd probably be okay with a group of people, but just find your mojo, okay? So it's getting good at reading the room, okay? Speaking the language of your prospects. Second of all, profiling. I'll talk about that just after lunch. I did explain the question process, didn't I? So that's part of communication. Again, communication means I need to ask a question, I need to listen, then follow up with an interesting, intelligent question. So I need to get really good at asking questions. What does temperature checking mean?
What?
Testing the water. Is the person ready to make a decision? Where do I think we stand? So I often would say something like, yeah, we've chatted a lot about your business. At this point, do you think I've left anything out in terms of what I've said or what I've explained? Cover it all. Okay. So I'm just checking what's going on in your mind. What do you think? I don't know. I'm ready. Okay, so what would you need to be ready? What is the information that I need to share with you? What do you want to hear from? So temperature checking is not afraid to ask, where are you at this point? Have I read it wrong? This is op die regte blad. You know, what's going on in your mind? And it's often like, I'll even say, I can't read you. I mean, what you think? Tell me what you think. I'm thinking whether I want to do real or what. It's right. Let's talk about it. Is it that?
Goes to the company, we had a wonderful consultation. One was ready to go in the car, was like the floor and something like that. And I said, no, it's EFT. Okay, we're going to the ghost company. It took me 3 days to get over it's either. To get over the fact that you are really thought we needed the moment. When I called her, she said, no, she had a medical emergency.
It's just no life is happening. Yeah, so there's the thing, when you assume that she's ghosted you, yet she had a medical emergency, but following up as being professional. So purpose statement, I want to click through, there we go. So purpose statement, I want to finish off before we go to lunch. A purpose statement means I'm putting my prospect at ease. And it's something like this. Murray, thanks for seeing me today. So I want to just explain what's going to happen next. So I'm actually letting you into what's going to happen next so that I want you to relax. So it would be something like, would it be okay if for the next half an hour, I just ask you a lot of questions? The reason why, I want to understand exactly where you're at, what you've considered in the past, what is important for you to make a decision. So I'm asking permission to ask you a lot of questions. If I didn't do that, you could think me to be an ass or mosquito or, so I want to respect the person by saying that I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. I'm explaining the process. And then I'll say something like, if we've covered enough ground, we might look at 1 or 2 solutions today, or if necessary, we'll have to reschedule. I could send you a couple of things to consider and I'll get back to you saying a week's time when you're ready. So already, also with the purpose statement dialogue, I'm putting you at ease in terms of there's no pressure. If you're ready, we can move ahead. If not, I'm going to give you plenty of time. If I don't do that, possibly they're not listening to me and they're worrying about when's the question coming from, are you ready to buy? Okay, so the purpose statement says, so I want to ask you a lot of questions, possibly look at some solutions. If you are ready, we could agree on blah, 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 or you could make a decision. It would mean an investment of between this and that, so be clear in terms of what it's going to cost you, or be clear in terms of how does doing business with me look. I'll explain that. I'm fully transparent. And in the end, if all is done and we've covered the T's and dotted the I's, I'm going to send you a welcome pack. You'll get an invoice from me. We'll schedule your first 2 coaching sessions and we aim away. Happiness? Yes. Permission. Is that okay with you? With the next, can we agree on the next hour? Because again, if you just bomb into the person's life, they don't know how long this going to take. So, mag dat by jou net die trek al weg, dan sit jy sien 'n klomp vrae. En nou is net het vriend. Dit is al 'n uur like en sy gaan aan want ek het nog nie 'n vraag gevra nie. En jy het geleer jy moet aanhou om 'n vraag te vra tot ek 'n vraag. So in the end you can lose all interest or you frustrate the person. Maar as jy sê, look, I'm thinking an hour. Will that suit you? Are you okay? If die kinders met jy moet gaan haal, nee, all's fine. Okay, let's get done. So by putting a purpose statement and explaining what's to follow, empowering the person to know exactly what they can expect. Does that make sense? Does that sound professional, Jesmarie?
Yes.
Maybe? Yeah. So when you are professional, which all of you are 100% in control of the process, but you are pulling that person into, it's okay. It's okay. You've got nothing to fear. It's going to be fun. Right. Lunch is served before we rush off. RFOs.
Get my bags.
We are one something interesting. One of them. What? Come on, BFOs. What is Pino's now? Good. Yours, Murray.
So just obviously going through the whole process up to lunch now. And everything you've been talking about, I've sort of made I relate back to the sales course I went on 20 odd years ago. And they related it to, at that time, I think it was called the 7P principle.
Oh,
Okay, and I've just transformed it to the 10P principle, which I've boiled down to plan, purpose, procedure, passion, productivity, prepare, prospecting, process, pitching, and pipeline.
Yes, man.
10 P's in terms of bin bags, sales Bible. There you go. And you can train yourself and your reps forever and a day. You'll train yourself and professionals forever and a day. There we go. Lovely. Brilliant. All the P's. Anyone else? Any be advice? The harder I work, the luckier I get. Very principle. I'm saying. Wat was jou BFO? Die het nou net gesê.
Yeah, it is so because our found as not professional, yeah, professional helping, not professional selling.
Not professionally selling, just helping people. It's a completely different mindset, right? And from you girls, come. Yes, Marie. The harder I try, the better I get. It's all my own effort. Yeah, Jess Marie, well done.
Closing the deal. So
Always
the
be
deal
closing.
to the
Assume the deal, close the deal, move on. Don't wallow there, create uncertainty. Are we ready to proceed? Yes, let's do it. Be the light that never stops shining. It's not about results, it's about never stop. You don't know, then they reach the line. Now, okay, Taylor. Him again. Why does this matter? Now, fall in love with what it gives you. How's that?
Lighthouse, being a lighthouse, that's why I'm looking on lighthouses out to get you. And,
Okay, are you ready? Profiling. So I just want to quickly share with you the importance of profiling. So all it means is there's gazillion tools out there to do a personality profile on yourself. And the reason why that's important, want as ek myself goed verstaan, dan het ek 'n beter plan of 'n beter idee of miskien additional insight into other people. That's the cornerstone of emotional intelligence. Now, forgiveness may be an clue because you guys know this well. But I've chosen DISC. So this is a tool out there that profiles people. So here's the thing, something like this, but with look at what is your natural behavior, what is your adjusted or learned behavior. And again, why this is important because what this does, it profiles people into mainly more or less 4 categories. So who of you have known about this or know about this or know of something similar?
Yes, clear, just
Myers-Briggs or that, do that. Okay, so just quickly, the top 2 profiles, dominance and conscientious, is those people that's mostly task-oriented. Okay, so dominance and conscientious, mainly task-oriented, influence and steady, mainly people-oriented. Okay? To the right side, dominance and influence are people that goes with speed. So they tend to do things fast, those that's dominant and influence. On blue and green tend to go slower. So less speed, more meticulous. So red gives me an indication of the person's appetite or even being comfortable or feeling comfortable in the presence of problems or challenges. That's a dominant type of person. They love the idea to dominate. They love the idea to get ahead of challenges. They love the idea to chase. They love the idea of winning. Dominant people tend to be authoritative. They're natural leaders. Someone like Donald Trump, you would think, is like highly dominant because, in a way, he doesn't care about what anyone says or thinks. He just bulldozes. If he wants to bomb Iran, he bombs Iran.
And as an equivalent, yeah.
Got
And
it?
as a.
Well, it's a lot of
You know that.
So yellow people are the people. They yellow stands for energy. Those are the people that love the energy, they love variety, they love speed, they love doing things, they love momentum, they love to be center of where all the action happens. Okay. Green people love pace and consistency. They love to do things the way that they always does it. They love and prefer to have more a routine type of environment where there's a lot of familiar, there's a lot of known, there's a lot of very specific standards, procedures, checklists. So they just love the idea to serve. They tend to be very loyal, very hardworking, but they love routine. And then blue are people that they are the technical specialists. They are the people that when you've got a client in the blue category, those are your clients that would ask you a gazillion questions. Like, so Dominique, explain to me, what's the difference between this playdown and that playdown? Dominique, explain to me, how is this manufactured? What should I consider? Dominique, what is the guarantees on this product? Has there been any comebacks? What are the grades and the specifications? So they'll bombard you with detail. They want detail. So any clients that you deal with in the blue category, you would have to drink a chill pill because they won't probably make the decision quick. They'll take their time to get all the information, and only once they are happy, they'll move. Okay. So when we look at clients, your red type of client, the moment you meet someone and the language is something like Magda, hoe lang gaan dit take? Get to the bottom of this. What is the pros and the cons? How quickly can we get this done? Wat jy vir 2 ure, nie meer halfuur, gaan niks meer aan jou. They're very time conscious, okay. But they tend to be risk takers, they're very direct, they'll be in your face, yes, no, I don't like this, get on. They will say things like, show me who else have you done business with, what's your track record? They're very forceful, they can be forceful, but they're very self-reliant as well. Those are the clients that could challenge you on, I don't know if I need you, I can do it for myself. I can bring you the design. Don't waste my time. Okay, so they're urgent, that is by time conscious. They tend to be decisive and very directive. The thing with them is don't waste their time. Okay. Also, they'll weigh you. If they find you too light, they'll discard you. So with the type of people, you've got to match them in terms of energy. You've got to match them in terms of pace. You've got to match them in terms of what's important for them, in terms of priorities. Don't fiddle around with stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of technical specs. Don't give it to me unless I ask for it. If I ask for it, you've got to be ready. But don't bore me with the detail. So they tend to be bigger picture people. Can you think of clients in that category?
Best clients.
Your best client, Nelly?
No, all my best clients are my best clients. They
Get over the market side.
easiest clients I have.
You don't have to show them 10 options. They probably say, what's your 10 best options? Yeah.
Yeah.
But they'll quickly say, okay, I like that one, let's do it.
Lekker speel today.
Maar dit maak heeltemal sin want julle kliënte is nou tot 'n kopste kategorie en daai mense, daai einders is daar
Baie
is.
baie.
But that always is for like
Ja.
sessie.
Dis hoe hulle sê,
Ons het so met late basis. Lekker. De blue en de red al nou voorbeeld. Ik denk het is meer die kant van de bed. Wat soms wat een beetje is dan meer rooi. Dus die unicorn is moest er rooi in komen. Maar die zit voor de eerste keer.
so the importance is to know who's sitting across you, what is that person's profile? Do you go fast, do you go slow, do you go detailed, do you go, what do? You first build a relationship. Yellow people wants to build a relationship. They're interested to ask you, where are you from? What is school if we're not from? Do you know someone? Do you want that from Worcester? No, I don't know Martha. No, but you know what you should know is she runs a lot, blah, blah, blah. And so the yellow people are interested in building a relationship. Okay. The green people don't want to disappoint you. So the green people often tend to say yes, and then you'll go, oh, you know what, I thought about it, after all, I can't do it. So that green people tend to fear conflict. They won't be direct, they'll be indirect. So green people will often say yes, just not to disappoint you, but they've been shouting now inside their head for the whole conversation. Okay, so I often say green, that type of profile is very difficult to read because they tend to be a closed book. And they don't offer necessary information about themselves. They're very private. So it's really difficult to get into their heads in terms of what they could possibly be looking for. The best thing with a green person is respect the distance. Don't lean into their space. They don't like it. Stay away, arm's length. They will interact when they're ready. They will say something. They are curious. But if you're going to come, as you tell, hard intervals for people, they run away. They scatter like cats. Don't like it. The thing with blue people, think of them as the chartered accountants, often blue, technical specialists, the professors. They respect knowledge. So if you want the respect of a blue type of person, you've got to match them in terms of your knowledge. They would have done the homework with us. They are knowledgeable. They know their facts. So if you want to lose a blue person, you seem doubtful about what you know because they'll lose respect for you. Because they measure the world in terms of knowledge, understanding, deep-seated technical specs. You can throw the book at them. The thing with blue is they won't, you'll seldom find them to make a decision on the spot. They will say something, leave it with me, I'll get back to you. Green, if green people say, leave it with me, I'll get back to you, that is the cue for I'm not coming back. Airback.
Ja,
They'll ghost you.
Ja.
Blue, so green will ghost you. Blue will say, leave it with me, I'll give you a call in a week's time. They'll call you in a week's time, even if it's to say, I looked at it and I'm not interested. So blue will call you back because they want to just have that closure. For them, it's being complete, finalizing, finishing the loop. Interesting.
Waar kan jy sê, met die dag neem? Ja, die.
I was going to say the dumb thing like we'll mail you the slides and toe onthou ek nie maar aansit vir julle boek gegee. Okay, if this is a topic that you want to know more about, why don't you buy a book? There's a book widely available. It's called, funny enough, Surrounded by Idiots. Surrounded by Idiots. The author is Thomas Erickson. So the title is a play on the fact that we tend to think that everyone is like us, and if they're not, they're an idiot. So Surrounded by Idiots is a brilliant book. It's a quick read. It's a great read. And listen, if you are serious about being a professional and successful at stuff, I suggest that you do some homework around understanding profiling of people. You can save you a lot, yourself a lot of time and effort.
Ek het gou vra sommer met dit nou 'n real life storie is. 'n groen kliënt, hy's 'n vrou. En ek het die dag met die afspraak al eintlik gesê, die goed waarvoor hulle nou ja sê, gaan die maandag.
Kan die maandag ja wees.
En toen ik opgevolgd zo en heb je bevestigd wat ze bespreken in daar. En dan zit ze ja, want hulle gaan op elkaar vragen weer en hier en daar kan het zo. En hulle gaan terug naar my toe. En ek geweet hulle gaan hê. En ek hou nie van goed net in die lug te los. So ek sê my wat het dalk van hulle van my. Ek los dit ook maar net in hulle hande. En toe dan sê ek dink daar staan dan moet jy weet hoe lank moet jy vat om weer daai laaste dan net die hoe te stop of ja, wat is die plan van jou?
Ja, wanneer is daar, wanneer is woord, punt achter die sin?
Ja, en los jy dit vir 'n week om op te lewer, 2 weke, of wat ook al, en ek weet ek gaan daar ook moet wees van, ek gaan daar opvolg en hulle gaan wees soos allemaal wat die kontak soos wat weer. En toe is dit daarvan, nee, ons het gepraat, maar hulle is nou nie, ek moes nou sê nie,
Hulle sê dat hulle
eers altyd los soos het is, so kyk eintlik van ja. Maar ek dink, ja, toe ek gevoel, miskien het ek dit te lank los, want ek dink ons nou al 2,5 weke verby. Maar wanneer is eintlik die ideaal weer? Is dit so, ek weet,
But belangrijk is to stay in control of the process. So it's not necessarily the amount of time that lapses matter. In hierdie geval, dink ek, is het belangrijk om altyd in die afsluiting van die gesprek te sê, luister, ek wil net seker maak of jy dalk op jou paar vrae het as jy nou hierdie goed gaan het. So vandag is nou Vrydag. Is dit okay met jou as ek net vir julle 'n quick call so Dinsdag se kant gee om te hoor of julle enige vrae het? Dis al hoekom ek jou gaan bel. Want jy kom agter, ek moenie te hard op nie, maar ek wil dit klaar maak. So always schedule the next action. Like, weet jy wat?
ek wil 'n ander ding net so.
Ja. So as jy die Dinsdag bel en hulle ghost jou, dan kan jy dalk op Woensdag of op Donderdag bel. As jou ander ghost, then back off, because a no is a no. So always follow up with, I'm just going to make sure you receive my quote. I'm going to give you a call just to ask if you've got any questions. I'm going to just check in with you to see if you consider anything else. When does Tuesday round about 10 suit you? So I always say that time, that day. Because now, get on with my life. I don't have to, wanneer is nou goeie tyd?
Ja.
Want ek dink nie, hulle slaap seker in die middag. En in die proses maak jy jouself eintlik mal.
Ja,
So,
so.
ja, dis reg. So ek sê, luister, Rams, giving you a call Tuesday around at 10 saam. Ja. Hulle dink eintlik jy gaan vergeet.
Ja, hulle hoop eintlik.
Hulle hoop eintlik jy vergeet. Maar hier's jy wat consistent is. So jy bel hulle Dinsdag. En die antwoord is die antwoord. The antwoord is the antwoord. So what I'm teaching you is always stay in control of the process. Always schedule the next action. So here's the thing, guys. I've seen it with myself. I've seen the quote. I don't hear anything. I didn't follow my own advice. And now I'm going, yeah, look, I was not well. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, uiteindelik bellen. See your quote.
Oh my God.
Okay, let me check the email address. I made a mistake in writing down the email. I'm so sorry. Hulle wonder wat het van my geword. Wat gemaak met die email-adres. So what I can do is, I'm going to send you a proposal to consider. I'm going to ask Ansi to give you a follow-up call just to make sure you receive the quote. I'm promising you to give you a call. I always ask, what would be a good day and time to chat? Tuesday? Would Tuesday be good? Yeah, give me a... Okay, hoe laat Tuesday? Gaan 4 uur goed? Ja, Tuesday 4 o'clock. Ansi phones that you receive, yes. I know, I confirm, hey, ready to have a conversation. So always schedule the following action. Even if it's, they want to come for a demo, they want to sit down with a carriers on, they want to do a venue viewing. Right, when would suit you? No, next Friday, great, let's diarize that, 2 o'clock or 10 o'clock. I always say 2 o'clock or 10 o'clock, or 10 o'clock or 2 o'clock. You see, Die volgende Friday. Ja, okay, let's meet up next Friday. The problem is, Friday is 8 hours long. So nou bel jy Woensdag op, hoe ons spreek op Vrydag. Ja, en dan Vrydag is ook nie, niks meer. Ons is nou besig Vrydag. So always be specific about the detail. The answer is going to be the answer. So don't fear the detail like, will it be okay if I give you a call on Tuesday at 10? Because now I said I'm going to give you a call on Tuesday at 10. Yeah, you get aan met jullie leer. I'm phoning them on Tuesday at 10. But then do phone Tuesday at 10. Not 11, not 2 o'clock, Tuesday at 10 o'clock. That says something about who I am as a person. Okay. So I even ask AMSI to phone prospects and say, look, set up a time for me to call them. So AMSI phones and say, okay, Dominique, can Lindie give you a call, say Tuesday 10? Fine, great. So AMSI follows up on my behalf, and I know Tuesday 10 in my calendar, I've got to phone Dominique. Yeah. Okay? Happiness.
Yeah, bye, Anthony.
The thing with the red person, I just want to say this, and they are time conscious, but if they like you and they start relaxing, they can talk about themselves forever. And you go. And then they'll tell you about all the competitions they won, the industry awards they forgot. So once the red starts relaxing, Dominique, you looks like you remember a few of those. How do you know you deal with a red person? They'll tell you, I like to win. And you'll obviously see photographs of them standing with the biggest fish or the big trophy or the awards. You'll know you're dealing with someone who loves to win. So when you see that person, let them feel they're winning the lottery. Jy gaan nie vir my verhoor nie. Ek het vanmôre die mooiste diamant gekry. Trust my, dis die beste koop ever. As jy hierdie diamant koop, anyway, I'm winning. Ja, service. Manne, gee. Heel rooi. Ja, hoor geel, hoor rooi. So ek gaan vinnig aanseker, ek kan vinnig loop, vinnig praat, vinnig doen, vinnig. Ja, so as jy my nog irriteer, wat is my? And interesting, a lot of our clients are actually blue and green. Why? They want me to get them moving. They want me to get them off procrastination. They want that energy because it's opposites. I do have my red clients that come from it. I match that energy. So it's interesting. The more you know about yourself, the easier it becomes to read the room and adjust according to what is expected. Right, so the next slide. So when you're dealing with red, be clear, be specific, be on point. They don't like personal. I'll tell you something about me if I want you to know, but otherwise don't ask me. I don't want to tell you. My eyes are high, so I do tell you. Okay. But red is all business. Yellow is for people. Give them the limelight, give them the assurance, things are going to happen. This is going to be a fan club. The moment you buy the diamond, you're part of my tribe. You what they're ready to do. So they love that. They love parties. They love excitement. I sometimes break things just because I get bored. Hoeveel keer gaan jy goed met ek nog doen? En dan sê Harry vir my soveel kere as wat dit vat. So sometimes I'll break a routine because I just get bored. But beautiful business is built in boring. Great. So green, the thing with green is be patient, go quiet, give them time. They'll say things like, ek dink ons kan dit oorweeg. Goed, okay? I can work with I think you can. Right? Hoeveel tyd het jy nodig om te dink jy kan? Nie seker nie. En dan sê ek baie keer, but it's okay. It's okay. Jy's veilig by my. Don't fear the no. As dit nie is dit nie, maar dit is fyn. Ek gaan nie minder van jou nie. So dit is okay. It's okay. So green wants to feel protected. They want to feel safe. They want to feel that that I'm going to be okay with whatever they say. It's okay. Right? Yeah. Okay. Next. I can't know where.
Yeah, I gotta go.
But be patient with them. Okay, they do take their time. Okay, so their time, not my time. In blue, prompt, prepared, precise. They're comfortable with thinking. So green or blue, they'll process. Moenie te veel praat nie. Gemaklik met stilte. They processing. Organize all the facts. Sit hulle in files. Wonder wat weet ek nie. Wat moet ek gevra het sy nog nie gesê het nie. So just stay quiet. Give them time to think. Okay? Anyone learn something? Hello?
Ja,
Right, your session? Can we done last week? Okay. This is, I just thought that's nice. If you can make a sale, you can earn a commission. You can make a friend, you earn a fortune. So again, back to the notion that business is all about making friends. So to finalize this chapter, always be selling, be investing in yourself. 80% of the selling process happens with us without being aware, meaning it's important to build your brand. It's important to be consistent in what you show the world. Lighthouse, ding, 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 because the selling happens when you aren't even aware. Okay? So, Hayla, your best option at this stage is to start getting your message out there. Irregardless of who listens, irregardless of who watches, irregardless of whoever hears, you've got to start broadcasting your message. You're probably the best kept secret at this stage. Okay, so get out of your own way, create your message and just show this. Just get your message out there, 100%. Kick yourself with some pointy shoes. Always be authentic, the real you. Go back to why this matters. Build trust. Be the problem solver. I said that right in the beginning. Stop chasing prospects. This is what do I mean by that? Stop chasing them. Preserve your dignity.
Yes,
Got it?
come across like this.
You know, at some stage, Kobus, and I'm sure you guys have seen that many times, you've done your best, you've shown your best, you've done whatever it takes, it's still no. Then walk away.
Dit is klein dames, ek soms vra ek wat se punte moet ek nou gaan werk.
You know what I've done once is I thought this was a great prospect. And I just, it was a nuisance. She kept on giving me mixed signals and stuff. And then at one stage, I just had enough. And I phoned her up and I said, I'm about to throw your business card in the dustbin. Should I? Mia. I said, okay, so what do you want to do? No, we need to meet. What? Wonderful again. Oh, okay. I signed her. Ek gaan nou jou besigheidskaartjie in hierdie aspek. Want dis nou net hoe fed up ek is. Ek sê nie ek's nou fed up met jou nie. I've had enough. I am closing this chapter. Tell me, should I? That's being real. That is her seeing a little bit of my frustration. How long do you want to string me along? I'm now ready for whatever you decide. It's yes or it's no.
Yeah,
I'm walking away. So honestly, guys, a professional knows when it's fine to walk away. Preserve your dignity. You worth more than that.
Ek het my vorige werk het my dae geleer nou nog klein is regtig effektief. Na veel kommunikasie dan stuur jy net 'n e-mail wat sê bla bla en dan eindig af met ek nou hierdie eers as afhandeling my kant is welkom om te laat weet wanneer jy is hoorie en time again dan kontak ek net jy op stuur die vorms wat jy nou vir 4 maande al voor vra of wat ook al. Elke liewe keer.
That doesn't. You just call the BS.
Ja, ek gaan nie net sit en aanhou.
I think there's a fine line. I unsubscribe often when I feel someone is now really pestering me, then I'll unsubscribe. Okay, I've had enough of this because it now feels spammy or it feels salesy or I know about you. So now leave me alone. It's a fun line. But yeah, to eventually, and often mark that it is just like, I'll close this chapter. I know of you, if you ever want to, I don't know, revisit this, we can have a conversation and then often you'll get the response. But preserve your dignity, right?
Yeah.
Can move on. Forget about me, just leave me for a moment. There's been enough signals saying I'm not ready or whatever. It's meer moeilijk in my kant.
Alhoewel is jou die streng te lê, dis wat jy weet. As wat ek maak, dan staan weer treine op jou taal wat ek net met sê hulle wil jy diens hulle net hulle. Maar baie keer ek het ek voel dit baie vir daai wat ek nie respek vir die tyd of ons prosedure of ons politieke. Wat is lekker in die skraal? Dis gewees nie, maar
Maar ek nee, dis wat my vir sê, die anders aan. En dan gaan dit. Dis maar net wat dit is. So, hierdie gaan is, jy kan baie keer jou tyd en energie beter spandeer om to do some prospecting. So that's the other thing, guys, when I often see sales professionals get stuck up here, is because their pipe is too shallow. There's only one or two prospects that I'm depending on in terms of making a sale or earning a commission. So the moment that happens, the pipe is your factor. Build a bigger prospect list because we become too dependent on that one or two that's got, please say yes, please say yes.
So
Wait. Ek bedoel sê ja. Sonder te sê nou wat ek wil. Ek just want respect. Respecteer my nie. Oh.
Dit is dan maar dit. Dan maak dit nie beter.
maar jy betaal, jy presies betaal.
Sê
Maar dit moet jy gaan.
En elke keer as ek vra en nie my tyd en my tyd stikker meer is.
En dit is waar jy dan net afslag gee. Net dat dan moet dan aan actie loop. So preserve your dignity, build a deep pipeline so that there's always another prospect, there's always another, and it's then good enough to mark the Axel Boyke say, listen, I've got 2 spots available for 2 clients. It looks like you're not sure at the moment. I want to respect your time. I'm going to move on. Let me know when you're ready. In the meantime, I'm off seeing other people. It's being true. That's being honest. Okay, so I respect you. You respect me. So I suppose it's all about just being completely authentic, truthful. It is what it is. The envelope is the envelope. Yeah. So preserve your dignity. Build a deep pipeline. Focus on connecting with your prospects rather than the speed to get them through the sales. I think we've said enough. And it's only a deal. Guess what? A deal is not made of promises, and we've all stepped into that, right? A deal is a deal once the money hits the bank. Not sooner, not later. Guys, what's that? Oh,
That's the back.
I want to draw your attention to this. Einstein. No, you. This, I want to just draw your attention to this document. It's called a USP guarantee document. So what I'm teaching you is the importance of having a guarantee. Now, a guarantee is not like I'll replace your diamonds when something goes wrong. The guarantee is something like, listen, we support the product with some good workmanship. So we guarantee that we'll always do a rework for you, we'll repair something or come back. So a guarantee. So my guarantee is I'll coach you. The guarantee is if I work with you, sorry, I'm stumbling because I'm just getting the words right. I'll work with you, I'll coach you, and if we don't get certain specific results, I'll coach you for free until we do. So I'll work with you. you don't have any risk. I'll coach you. If you don't see any result within the first 17 weeks, thereafter we've agreed, I'll coach you for free until you do. So again, now it's on me to coach you to the best of my ability because I want to see that you see results. So this is a great document. USP stands for unique selling proposition. Unique selling proposition is all about what makes you truly unique and different in the market. That is part of your brand. It's part of who you are. It's part of how do you differentiate in the market. What do you do different? How do you show up different so that people will notice you and clients will be curious enough to do business with you? So here is a questionnaire that asks you a whole lot of questions to help you to define your USP. Because in doing business, people want to know, why should I do business with you? What makes you different and special? Because I can go to Google, I can say jewelers in the Winelands, probably will drop out a list of 20 people or 20 businesses. I want to know, why do I need to listen to you? What makes you different? What's that?
What was the email?
Unique selling proposition. Proposition. So what is truly unique in terms of a proposition, a solution that you think I need to look at? Unique. So Murray, it's especially with the internet, especially with ChatGPT, Google, Claude, all of those, you want to stand out in the minds of your prospective clients. You want to win market, focus on the benefits, focus on the advantages. How are you different? Now, when I ask my clients why they chose me as a coach, I'm using that in my marketing message. So, if you read through my stuff, I'll often showcase courage. I'll often showcase clients that's done amazing things. So I'm indirectly linking myself to my unique selling proposition, which is a coach that loves coaching growth, especially working with customers that's looking to grow their bottom line rather aggressively. That's the top kind I love working here. So you need to get real about your USP and your guarantee. Any questions? Right, so take your time, work through those documents. So now we're on to, I want to teach you some really cool, sexy stuff in terms of building an amazing sales funnel with some wonderful success. So Peter Drucker is a very profound business knowledgeable person around business. He was the one that said culture eats strategy for breakfast, but he also said this thing. There's only one valid definition of a business purpose, and that is to create a customer. Because in essence, without a customer, you don't have a business. Without a customer, you don't have. So valid for your business to exist is about creating the next client. So for those of you that's only starting out, your most important focus should be finding your first customer. Okay, because that will teach you a whole lot of things about this. So, the moment of truth. How likely are they to refer you? How likely are they to refer? It comes back to brand, it comes back to credibility in the market. Nadine referred to a customer journey. So go and Google what customer journey means, but it's effectively what has been the experience of the client from the word go. The first contact, the second contact, how have they experienced you in terms of delivery? Are they finding value? Are they excited, Nadine, to give you a call again? Jess Marie, how brilliant have you been in terms of serving them, in terms of their need? all of that determines how likely are they to. So in doing customer research, phoning afterwards, you just have to ask one question: how likely are you to refer? On a scale of 1 to 10. Anything less than 9, you've got work to do. So a big part of customer journey is to do research and follow up to ask this question. And obviously, everything that they say is things that we need to do. We need to spend some time. Right, so marketing and sales. I'm going to teach you now the importance of action coaches 5 ways. It's this document. I need a Taylor. Sorry you heard this before, but it will be a good reminder. So, a business, you grow a business through sales. The job of business development are 2 things. We want to get clients and we want to keep clients. And we want to do it in such a way that money hits the bank. Okay, because in the end, sales is income, income is revenue, revenue is the livelihood and the blood for business. Okay, so that's why I say you guys have got such an important job because you are the lifeline. Without you, no business. That's why we call you professionals. So I'm going to teach you the 5 ways. Those words in orange that's the result of the effort we put in terms of other areas. So the amount of customers we have that we do business with is a result and of lead generation, attracting prospects, converting them into yes. Okay. So the first thing is you want to measure how well are you doing in terms of attracting prospective people that you want to do business with. Attracting mean they're willing to see you. Attracting mean they're sending you an email. Attracting a lead generation means I'm collecting a list of prospects that I can engage with, that I can send an email, that I can make an appointment, that I can go and see, Marie, in order for them to say, yes, I want to use you, I want to buy something from you. So it's how effective am I in generating leads? So I measure my conversion rate in terms of I've seen 10 people this month and 2 of them has bought from me. What is my conversion rate then? 20%. Okay, so 10 appointments, conversion rates 20%. I've got 2 new clients. What you want to do, so remember, it's about getting clients, keeping clients. Okay, so now what do I do around keeping clients? I'm interested to see how often do they buy from me, and when they buy from me, how big is that invoice? And the bigger the invoice is, upselling, cross-selling, adding to the basket, because everything that you ask that you add to the basket drops down to bigger revenue. And then revenue times margin determines finally the profit. So where do you focus? You focus on conversion. Okay, so lead gen, conversion, number of clients. What do you do after that? You be in contact, you invite them, you build a tribe, you do nurture them, you follow up with them, you check in with them, you diarize, you've got a CRM because you want to constantly make contact, see whether they're interested in buying from you again. You want to offer them something, maybe seasonable, whatever they can consider, combination deals, invitation to new technology, new products. So you want to always update your clients in terms of what else they can buy from you. You guys have got a big job with that because they bought some chairs and stuff from you a year ago. In the meantime, they've expanded, they need new stuff. So you need to know if you see them advertising to full positions, what do they need? Chairs and tables. Yeah. Ding, 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 ding. I need to know what's their timeline, by when would they need it. So yeah, okay. So let's put in some numbers, right? So this is how it works. Say for instance, I've got a coffee shop in a center, and I've checked with the management center management. On average, they get about 4,000 people that comes through the center throughout a month. They do a feed count. I've got a coffee shop in that center. So now it depends on my ability to attract a portion of that 4,000 people into the coffee shop so that they can sit down and have a cup of coffee or eat a donut or have a breakfast. So say, for instance, it is quite a big coffee shop and I have got the capacity for 1,000 people over a month. That means it would have been 250 people per week. It would have been roundabout, I would have served about 50 dishes or coffee or cake a day. You get what I'm saying? So my conversion rate is of the potential 4,000 Hela, I've converted 25% into paying customers. Does that make sense? I now notice in a month, because I've got a CRM, I'm paying attention, or I'm training my staff to see who's the frequent buyers. Notice on average, those 1,000 tend to do business with me, say twice a month. They come back for coffee or breakfast. And when they do, they spend 100 Rand. Okay, so now I know a little bit about their spending patterns. So 1,000 customers that does business with me twice a month times 100 means I've got a revenue income of 200,000. So now I calculate profit margin. I'm running at 25%, which is rather low for a food shop. Coffee shops run on about 40% GP. In this case, 200 times 25 is 50,000. That's my net profit before tax. Okay. So what we've done right here. This is ActionCOACH IP. This is research that we've done over 30 plus years. In terms of strategies, ideas, tactics that can influence these numbers. So those of you that's got how many strategies in terms of lead generation? What's the number? 87. We've done the thinking for you. 87 ideas in terms of how to attract more business, in terms of building a pipeline. Now, of course, not all 87 will apply to you, but here's what I'm challenging with. If you're going to take this serious, you sit down, you study in terms of your type of industry, the type of product, the type of service, the type of clients that you do business with, chances are good that you'll come up with a list of about 10 or 15 strategies around lead gen that you could start trying and testing and see what works. Because why? You're looking to build a pipeline of prospects. We've gone further. We've given you how many strategies around conversion? 85. And you'll see amongst those are things like do the follow-up calls. Make sure that you send the quote. It's sometimes really basic stuff. But the important thing here is to go through this list and go and highlight the things that, can you write this down? What do we need to stop doing? What do we need to start doing? And what can we improve on? Because there's things on this list that you have been doing, but you're doing a bit of a half-assed job. So if you just revisit that strategy and we were to put more energy into that, we could improve our conversion because we are getting better in terms of improving. We're doing it, but we're not consistent. Or we're doing it, but we can do it more thorough. Or we're doing it, but we're not putting enough thought into it.
What was it that and what do we need to stop? What do we need to stop?
What do we need to stop doing? What do we need to improve? What do we need to start? So certain things we do, but we don't do it well enough. We can improve on that. on this list of 87 strategies, there's definitely things that you can start doing that you haven't even thought about. Let me think. Well, packaging, strategy number 19. Maybe the way that I package the product is not appealing. Daar money for say, the market is now moving towards 3 liter, 2 liter, 1 liter. So if I'm a business in packaging and I've just always done 5 liters and I go, smart packaging, maybe I need to reconsider the product. Alternatives, yeah, the market is shouting for alternatives. I'm not considering offering alternatives. So just by addressing my packaging and the solutions around packaging, I could improve my conversion rate. So hear me in this, guys. The biggest tip I can give you is go back to those that said no and go ask them why. If Manny did that, he could probably learn. Oh no, but you haven't been offering me anything except 5 liters. And I've been buying 2 liters for the last 2 years. Oh my God, we better wake up. The market is in 2 liter container and we still not there. So go and ask those, so Magda, do that, be brave. Nobody's ever dared to ask them, why didn't you say yes? I really want to know. Why do you want to know? I want to learn, I want to get better. Okay? Let my geïrriteerd. Of jy net vir my genoeg of jy het van my vergeet, of jy het te lang gewag om op te volg, of whatever. All of those are things that you can learn about. So 87 strategies in terms of getting better from converting. Because here's the thing, guys, you've already done the work in terms of 4,000. It's within your control to convert them, get them across the line. If I look at these 5 things, right now, the most important one of these 5 is conversion rate. So you focus there first, okay? But get the conversions better. Right, and then we've got how many on 68 number of transactions. We've got 58 on improving the average rand that they spend with you, and then finally 67 in terms of improving profit margin. So let's put some numbers to this. If I were to work with you as a coach, or you were to work this information, and you just improving the numbers, the 5 numbers, how well we attract and build pipeline, how well we convert, how much they spend, how often they spend, and we improve profit margin by 10%. It's 4,400 leads. What is 10% improvement on conversion? Not 35, it's 27.5. It doesn't look a lot, but look what happens to the amount of customers I'm now attracting. So I'm a coffee shop. I'm just putting up samples to taste in the corridor. I play some beautiful music. I offer a free gift. I dish out vouchers. So what am I doing from my end, Magda, to entice you to come and have a cup of coffee and eat a piece of my cake? So conversion rate is within my control. And all of a sudden, by paying attention, improving conversion, I've got now 200 more clients. Now I do something to attract them, get them back often, and I offer them combinations. What are some strategies there in terms of rand? Guess what happens in terms of revenue? All of a sudden, I've got 92,000 more. And what have I done? 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%. Okay? And then finally 10%, and I've got a whopping 61% more in terms of profit. I coached this yesterday with a client of mine where they are sick, no cash flow. Said, okay, if we were just to improve the revenue by 10%, you drop profit, cost of sales by 10%. From shave off operating expenses. They went from, we were just to do those things. From 200,000 net profit, we jumped to 2.9 million. 2.9 million. So what I'm teaching you, the power is in the fact that it's multiply by multiply by multiply by multiply. You get that?
Dit is compound interest.
Dit is precies wat het is compound interest. So, even if you work, like, we can work this number in any way, Who shall I put? Yeah.
Ik kan het
Okay, lead generation transfer.
Ik maak die ook in dat ik is wel.
Right, so lead generation, so for instance, you guys through your marketing emails, Facebook, blah, 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 your pipeline grows to, I don't know, 30 potential people you can contact. So you do your magic and everything is done, and of that 30, you convert 50%, you've got 15 new clients. That 15 new clients, they only buy once a year, it's not that often. When they buy from you, they spend on average 6,000. Okay, calculate this out. What is 6,000 times 50? Hold on. What is 50 times?
90,000.
90,000. Right. It is a trading company, so I think they probably run EPs of about 40%, I think. So what is 90 times 40%? 90,000 times 40%?
40%, 36.
36. Right, so it's 36,000 net profit. Right, so for instance, we get to do the hard work and we look at maybe doing a couple of client days, maybe exhibitions, yeah, exhibiting at trade fairs, blah, blah, blah. And we were to improve the effectiveness of lead generation by 20%. What is a 20% improvement on 30? What is 30? Come on, what is 30 times 20%?
30 times 20%. Secondary.
That's 36.
Yeah.
So 20% improvement is 36. Yeah, so we've done some extra hard work. So we've now got an additional 6 people in our partner. What is the 20% improvement on 50%? See. So what is 36 times 60%? Oh, what is
8.6.
so you talk
21.6. 21.6.
There we go. But we can't have a 0.6 clients, so we now need to write. Right.
Could be a small one.
Yeah. What is 20% improvement on? So now I'm showing them some different things. I've got a couple of additional things that they can buy.
7,000.
Yeah. So now they don't. Sure. So also yes. So now
17.
7,200 instead of paying 6,000. 7,200. They still only buy from me once a year. So what is 2 times 7,200?
Oh,
Oh, I need to write that thing.
Wow, that's back 20%.
20%.
Yeah.
Meer in terme van die goed waaroor ek leer. I get a little bit creative when they buy a desk and a chair. I offer them a stand of something at half the price. I am affecting, offering them, enticing them, challenging them. They spend 20% more. The difference is from 90 to 158,000. That doesn't get you excited to work your pipeline, get better at converting. I don't know what will. That's the power of exponential multiplication.
Ja, en dit is die power van Amerika sommer te doen. Want as jy dit so voor jou sien, dan dink jy aan dit.
Ja.
Ek kan dit vat nie.
So find out exactly Magda. So Riva, ons is nou in Mei maand. As ek jy is, dan gaan kyk ek na building a pipeline in terms van being creative, getting your name out there, asking for referrals, getting guys a friend. That's all I know. And now, just really, really good in terms of converting, and the business is easier.
Yes.
Sorry, astounding. So if we improve our revenue by 20%, we improve the margin from 40 to 48. Money, what is 48% times 1.8400? Somebody messed up a big order. Oh.
46%.
Yeah.
Sorry for the 8%.
That drops down to a what net profit of 76.
32. 36.
It doesn't matter, it's just, it's a lot better. Right, sorry about your order. Right, so I've showed you the power of ActionCOACH's fireplace. So on this piece of paper, go and analyze your latest history in terms of leads, conversion, customers. So here's your little template. You can come up with strategies as to how to affect or improve your numbers so that you can see the increase and the actual result. Nancy has been your best friend in life, because this is what she did for you. And if you ask her nicely, she'll send it to you digitally.
Nancy.
So, Nancy is your best friend, right? Who of you wants Nancy to send to you this in a digital format? All of us. I've been doing this out. It's since June last year. It's tough, it's difficult, it's not clever, it's like a now. The first few months of doing it, you gotta be the greatest. It's sad and then motivated, and then when you see it's working, more motivated. And you see the numbers changing. So what we've done here is number of leads, then the number of leads that are converted to quotes. Because you want to see, if you work on quotes, lead to quote, what is the conversion? The next section is quote to sale. Can you see that? If you don't work on quotes, it's just leads to sale. But most businesses, it's lead to quote, quote to sale, right? And then customer retention. So what we've built in here is your existing clients base that you've. So what I'll do if I were you, I'll go back since the beginning of the year and I'll say, how many new customers did you attract? And you just add to it. So say it was on average 5 clients, new clients a month. So 5 more feet is 20. In elke maand, as jy nuwe kliënte mee besigheid doen, then you add to that number. That's exciting because you can see how your client base is growing. No? Market sin, Jasmine. And then total sales in terms of revenue, what is the percentage margin? And what Ansi did is the year's May, here's June. Then you turn the page and then it's June to July. So what's exciting is like Nadine says, when you see the movement, when you see the growth, when you see how the numbers start working for you. Comments, come on, guys, talk to me. Interesting. Interesting, right?
I've got a little thing in my office where I've always gone by and that turnover is vanity,
Yeah,
profit is sanity, and cash flow is reality.
reality. And, you know, when you look at this, we get to realize, yes, we've got to chase the sales in terms of revenue, but it does drop down to profit as well and cash flow. Yet, in the end, the ultimate profit is still determined by how effective are we in terms of building pipelines, how effective are we in terms of nurturing that pipeline, and making contact, building relationships, closing deals, adding to the database. Because you know what, we want to keep clients, but we want to continuously add to the client base because
Well,
you know, clients go.
About it like a, just to say a straw, between clients into this side. You know, like the fall out the other side.
Yeah, because clients leave, they finish, they get fed up, they die, they whatever. So, yeah, in all of us, myself included, got to be always building my client base. I've got to always be adding. So even doing this workshop, you know, so none of you are, well, only for you at this stage, got me as a coach on retainer. But I mean, now we've made contact, maybe your business develops and maybe you'd be interested in looking at me in terms of coaching, doing other things as well. I do management training, leadership training. The thing is, you should always be farming and hunting in terms of building your list of prospects. Your pipeline is your life.
Oh, so as met my hierdie ding voor ons gaan, ek het nou 'n daar gebruik. Nou word ek nie, so dan heb ik het nog niet. Dan heb ik het ook van as nou elke maand doen. So we start in die dan ek het ons duisende, so
Okay, so 'n lead is iemand wat jou kontak of dis iemand wat jy belangstel om 'n afspraak mee te hê. So onthou dit is daai moving from shop to prospect. So 'n lead is iemand wat jy 'n naam en 'n van en 'n e-mailadres het en jy kan hulle kontak of se telefoonnommer.
dis so sê maar ek kyk na 'n company, ek sien hom ek het verby die pad gereis by maatskappy en ek het geskryf. So dit is 'n shop. So dan bel ek nou vir Pelkom en ek kry die research en ek kry die persoonte reg afspreek. So dit is dan
Dis in hierdie geval is prospect. Dit is 'n naam en 'n van en 'n e-mailadres en 'n kontaknommer.
Ja, jy nog net so praat dit.
Nog ek daar praat. Nou maak jy kontak, jy stuur inligtingstuk, jy nooi hulle, jy ek het die ja, so nou maak jy kontak. So as daai persoon sê maar hoor jy gee vir my kwotasie, dan is dit lead to quote. So nou werk jy uit die koffie moes jy gedrink het. Ek het 20 koppies koffies gedrink. 3 van hulle het gesê af hulle soek 'n kwotasie. So 3 sê nou maar 25% conversion. So van daai 3, hoeveel van hulle boek uiteindelik vir die event behou? Nee, 1. Weet ek my conversion is 3 tot 1. So dis 30%.
Nog geen volledige moderne CRM-systeem ons presies nie in dele uitgestel. Ja, so hierdie het vir my vir afgelope jaar as CRM. So dit is reg nie dit baie is.
Ons het ook nie 'n CRM, ons werk op Sage.
Ja, okay. Ja, maar nou wat jy doen is, jy gaan al Sage toe en jy sê, print vir jou 'n rapport met almal wat julle met besigheid gedoen het in die laaste jaar. So daar's al
Jy kan dit eintlik dit doen nie, want jy kan nie eintlik dit doen nie, want almal se is op Sage. So my kliënte, haar kliënte en ons bestuurders
jy jou eie Excel spreadsheet na man.
is almal saam. Ja,
Ja,
maar
sounds
as ek nou gaan,
en jy 'n rep code.
Nee, ja, ons het ons naam, maar soos enigiemand kan gaan en dit gaan verander. En dis wat die probleem is.
Okay, so the best is, then you've got to find a way around that. As
Ons
jy
gaan nou net spraak oor 'n CRM-sisteem.
Nou, sit dat saam, sit 'n Excel spreadsheet saam en dan van die hoeveelheid mense met wie julle nou besigheid gedoen het in die laaste tyd, divide dit op tussen die twee van julle en begin 'n proses van kontak maak, bel, nooi, gaan sien, wat ook al jy need to do.
Ja.
Is er enige sales?
This isn't a key format.
Dis net ek en sy, ons bestuurder is ook daar en ons ek en sy en sy op dit hy op sy plek. Ons is eintlik drie. Maar ons gaan vir hom uitlaat van hoe ek en sy is.
Ja, is the it's in terms of SKUs and
Yes.
so you want to track
First we do,
that it off,
I do one in the.
yeah, so but in your case, which SKUs are moving, which
Yes,
how's the basket size or value of the customer improving or not? So you could also maybe learn from some of those strategies. Yeah. So absolutely.
Not in terms of.
No. Now, in your case, that's not applicable. In Claudius's case, it is applicable.
Yeah.
In somebody like Murray, it's applicable from top. Stop the bottom. Corporates are definitely different pack of groups. Yeah. But again, Dominic, it's about learning the principle around exponential results. Like, if you were to look at your 10 best moving SKUs and you were to say, okay, I'm going, something that I've thought about when you said that, you guys are so much better than the dough I'll be buying at Fraser's store. I don't know that. So, if I'm not saying what you should do, but, maybe an education drive, I may be standing in the bloody queue,
Eating the dough.
yeah.
I've never say that to a customer. I've never said that some other product is bad. I'll say it's not a good, it's fine.
It's educating me in terms of what's the better choice.
Chocolate is.
So what I would want to tell you guys is I've coached versus socks. Company that does this, so I've got coaching. So how we build critical momentum is we build a demand for the sock by the end user.
Yes.
So we've been really good at attracting the end user to the product. And now the end user go to Sportsman's Warehouse and say, I'm not interested in buying fault, but I want to buy versus socks. Why aren't you stocking this? So the demand from the public forced them into stocking the product because we've educated the client. So in your case, to go to schools, to go to kindergartens, to go to, so you need to allow the retail towards the end user, you educate the end user, because there's a lot of conscious mommies out there that wants to give their kids the best. They get to learn, wait a minute, dough should have salt in, wait a minute, Now I'm going to be a little bit more selective in terms of looking at dough completely different. I'm a grandma, new one. I bought some dough from Crazy Store. Biggest nonsense. Now I've learned today. It's going by the
And you've got a cherry set. Also, house or 5.
There we go. I didn't know that. So can you write this down? Marketing in many cases is overcoming obscurity. Obscurity is overcoming the unknown. So the biggest thing that all of you are facing is the challenge of becoming known. It lies in client education. Find ways to break through, because once the client understand and know the benefit of your product, they'll go and look for it.
Yes.
I can't be more. So there's a brilliant book around it. It's in your booklet that Unsee put together. Skip to right at the end. There's some resources. There we go. The 10x rule. The 10x rule by Grant Cardone. Oh, Auntie is your best mate.
I can see
There's books in there, fanatical prospecting. Auntie, I'll send you the PDF book.
Maar daai boek is so leer. Ek het al gekoop, ons een op nie dra. Tel ander keer vir my van ek sê die boek is so besig op die ek maar op wat af dan sê jy klein ding.
That's fanatical prospect.
Ek het nog twee bladsye op die klein ding te lees en toe ek het gaan koop, toe ek het bestel. Daai boek lê daar.
So the first Auntie has got these books. Auntie has got fanatical prospecting. She'll send it to you in a PDF form. She's got the 10x rule. Who wants the 10x rule? There we go. I will send you that as well. So Auntie, your next guy.
Auntie.
So the 10x rule by Grant Cardone. He talks, Dominique, about overcoming obscurity. That's his phrase. And so your biggest investment, especially if you've been in the market for a long time, is educating your market. So you need to train them to be more discerning in terms of making decisions around what they buy. Trust me, they don't know.
No.
They don't. I didn't
All
know.
the times the buy.
Yeah, and the buyers are clueless. So you have got a bit of a shit job. If I were you, I'll start with the end user. I'll educate the schools, I'll educate the kindergartens, I'll educate the
That indicate a certain purchase period for the end user.
No. So, overcoming obscurity, that's the biggest challenge in terms of penetrating the market, teaching the clients in terms of why should they be buying from you and you own. Okay, who else got questions around the 5 ways, how to do this, how to apply this? Any questions around this? Guys, you just need to start working the numbers. Just get comfortable in terms of what is that I need to measure, what can move on. Happiness. Brad Sugars is the founder of ActionCOACH, and he said, business is all about relationships. How well you build them will determine how they will build your business. So in the end, it does come back to client relations. Right. Documented sales process. Did we talk about that?
Yes.
Documented sales process.
Well, die stappen. Opgeleid.
I want to just quickly explain take on that, Martha. So take for instance, I've got a plumbing business. So a documented sales process would mean what is the customer journey after they making contact. So it's an iPhone ABC plumbing, I've got a burst pipe. So the incoming call says, hey, come and fix. A documented sales process is train the receptionist in terms of a script, in terms of how to handle that call. So she needs to ask, is that pipe in the house or on the outside? Is it bursting with water or dripping with water? Because the more questions she asks per script qualifies the plumber in terms of what equipment they need to take to site. So what I'm teaching you is a documented sales process. So she's got a script. Okay. She completes a call out page or something. Because that call out page is in front of her, she remembers to ask name, surname, telephone number, address, second contact number. Is there a dog that's going to eat me? How do I have access to the premises? Are there an alarm? If you don't document it, you probably won't ask. And your plumber gets to the gate, it's eaten by the Rottweiler, and whose fault is it? She didn't ask. Okay. So it sounds stupid, but I mean, do this and you are building consistency. So there's a call out page. This page now gets passed on to the actual plumber. So the plumber gets it, and the plumber calls the client and say, listen, it looks like I'll be able to be there by 3 o'clock. So he makes the call, okay? By 3 o'clock, there's a, hello, I'm here. So do the job, fix the whatever. There's an on-site invoice, immediately it gets paid, so that's the, and the invoice is followed up by a follow-up call. How happy were you to do business with us, rate us on a scale of 1 to 10? Happy as big, you guys were responsive, you were clean, you did the job, I loved it. You even left a room freshener for me. 100% will refer you 10 out of 10. So that is an example of fun a process. Like we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this. Why is this important? Especially with companies where there's more than one rep. You want to make sure that the client had the same experience when dealing with Jess Marie than when dealing with Nadine.
It kind of standard of practice. You see our.
Okay. Right, I've given you the USB guarantee one. Now, everyone, take out your phone and then put on your camera and hover on this picture. Hover on this picture and see what happens. Just read that out loudly, Mary.
5 drivers that maximize your business profit.
There we go. So what we've created, again, Ansie's brilliant. Give Ansie a big hand. This is how amazing we are. So our company has created this QR code. So we've got it on our website. I've just given it to you. You hover over this, it opens up. What's the first thing it asks? Your name, your surname, email address, name of the company. And so all of you, please do that for me, because what it does, it's going to ask you a lot of questions and it's going to help you to measure your 5 ways efficiency. So you're going to get a graph that tells you how great are you in terms of lead generation, how great are you for sucking at conversion. What's the work you need to do in terms of number of transactions, average rate per sale, finally margin. So it's just a cool tool for you to measure yourselves in terms of maximizing profits through the 5 ways that I've just taught you. Happiness? Yay! Yeah. All of you do that, you're going to get a phone call from Ansie if you don't receive it. So what happens is the moment you've completed this assessment, you get your report immediately and I get Magda het ingevul and I'll contact you and I'll ask Magda, is there anything I can help you with? Okay? Good.
Ek het skerm kom ek direk by die sterretjies. Ek het eers vir jou sterk om aan te gaan.
Nee, die verkeerde een nou.
Ja, ek het verkeerd ek word ons.
Ag ek gaan juist vir sterk. Ek gaan dan wat dan. Sorry, okay.
You know, so here's the point. You can really get very creative using QR codes. You can really get very creative in terms of getting information from your customer base. You can put together any questionnaire, you can put together any feedback, anything you'd like to ask your clients, create it into a QR code, send it off to your clients. They hover on it, they complete it, whoop, you get the result. So there's software.
Labels.
Yeah, on your box labels. So how to get hold of your QR code? So it's fine information. It's lovely, and I'm really so waiting because the more I know about the project, I kind of, right, I kind of do this fast. And just get excited about it. It's not just like nice month. You can even build a referral. Pass this on to 5 of your friends, get them to quote this code.
Yes.
You know, oh, they've just brought me 5 new clients. Guys, a referral strategy is a great strategy to get more clients. Just say, pass this code on to 5 of your friends, get them to mention this code, and I'll gift you with something. But guess what? One friend bought me 5. Referral strategy. Other exciting ideas in terms of how to make more money. Okay. All right. So we talked about CRM, right? And we talked about tracking. Any more questions on that? Hello?
No, actually, yeah.
Hey? You know,
So I'm from there is a big, if article was on, say that I done the in ways to generate videos or what's the, that can go to that. We plan on how to.
no, people just measure. There's been, there is some areas of the business to improve. Now you've got, normally I would coach you in that, okay, so let's look at from other ways we can. Guys, there we go, that's it. All right, so we're nearly there. I thought to finish off with some principles. It's called the red principles of sales growth. To who does this apply? Hands up. Yay, all of us. From time to time, we need to kick our own behind. Prepare to win or lose to someone who is. So the word is prepare. Prepare, prepare. Prepare enough to win or lose to someone that is. Personal branding is sales. It's not who you know, it's who knows you. It's not who you know, it's who knows you. I was actually quite humbled by something that Magda said over lunch. And what she said is, Lindie, you've become a bit of a celebrity in Worcester. So, Ansi, I think we need to go to Worcester. Need to open an office. 100%. So what's happened is over the years, I've worked with quite a couple of Worcester clients, and those clients, no clients, no clients, no clients. So I'm actually like dumbfounded, dumbstruck to think that many people, more people know of me than what I know. Okay, so that is invested in building a personal brand. Gratitude. It's all about value. It's all about relationship. It's not all about price. So let's talk about that a little bit. Guys, there's coffee. Just saying. What about pricing?
Dat kan ik wel met de tijd.
Maar it's terrible to allow for profit. I just saw the one see the other day on Spain.
George.
Yeah,
Just got another key of it. Then the key back and front and respecting process principles, blah blah pitching.
or to make the 12 people speak.
En dan is het zijn wat gezegd. Actually, voor de slechtste van de is door performance. Like finding from and it's just for performance or something like that.
Now that sales thing I went on, it's about 1984, and I still remember, let's say that at that time, the purchases of the 7 people, obviously was no now. It was all about the 7 people. Yeah. That's really good. I always tell my kids, everything is about it's about a plan. If you're going to do that, have a plan. Have a plan. Always say, what's your plan? And my son said, you're going to marry her on the yacht. I said, what's the plan? What's the plan? You know.
It's so true, and what's the plan?
Well, you can't be there for 10 years. You have a plan to say, that's when I'm finishing, that's when I'm coming home.
I think plan. It's underrated in terms of we tend to dash in and get going. But if we were just to like spend some time just thinking and looking at our options. But
My wife thinks I'm crazy, but most of it, in this day and age, so one of the only guys that was the follow facts, and every single thing is written in there every single day.
Wow.
Yeah. So in pencil, yeah, I've got the last 15 years in my covered in the office. Just like for instance, if just everything's a plan, like if I knew today, I've preempted the when I come from Weinberg, the distance. So just little things like leave home 7:20. I had this 7:20 arrive yesterday. So I got a computer on my laptop, but everything's in my diary. My wife always puts something for your diary, but tell on the 29th. No, it goes, that's me. Everything's in there.
Takeaways from daily coaching with clients. So I've started to dial recently. I coach a client today. This is some great few weeks. From the coach.
So nice. Good. Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. I remember the one day when I was still in sales, talking to someone 8 inches ago. There was obviously a hiccup with the client jumped up and down and said I wasn't there, and it was missing and stuff like that. And I just went back to my pilot flats because what I also do is when I go to clients and I visit clients, you get a visitor sticker. I had a visitor sticker in my diary for that day. That was my appointment. So I went to my boss. I said, maybe you can challenge the line. There's my visitor sticker on the day. What's that? Terrible plan. Sales rep Murray says he was there, and I'm looking at the sticker for the premise. Oh, true stop. It's like, so those are little things I do in my file pack. So that's why I have a file. Yeah, but my heaven said is 10 to 12 years I'm not covered. Yeah. This much. Yeah.
Ja, als ik dan alle beter en als je maar
Waar je wat
en al
Ja.
wat gaan jullie op de job zien?
Alles. Met de pen. Daar zie je een ompap.
ja.
Een papier. Maak het liever een keer makkelijker.
Ja, self you.
You said, Jasmine, you can't unlearn things. So jy weet nou daarvan. So, Jock, sorry om te hoor.
It's fine. Ik zou wel je weet niet wat je niet weet bent. Ik weet niet of ik weet. Dat kan ik maar vertellen.
Right, so, well, so, I said, if someone says, yes, yes, dear, I said, yes, I know, compared to who and what. So find ways to answer to that objection. Find things to talk about except price, because if you sell value and you give them reasons to prefer the product, it's like the shitty dough at crazy stores, I'll be to pay whatever, because I know this dough is good for my grandchild. So immediately, if you give me other things to think about, price is not my main consideration.
En ek het geleer of is geleer aan die ja, presies. So dat dit is nie maklik om die objection van vereis te kry. Dis nie iets anders, maar die maklikste verskoning is is nie maklik ja. So
the other day, I signed a client into one-to-one coaching, and I said it's going to cost you X. She goes, "Doop." I said, "What's that reaction about?" She said, "You're this boy." I said, "Okay, but let's look at what's the growth going to be." So I took her from shock to, but remember, this is what I guarantee. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to see. This is going to be the result. Do you still think this is overpriced? No, it's not. Okay, let's get going. So give them more to think about than just price, because it's about value. It's about what I know and what I need to teach you, what that's possibly worth. Okay. And daar's 'n baie in the layman's story about Amazon dispense or distribution center where everything grinded to a halt, nothing was moving. So for a place like Amazon that dishes out millions of packages in a day, and everything comes to a grinding halt, and the facility manager comes running down, "Oh, get someone to come and fix this pizza and we use thousands by the minute." And off they went, and they phoned some person, and he comes there with his little toolbox. He walks around, walks up to a DC board, and he fiddles around, oops, and picks something, and everything starts to work. And afterwards sends them an invoice for, let's say, 5,000 rand. Exactly. And then this, what? You were there like literally 5 minutes. I want a detailed invoice. No problem. 4,990 is you paying for the knowledge of I know which thing to toggle and which wire to. And 10 rand is vir my 2 minute tyd. I can undone. So I'm not saying we need to be arrogant, whatever, but I do want to say that know your value, understand your value, and teach your clients to see the value. Know your value, understand your value, and teach your clients to see that value. Build that trusting relationship. Build your personal brand. You are worth more dominance than the price of the book. Because why? You are a professional. Expert in what you do. You are a professional. Great. So it's so network. It's not work. It is network. It's net worth. So invest in getting known. Get out there. I always say shake hands, kiss babies. Make sure that people get to know who you are.
1%.
Pardon?
1%.
100%. 100%. If you can't get in front of the real decision maker, you lose. I did say that previously. Make sure that you get in front of the decision maker. Engage me, and you can make me convince myself. So what that means is, if you spend enough time to pinch my curiosity, engage with me in terms of meeting me where I am at in terms of my mindset, You will give me enough to convince myself. Because that is what professional selling or buying is about. I need to have that conversation with you, Magda, to the point where you go, yeah, why would I not coach with her? It's a no-brainer. So when you've done enough work, your client or prospect convinces themselves because you've removed all and everything, and all that's left is for them to say, of course. Okay. So engage enough with me, and I'll convince myself. If you can make them laugh, you can make them buy. So I know I've been very serious the whole day. I tend to be a little bit too serious. But in the end, put some fun in it. Make it fun. Let's laugh a little bit. Maybe I tried that with Are You Born to Sell? Right in the beginning, because you know what? I don't think I need to take myself that serious. Again, if you build a strong enough pipeline, you don't have to take yourself that serious. If it's no, it's no. If it's yes, it's yes. Yeah. It does take time. Use creativity, obviously, to differentiate and to dominate. Reduce their risk and convert the sale. So people think of objections because there's risk. They're thinking, what am I losing? Am I paying too much? Is this product worth my while? Will I love the venue? What are they offering me? And this experience has been amazing, Elze. From the moment I see you've met this crowd, she came back to the office. She just said it's the most amazing place. I don't know if I don't care what you decide. I've decided we go because of the experience. I see what they offer, what they do, how they entertain us, questions, owners here setting up. It's been an amazing experience. So there was no risk in the decision. In fact, we'll come again, I know you try. I don't try. But my dog stage, yes. That's the big tip that I want to give you is build proof of evidence. Evidence is testimonials. It is what your clients say about you. So when you say it about yourself, you brag. When somebody else says it about you, that's testimony. So find enough people that want to say something good about you and get them to say it. That's why you're going to leave me a 5-star review. I'm not leaving you any other option. But here's the thing, never talk about yourself, get other people to say she's been amazing, she made all the difference, because that's not bragging, that is testimony. So on your website, you've got to have testimonials. On your Facebook page, you've got to ask your raving fans to comment in terms of what they enjoyed about your product. What was, ask them, how did you experience my conversation with you? How likely are you to refer me? And then transcribe that and put that onto your Facebook page, Insta, wherever. So there's got to be a continuous feed of great testimony, great reviews. So build your Google reviews. Make that a goal. You want to get to 1,000 Google reviews in 5 years or however. We live in that age where I won't go to a restaurant unless I've read TripAdvisor. You guys do that as well. Become very expensive. So if we go to a new place, I want to know what people say about it. It's true, hey? So the same with your clients, gauging your service. They want to read what other people are saying about you. In the beginning, get friends and family. Bring the crowd. Okay, number 12, antennas up. Means always be paying attention. And then finally, and this is my final word, sales is a life skill. So the better you skill yourself, the better you'll do at sales, the better you will be in terms of life and result. Because I can't say more about sales except in the end is us doing the hard work, us showing up, us understanding why we do what we do. Got to find the purpose. Right, so luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. And then we get lucky. We prepare, we pay attention, we see the opportunity, we invest in ourselves, we go and do the extra work, we'll see the extra effort.